With people who filter for looking for such games? Totally, yeah. Although I wonder how important that is now with like the prevalency of Proton. So before I dive into the game today, I'm gonna go fiddle with some announcements. You guys can say hi YouTube if you like, but so this is in the game now. This is, you know, the announcements options. We've got combat announcements, we've got adventure announcements, we've got fortress announcements, we've got other announcements, we've got the announcements that currently have pop-ups, the ones that currently have pause, etc. So I'm just gonna go to all, and we're gonna go to combat. I'm gonna look for some specific things. The one that I want to know is, can I turn bite on, and is that reasonable? Because I don't think so. I have a feeling bite is maybe a bad thing to have an announcement on. However, it could make were creatures a little bit easier. I don't think it is. I don't think that that specifically is one.
Beer.
Neezer, hello. So I had a lot of people ask me about that, and I was like, I'm not entirely sure. Ranged wounds, just grip, latch on. Latch on, maybe. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Creature, no foods, struck a mineral. So you can also, I think, completely disable these. Dig cancel, dig wet. Not entirely sure that that would disable it. Turning that off, it might. We've got Gremlins, Snatcher, Ambush, Ambush, Ambush. Adventure mode, I think. ADV generally means adventure because it's fort, adventure, and then report. So this, it would show up in the combat reports. This is, it's got an alert in adventure mode. This one it doesn't. I'm actually not totally sure. Good question. I think because there's a separate adventure tag. Ghost attack, attack interrupted. What's this? Intro? What's intro mean? I don't actually know what intro means. I don't think the intro is back. Because I don't think that that is related to alerts. Doesn't pop up at the beginning of fort mode. It pops up when you turn the game on, not fort mode specifically. Oh, true. Actually, it's probably... Actually, I think I see what you're saying. It's probably the you strike the earth line. Air, the so-and-sos are hungry. Yeah, there's also the trader pop-up. You are correct, yes. Okay, caravan. Where is that? This is caravan, or caravan. I would like a pop-up, recenter, and a pause. Please. Which I can always turn off later. Could put a pause on Cave-In. I feel like Strange Mood should have a recenter. And a pause. And a pop-up. Definitely don't want pauses on Masterworks. Merchants leaving soon should probably have a pop-up so that I remember it. Can these be sorted in alphabetical order? No, but they can be filtered, so I don't think they need to be in alphabetical order. They're in the same order they've always been. So, no. But they do have these sorting. You can sort by combat, specific adventure, fortress, or other specific. I'm just scrolling through the whole list. Somebody growing up could actually be a useful pop-up. Turn that on. This is literally just an order to change the ini. Yeah, so you can still edit it from the ini folder. Or init folder. I'll bet you, actually, Embark is probably the thing that we were thinking of, the intro, and then the first caravan. Monarch arrived. These are the ones that we're thinking of. They are sorted, they're just not sorted alphabetically. They're sorted in, like, groups of, like, different events. So different types of events are sorted. Wet season, dry season. Cursed by deity. That actually I would like to recenter, please. All right, well, let's roll with that. Transformation is for werebeasts and boogeymen, I think. I think that's fortress specific. Although it doesn't scroll when it's in there for some reason. Also, this is something that's kind of fun. If you hold the button down, if you hold mouse button down and then you hover over done, it closes the menu. I don't know why it does that, but it does that for not all menus, but like a pretty easy way to accidentally turn that on. Scrolling on these with the filters on is kind of difficult. So a pop-up is in the middle of this screen. Alert is the one on the left. So I think announcements are the ones on the left. Pop-up is the center of this screen. Box appears with an OK button that says this is the thing. Recenter means it moves to where the thing is happening, and pause means it pauses the game. So let's dive back into Starfield with our new additions toy done. So now if we get ambushed by elves, the game should also teleport me there. And tell me. Instead of just playing the loud bwah, it should also teleport me there. Which should make things a little better. Here's hoping. Checks for mouse down and hover are backwards, probably. Oh, probably. It's fine. May I gaze longingly at the stars from the safety of my tower as I dig deeper. Why, thank you. All right. So I was just responding to a somewhat sassy YouTube comment with a somewhat sassy response, and let's get back to the dwarfing, shall we? So We are building roof on this. And the reason we are building roof on this is because this is where King live. We have King and Queen. So we have King the Space Disco Fox, who, surprise, is the king. Who's also, by the way, not allowing me to export mittens, which is very fitting of King. So King showed up with King's lovely wife. Safe Keeps is our duchy, who is great because has no preferences of items, so doesn't demand anything. Kate Ranos is still the mayor, of course. Pophead is the captain of the guard, as we lost our glorious captain of the guard. We have a good selection of, dwarves. We have a functional bow dwarf squad and a functional crossbow dwarf squad. We're just going to get everybody training for a little bit. We are currently pretty high up. This is as high as we can build. There's a llama up here an alpaca up here, because of course there is. Once the ads that are currently running are done, I'm going to run through and read all the names of people playing, but I'm curious about something, which is... Yeah, it doesn't feel like you can scroll this yet. But can I turn sparring off? I don't want reports of sparring, which I should be able to turn off within here, because there's combat, right? But then there's wrestle. Okay, and there's charge. Is there like a specific difference between combat and sparring in this menu? Because there should be. Monia, thank you very much for the 4th month. Welcome back. Clothing export bans would annoy you. Just don't make mittens. Didn't find it at least, because there used to be a way to do that in the... whatchamacallit? Citizen lost to stress. Citizen overwhelmed by stress. Merchants need depot. That actually I would like a pop-up for. Unless it's like hidden in a different screen, which maybe it is. I wonder if it's like hidden in here somewhere, which actually wouldn't surprise me too much, but. The weird thing is that you can't scroll on this, because there's definitely more alerts, but this screen doesn't scroll. So somebody should probably tell Putnam that some of these don't scroll. Which is a little weird. I didn't notice that the other day. Anyway. Chat, we can post some more beers. Elfie's asking. The dwarves that are currently alive in the fortress are Abel Bacon, a devilish potato, Admiral Octalius, Arcmaster 5000, Bubba Zek, and Baby Bastet, actual Bastet, Bonesaw, Kate Ranos, and Cossack Mykola. Disco Cito, Dr. Nish II, who's our manager, Durgan Rays, and Elfie Beans, as well as Embertron, Fudiko Casper, Fight Attack, Giant Thief, who stole the giant once, Good Charles, who's definitely not bad, Handless, who lost his hands, which is why he's naked, because he lost his hands. At least he's happy, though. You know, poor Handless, the tanner, is happy, but embarrassed about being naked because he can't equip clothing. Jesse XV, as well as Jetpack's Tuxedo, and Kaiser the Keen, and King the Space Disco Fox, Lyagushka, Manticore Alpha, Maximus, MB Audio, Mini Big Boss, and MMO Junkie, Mr. Tapok and Onyx, as well as Presme and Psycho, Pophead and QN Green Tea, Raging Cave, and Ryoshin Cat. as well as Sentient Potato II, Safe Keeps, and Shark Jumping Walrus, Shinira and Slowpoke, and Sombre and Super CJ Man. Also, Sombre pretty happy. Joined the fort recently. Swimming Carcass, Tele B, and Tillin Artho. Terminal Wetness and the Suited Giraffe. Van Ori Vinsati and Wiz the God. And Riled Peak. We're all caught up. Those are all of the Dwarfises that are alive-zises. Scrolling up, none of the named dwarves are, like, stupidly pissed, with the exception of Bub. Bub is stumbling around obliviously. Is vengeful when joining an existing conflict, too, so you know it's going well for Bub over here. Your name is Maggot in German? I don't really want to name a dwarf Maggot, because that's a kind of a mean name. But I could name one after you. I have a bunch of useless animals to slaughter. So I'm just going to queue up some mass slaughtering real quick of all of the kittens and baby animals that I obviously don't care about. Because frankly, we don't need 245 bajillion kittens running around. I will keep the baby cougars because they're not kittens. They're better than that. And it's going all the way up to the top here. Did you miss your dwarf or did you die? I think your dwarf died. I seem to recall your dwarf dying. I will slaughter that. Okay, never mind. I will actually be slaughtering some of the cougar cubs because there was way more of them than I thought. Also going to do a bunch of this. Seems good enough. You're new. Your YouTube tutorials have been very helpful. Well, thank you, Spud. Thank you. Dwarf named Maggot. Maggot is given to rough and tumble brawling, even to the point of starting fights for no reason. He is very stubborn and prone to hatred, and often develops negative feelings, is quite polite, and feels envious of others. He is quite cheerful, and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. He can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand, and generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He's currently more ambitious, and he doesn't try to get things done perfectly. He's somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself and can handle stress. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of raising a family and personally sees no value in holding back complaints, and sees competition as reasonably important. Values hard work and finds artwork boring. And doesn't particularly respect commerce. Dreams of raising a family. And he likes native gold, billin, and veracite, and drothla parchment, and the color chocolate. Maces and leather armor, and backpacks, and ballista arrows, and geese for their formation flying, and when possible prefers to consume rainbow trout, fonio beer, and tomatoes, and absolutely hates rats. So he will deck you politely for no reason. Certainly. He was once a thin frame, now bearing enormous thick layers of body armor, and has a very long beard, and is arranged in double braids. His long sideburns are braided. His very long mustache is neatly combed. His hair is clean shaven, and his large iris bronze eyes are bulging. He has a round chin, and his lips are thin. His peach skin is slightly wrinkled, and his ears are somewhat splayed out, and his hair is light brown with a touch of gray. You have 2 kids, and no spouse to be seen. Single dad in the military. Gotta respect it. Let's see how you're doing on kills. None. But how good are you? You're a novice bow dwarf. Okay, so that's why you're still happy, is because you're new at this. Wait, dwarves can get fat over time? Absolutely they can. What's funny is the vast majority of the dwarves in this faction are very skinny. They always arrive. It's like very thin. And they live here for a little bit, and pretty quickly they develop what was once a thin frame is now bearing thick layers of fat. It's like, Wow. Okay. I guess they come here to inflate. I guess dwarves who live in Starfield eat well, I suppose. I need more housing. So while we are working on fun stuff in the basement, specifically, I will show you the fun stuff that we are working on. This stairs go down, 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 down. Is there a trick for removing corpses from angry folks who cause trouble? These. Claim your dead. Claim your death items. I want to fiddle around in that menu. Anyway, this is the spoilery fun stuff that we're working on. The spoilery fun stuff is this hole that we are digging. It is relatively sealed off, and we have the ability to drain it out into the caverns if and when we need. We can just cover it all in... I was going to say lava periodically, but turns out my top pump actually got broken, so... we have the ability to fill it up with lava periodically, but not if the top pump is broken, so I'm going to go fix the top pump. It's a little disconcerting. Let's hope that they don't immediately forbid this. Actually, I should just do this and remove that. Anyway, so this is the fun stuff that we're working on and slowly building up. I'm basically building this to be more easily defensible by slowly adding layers of floor that are sealed to the outside of it. Because adding layers of floor that are sealed to the outside of it means I can put in trapdoors, means I can very easily, like, section off a scary monster if it decides to show up. So I will have significant higher amounts of defense when fending off the layers of evil as we slowly go down. I just need to make a bunch of, trapdoors. Also, completely unrelated to the stream, but my legs are sweating, so I'm gonna go change my pants. Just wait, we can follow a dwarf who's constructing a thing. I will be back in, like, less than 10 seconds. Alright, I am now wearing, weed pajamas. Also, shoutouts to Toulon, who's grown to become a dwarven child, so I can confirm the alerts work. That's good. And Shortast is throwing a tantrum. A lovely Shortast. Do I need to throw you in the prison, into the prison, Shortast? No, but Alphonse does. ×2 even. What weapons do I tend to use? Spears, whips, swords, axes, hammers. Depends on the material I have, really. I don't particularly have a favorite. I use the materials I feel are best for the weapons I have, which depends on the weapon and depends on the material. I said spears, but if it sounded like spheres, I wouldn't be too surprised. I was kind of mumbling. Oh, also, good news, chat. On Sunday, Dwarf Fortress peaked at 1,300 concurrent players, which is the most players Dwarf Fortress has had in, like, 2 months. So that's kind of cool. All right, so I'm going to go down to here, and I'm going to fill, well, I guess the question is, how do I start building this out down here? Probably this. I did also say that we needed more bedrooms, so let's go work on that. Gem stockpile free of bins. Depends on the stockpile. I do actually use bins for certain types of stockpiles, but yeah, there's quite a few that I don't use any stockpiles for. These bedrooms are missing chests. These are definitely the crappy bedrooms that, you know, you don't really want these bedrooms. You don't want these bedrooms because the ones in the tower are completely sealed in. If you're a dwarf living in this fort, you really want to be in one of these bedrooms. Even in this dormitory, because, like, you're way less likely to be attacked by birds. Significantly less likely to be attacked by birds, even. Good day. Hello. How are you? Lucky Soft. It's good to see you, friend. Okay, well, let's get back to this. Awesome. And Squid Child, hello. And Lakayla, hello. Good to see you. Hope things are treating you well. I guess today is like actual patch day. Maybe I should put that in the title instead of new patch. And I should probably check that petition in a moment. Just posting on the Discord that the patch is out properly. Because I'm faster than Kit Fox. I mean, what? Okay, a bunch of animals are getting slaughtered. Let's see what the petition is. Ah, some random wants to live with us. Oh no, is that random raven blood? Or are you covered in that dwarf's blood? Or were you covered in that dwarf's blood? It's not anymore.
One more on the road to 350.
We are maybe going to hit 350 today, mate. At the rate we're going, we might actually hit it today. Which would mean, what I would say is if you want to gift subs, if you gift multi-month subs, next month I get the higher split. But, I don't know. It's kind of wild. Which doesn't mean I get it right away or anything, for clarity's sake. But let's take a peek if it's updated. Yeah, we're at 322 right now. It tends to update every handful of hours. I see Caves of Cuds created a Twitter thread about porting it to Unity from Unity to Godot. Specifically, I saw it on Masto because he reposts on everything. He probably just has like his own little client that just like posts to everything. But yeah, I saw it on Mastodon. Specifically, he ported the terminal version to Godot. Yeah, I don't know. Brian is like insane enough to do those sorts of things. What's really funny is like I have a hard time following Brian on or reading Twitter just in general now because of the people that respond to him. But like, it's really funny seeing him post on Godot about like tech bros on Twitter responding to him on Twitter, and then realizing very quickly that he actually hates tech. And yes, he programs, but programs in kind of an anarchist's kind of fuck the planet kind of way of doing it, instead of the like, yo, let's make all of the money possible and just making everybody on Twitter mad. Which is, I don't know. He does a good job of making people I don't like mad, and that makes me happy. So, shoutouts to Brian. I'd love to do an interview with Brian and Jason at some point. I need to do that.
Crypt Beer.
NetJam Jr., it's good to see you. Thank you very much for the 6th month as well. And for starting the second hype train of the day. First one kind of went nowhere, but I'll take 2. Why not? We had one like right at the start of the stream that kind of didn't go anywhere, but Siltstone. There we go. Drink all the booze, hack all the things. Yep. Mm-hmm. A force that is both vile and darkness has arrived. I was gonna say where. All right, so Monia, thank you very much for gifting a sub as well. Appreciate you. Is that the first gift of the week? Might be. Yeah, you're the number one. First gift of the week. So very small siege.
Crypt Spear.
Very, very small. Dwarfs as well. Thank you very much for the 7th month. So I'm going to tell these squads to go to the crossbow patrol. And I'm going to tell my military to go stand here. And I'm going to tell my dwarves to go in here. You're back, you grabbed some food? Mm-hmm. Is that a guard cow? Definitely an unofficial guard cow. Apparently a raven is fighting with my baroness of a hatchet glove. Here come a handful of snatchers. They're getting close-ish. See if we can get some crossbow dwarf action. Maybe not. Who are you fighting with? Hitting my stone cutter. Where's my stone cutter? Well, they're still heading towards the fort, so if you kill a stone cutter, you kill a stone cutter. Psycho is now dead. Rest in peace, Psycho. It appears that unfortunately Psycho got caught out by a group of goblins just outside of the fortress. That's a human tooth bracelet. All right, that's some level of body horror I'm not okay with. Moose, by the way, thank you very much for the 10th month. I think that we need to throw this in the trash, that human tooth bracelet. And now we're gonna sit down here and wait. So this goblin is fighting with this human. Specifically, scratching and punching and striking. The human bard strikes the goblin thief with his crystal glass belbez, bruising the skin through the cougar leather hood. What is a belbez? I'm assuming it's some sort of music. Ah, it's a drum. The belbez is a large handheld percussion instrument. It consists of a large glass bowl. I would not want to be hit by that. That sounds painful. I like how people ask stuff like that, Squid Child. It's just a funny way to ask a question. Do you often modify animal raws to make trainable animals that aren't usually otherwise? That's not a question. You're asking, do I often do that? So you're presupposing I already do that. So you've already assumed that I do that. And now you're asking if I do it often. I've done that twice in my entire time playing Dwarf Fort, because I've never really felt the need to. I've added other animals in sometimes. It's fine. No, I realize it's just a question, but like it's just a funny way to ask it. I have this bad habit of like dissecting the way people ask questions for some reason. Jitterbug, thanks for the 10th month. Welcome back. You and Moose both 10. Congratulations. Yeah, no, I don't do that generally. Right, so this thief is like continuing to fight with this human. The human is now bleeding, probably because they're getting hit by arrows, I would assume. Or bolts. I've improved my miscellaneous object. I am very satisfied. How old are you, human? 68 years old? Well, thanks for the free crystal glass drum, I suppose. Terrified while in conflict. Did you kill him? Wow, you killed him.
Just in time to push the train, lol.
Thanks, Panda, for the 10th month. Everybody's turning 10 this month. Jeez. Okay, so this goblin is seriously injured. Let's see. How full is their ammo? Because it varies. Look at that. They all have ammo except for one. Giant Thief needs ammo. The rest of them all have ammo. We should be able to see them start shooting in a second. See, there they go. Look at this. Strikes the Goblin Thief in the lower leg. Bruising the muscle. Strikes the goblin thief in the upper body, and bruising the heart. And the goblin bowman hits the goblin bowman, bruising the bone through the grizzly leather hood, using wooden arrows because the elves keep leaving bloody wooden arrows everywhere. But hey, we know it works. Chat room, thank you very much for the level 2 hype train with 8 subscriptions. I just want to shout out that it is very easy to get onto the bits leaderboard right now. What happened 10 months ago? Dwarf Fortress came out on Steam is what happened 10 months ago. Looks like my normal soldiers are running forward now too, because they are now in eyesight range. They're booking it forward and ripping those goblins to shreds as the goblins loose iron bolts and arrows. My dwarves are, of course, sitting up top and raining bolts and arrows down from above, although they haven't hit this guy yet at all. Combat has broken out. The spear dwarf bashes the goblin bowman in his left back teeth with a steel spear, and the severed part sails off in an arc. It's glorious. The rest of the dwarves are moving up. The ones with whips are my militia captain's squad, and then the ones with other weapons are not. Did you just shoot an arrow straight north through a wall? Is that what you just did? All right, then. This goblin has killed nothing, it says. I'm very uneasy. I would be too. Spear Dwarf stabs the goblin in the right arm with the steel spears tearing the muscle. And then gets lodged firmly in the wound, and the Spear Dwarf pulls on it and gains possession of it. Master Lasher attacks the goblin bowman, but she jumps away. They keep on moving forward, and the siege is complete. Dwarves are now moving backwards, meaning usually they've made it through cleanly. Looks like the majority of the kills that my, like, bow dwarves have are just, like, against wildlife. It's like, what have you killed? 47 ravens. Well, we aren't in untamed wild zones. That makes perfect sense. We're going to grab all of this now. Wink. And then go here and turn this off. And then go back over here and get back to this. Very injured in battle screaming, I am uneasy, or I have improved my fighting. That was not satisfying, is also a particularly funny one. It's like, have you now? Good for you then. I don't know how to respond to this. I am very confused if you are very uneasy. And if the dwarf like is in battle and like screaming in pain and then screams, I am not uneasy. And then another dwarf looks at him and says, well, you're lying down, so if you were an egg, you might be over easy. There's a northern lion joke in there somewhere. You're trying to set up stockpiles for shells for bones from air castors, and you're having trouble figuring out how to set the filters right. Me too. Basically you have to make a refuse stockpile without setting it as a refuse stockpile. But I don't know which part you're having a hard time with. But I've certainly found those confusing myself too. So there's a reason I almost never do them. And all the responses are like, yes. There was articles written about that thread. Because there was that one person who made a thread, like, it was like the day the game came out or something, that asked that question. They're just like, how many people have just been waiting 20 years? Just respond with yes. And literally the entire thread is yes. There, for a very long time, that thread was going, and there was multiple articles on multiple news sites about that thread. Like, that thread is kind of famous. For a good reason, too. It's a very funny thread. So I think that somebody... Yes, I was correct. Somebody once told me that the world was going to roll me, but also that this portion of my tavern got broken. I also need a better place for my traders to trade. Right now, I just have that, which means if we get attacked, there's a very real chance I might drop a lot of stuff on them. Having worked on games, DF is art. Yeah, no, I agree. Plenty of people disagree, but there's also plenty of unsatisfiable weirdos in the video game space, so it's impossible to please everybody. So I still need to get a space set up for my outpost liaison. We are a capital now. You can do that. I mean, like, if I were to make a skull stockpile, I would literally just go to refuse and look up the body parts that I want of the type of creatures. So you'd allow all of these, or the specific types of creatures you want, and then the skulls and bones. So let's say teeth. Okay, well, I need to then go through each one of these and be like, okay, I want all cat skulls. Okay, I want all cat bones, and I want all cat shell. Yeah, definitely cat shells. I want all of the cat shells in this, like, and like, do you get it? So like, you basically do it like that, and then they make that little stockpile zone, and then you make crafts out of it. Yes, cat shells. For all of your cat shelling needs. Is it even a cat if it's never been shelled? I mean, I prefer to eat my cats shelled. I mean, if you have them with the shells still on, like, they just get, like, gross and crunchy, and no, not a fan of that. But also, like, bone crafts are virtually worthless, so I barely ever bother making them. They kind of became a meme for a little bit, thanks to Alexandra and Schleggings, but they're not worth much, so I don't generally bother with them. Yeah, I do definitely like to sharpen my hoe. That's probably a new 50 Cent lyric, too. Well, maybe not a 50 Cent lyric, but definitely a new Soulja Boy lyric. You just set it to bones and shells, and that seems to work. It generally does, yeah, but you just might want to turn off, like, intelligent creatures. Caught this legend online. Well, hello. I don't know if I'd call myself a legend, but congrats on making it to the Twitch side of things. I'm also glad that the turnaround time on this patch was quick. It's nice to have a fast turnaround time on a patch. Yes, cat shells. Definitely, cat shells. You heard it here first, folks. Fear the cat shells, just like you fear the Reaper. I feel like I really need a better, like, butchery section, because right now I have, like, a butcher shop in there, and that's it. I'm kind of thinking about putting some butchery stuff up here. And we're also going to fiddle with this minecart fuck up a little bit today, probably. Definitely spat out a drink. Started talking about cat shells. I mean, I wasn't expecting to see it either, but you just got your mug in the middle. Hello, Brent. Looks thin to thick and won't rub or fade. Easy to, number one. Well, hell yeah. My dad has the Vile Force of Darkness mug, which he keeps at work, and Skulls Make Totems. Totems are worthless and spook some dwarves. Some dwarves are startled by totems. I don't know. I guess I could sort of see the value of totems for like Forgotten Beast skulls, but even that, I don't know. Even that is like pushing it. When you get your stream rocking there, you're just like full screen. Put it back down. I mean, I can show off my exclusive You Have to Meet Me in Person merch. Meet me at TwitchCon and I'll give you one of these. The Forgotten Beast. Lethme Penolo has come. A towering blob composed of steam. It sells games and it has wings and it squirms and fidgets. Fear. It's summer sale. So it's on this level. Can it fly? Is the question. If it can fly, we will actually have to fight it, but it doesn't seem that strong. Oh. Maybe that's why the frame rate's been so low. We've got rodent women everywhere, and we got rodent people everywhere. Maybe we just need to, turn this, right, well, congratulations, Copper Roiled, or Copper Oiled, the Ratman, who, killed the Forgotten Beast made of steam, specifically by punching it in the body with her right hand, breaking away a piece of tissue. So I need to do some scientific research to fully explain the hysterity of this. So, the full size of a rodent person, the maximum size of a rodent person, is about 30% smaller than a dwarf. So, they are a maximum of 40,000 centimeters cubed. And what are they armed with? Wooden spears and shields. So they're not particularly threatening. If anything, I would say that they are borderline comically weak. So that's a thing. Also, I'm going to, I was gonna say, I'm going to dig a tunnel. I'm gonna build a cavern cleaning regiment here. Dig all the way up to there. Because now they are moving down to here. And into the water. I'm just gonna start, and also I'm just curious. 12 rodent men in the map. That's not too bad. It's most of them, even. They appear to be moving towards us. Slowly. I am terrified, chat. Don't worry about the fishmen. They're far away. But seriously, Irene, thank you very much for the 5-pack of gift subs. Helping us slowly recover back up to that 800, which we were at before the weekend started. Appreciate you. We lost it was like about 100 subs over the weekend. So thank you very much for helping keep that subscription alive. I might just exterminate chat, yeah, I will exterminate the cave fishmen. I set up a trap for them, which they are very uninterested in. Just for the frames. Cave. Fish. Man. Although I did already nerf them pretty heavily. There was about 700 of them on the map at one point. So, a human caravan has arrived. This is the jump, the pop up and then relocate screen to. So let's just get this going. So everything but mittens. Friends as in friends with lava? Because I can confirm they will, in fact, be friends with lava. So, a useful thing. If you have mandates, this is a button that I think nobody's noticed. If you have mandates, basically meaning, do you have nobles that are like, do not sell this item. I will put you to death or put you in prison if you sell this item. If you click this button, it removes them all from this list so you can't even transfer them. So as an example, I want to say that mittens aren't allowed. Yeah, see, there's a bunch of mittens down here. If I click this button, they just won't be listed. So if you don't want to accidentally sell your mittens because your king will put half of your fort in prison, just don't show them. Problem solved. Super easy. And also, if you see this icon, it means you can't sell them. So if you're in the trading screen and you see that icon, just deselect them. I'm also going to go to ammunition and trade everything that isn't metal. Because these damn elves keep bringing all of these fucking wooden arrows. And it's like, no, I don't want your chitchery arrows, thanks. Iron arrows, those are useful, so keep those. King has cold hands. True, maybe King's got poor circulation, you know, needs mittens. Oh man, they won't take corpses, will they? Sometimes factions take corpses. Let's see, do you take corpses? No, but they do take body parts. Double standards. So I'm just giving them all of these extra bones and crap for free. Basically. There's also one for, do not bring things that elves won't trade. For stockpiles specifically, which is quite useful. Everybody's just gonna get to stare at these dead goblins. I'm sure this is fine. The dwarves will love this activity. So I've seen a lot of people commenting that they're gonna come back to Dwarf Fortress now that this patch is out. Are you one of those people, chat? And if not, what are you waiting for you to come back and play the game again? And finishing Starfield or finishing Baldur's Gate is, in fact, a valid reason to take a long break from Dwarf Fort. I will not judge you for that. You find the new patch makes your soldier a lot happier? Gotcha. You finished your first War Sim run, DF is next. Did you enjoy it? You didn't even notice the patch? I gotta tell you, this patch has a lot of very important things in it. Specifically, this. This is all new. Also, oh shit. I didn't notice this. What's different between right now, chat, and and the previous versions? Does anybody here notice? It's got the date. That's cool. Still don't understand the sorting of this one. Actually, no, okay, so the most recent combat appears to be at the bottom now. Appears to be. Cool. You've had very little time for video games. I mean, see, here's the thing, right? Parenting in video games is the long game. Eventually, you just end up with infinite co-op partners if they like video games. How long have I been playing DF for? On and off since 2009. Picked an easy faction, normal difficulty, and got around a 100-year end date. Okay. Got a little bored at the end. Yeah, that sounds about right. I like the 25-year because I like to take my time and read a lot of stuff. And I find that by the end of the 25-year, it's like I'm ready to move on. And then I take like a 3-month break and wait until he adds a bunch of stuff, and then I go play more. Yes, there is. There is, in fact, a maximum number of tiles you can build up. Because, like, my map goes all the way up to layer 30. I can't build above layer 30, so you're limited by what your map is. So if your map, it goes up to layer 60, you can build all the way up to layer 60. And I want to say that you can go into advanced customization options and change that number. Do I do that? No. Can you? As far as I know, yes. When you play again, you'll make it a bit tougher. I will say that, like, War Sim can be very, 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 very different from run to run, but there's also a lot of things that are the same from run to run. There's a reason I do 1 or 2 runs a year of that game. But, like, I have 50 hours on it because, like, whenever the dev of that game adds stuff, there's so much new stuff every time that it's like, well, I guess I'm going to sink another 50 hours into this over the next year. It's just, it's a great game for the price, is all it really is. Would impact performance? I have a feeling that nothing is going to change about the map until we get the map rewrite. And the map rewrite isn't going to happen for a while because we need adventure mode to be in the game first. Hey, I see a melon. I don't see that sprite very often because they always end up in barrels. We're throwing another goddamn tantrum. God damn it. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, we all start at some point, right, Spud? But the whole point of the map rewrite is so that, and okay, so like right now, you know how there's rodent men in the basement? The game is currently tracking where they are and paying attention to them and knows exactly where they are and where they are going and what they're doing and what they're thinking, right? That's a large portion of the source of lag. From the way I understand the map rewrite is going to make it so that the game removes that from memory, allowing for a lot more to go on the screen because the game won't be loading as much in at any given time. That's the point of the map rewrite, which would, in theory, allow for us to not be locked in this weird square for fortress mode and be able to just kind of scroll off the map and see the rest of this world, theoretically, or a large portion of it from this map. Will they actually give us that level of freedom? I doubt it, but it would allow for things like off-site battles and such. A dog took over after you died? Okay. Can I ask which start you did? There's like dozens of endings that you can get depending on how much people like you. And they're all pretty funny. But yeah, no, War Sim is a really good like piece of video game comedy. The dev's a cool dude as well. Bandit King, it was very easy. Gotcha. I will say, like, one of the hardest ones is, like, I won the throne in a duel, or I won it in a gambling match, or I have an army of demons. Basically, the ones where everybody on your side hates you make War Sim very hard. Also, for anybody who's completely confused about what I'm babbling about right now, War Sim is this. It's a text-based kingdom management game. And it's kind of hysterical. Gets a little repetitive at times, but very easy to recommend as just like a game to fuck around with and goof off with. Like, it has 97% positive reviews. It's generally quite good. Also, somebody is saying that the developer harasses people who don't like the game. No, he doesn't. He asks them for feedback and how he can improve it. I don't think that's harassing. Somebody left a review on War Sims saying the developer harasses people who don't like the game. It's like, what? That's not true. I've seen what he does. He literally just like adds them and says, hey, what's some feedback I could have to like improve the game? I buy a bunch of pickaxes that I don't need to make them. I'm going to buy the meat. I'm going to buy the fish. I don't need the plants. I can buy those and those. Might as well buy the wool. Why not? Why not? What ammo did they bring? I'll buy the bronze bolts, silver bolts, copper bolts, iron bolts, and bronze bolts. Sweet. Can do that. All of the cheese. Sure, I'll buy the splints, save me from making some. Buy the crutches, save me from making some. Humans within reason in pursuit of toad poison juice and skunk parchment scroll. We will buy those. I will also buy the books and the papers and the trades. And they are happy with the trading. And nobody's going to prison, to my knowledge. No, I never really got into Battle Brothers. I'm kind of interested in that studio's next game, though, Menace. Just because of the setting. Generally, the way I work with games like that is, like, if I like watching them, then I'll get into them. Never really liked watching Battle Brothers. Yeah, when no one goes to prison for, like, breaking import rules. Okay, so that's 8 more bedrooms. I'm gonna make a little house for the outpost liaison, which is going to go right here. It's gonna need to be pumped full of quite a lot of valuable stuff, but I'm sure we can make that work. So that's the block that we're going to carve out of, and we're going to carve this. That. And this. That'll be the door. That'll be bedroom side. Can do some windows, probably. Move all of that. Gold floor. So for this playthrough, we are playing with minerals on the rarest possible setting. Meaning there is no gold floor. We're not going to get stuff like that because the only material I have on this map is iron. And before you ask, no, I don't have fluxstone. And that is largely by design. This playthrough is supposed to be pretty limited on what I'm able to do. It makes things interesting. All right, let's jump down to here. Move up through here and see, has all this been dug? Still working on it. What's fighting? Ravens. Ah, the ravens are attacking. Put all of my squads onto the agitation patrol, which patrols them around the top of the walls to kill those ravens. Ooh. That's fine. We'll see if that one starts to annoy me. Pop-up of, oh, baby animals. Because of course it would also apply to baby animals. Wouldn't be Dwarf Fortress if it didn't. I'm really curious how long it takes for the Steam page to be updated on Dwarf Fortress to say that it's compatible with Linux now. Oh, there it is. It's up. Look at this. It doesn't have minimum requirements, but it does say it's now compatible with SteamOS and Linux. I'm assuming that they're just the same as, you know. What's up with the nine angry dwarves, though? Why does everybody care? It's such a low percentage. It's actually a really good percentage. It's none of your beeswax, is what I'll say. Let's see what's up here. Assuming the rodents are still down there. Yep, they is. There you go. Mine that out. I've discovered a magma pool, really? Where? Are you sure that we've discovered that? I don't know if I count that as discovered, but regardless, I am going to start pumping lava into here, so let's wait until this dwarf is left. No, it's pretty. It's nice to just not have to I wouldn't say it's like the craziest change because like those are all settings that existed in the game previously. It's just previously you had to go into the game's files and edit a notepad file, Control F a bunch, and then restart the game. It's nice to just not have to reset the game. And you've been really worried? Why? Actually, having some criminals in your fort isn't a bad thing, and I'm doing that in almost air quotes. And the reason I say that is some dwarves like it when dwarves get punished for breaking the law, so it's okay to have a couple troublemakers. It's not quite Dwarf Fortress without a couple troublemakers. Okay, so now I just need this to get pulled. Oh, certainly. No, we're just here to colonize the rat people and remove them from their homeland. Naturally. Because we're dwarves, and that is what we do. Or something. Something, something dwarfy. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Sweet. If anybody would like a dwarf, I'm going to name some dwarves right now. Because what I actually mean is I'm going to put some dwarves into the military, and if you happen to also want a dwarf, it would be pretty easy for me to give you a dwarf current. So I'm just going to kind of go in order with no particular favorites, and I'm going to name them until I get bored. So that's how this is going to go. You get no choice. You just get what you get. You're here to free the rat people from their barbaric ways with lava, right, Ishmael? Weeb Trap is very stubborn and has little interest in joking around, often is nervous, does not often feel lustful, and tends to reveal personal information, tends to avoid any physical confrontations, and works to square this natural tendency with her respect of martial prowess, and she tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. She tends to hang on to grievances, and she has a greedy streak, and she prefers to present herself modestly, and she finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. She doesn't seek out excitement, and she doesn't handle stress, and she occasionally overindulges, and she finds obligations confining, though she is convicted by this for more than one reason. When she's bored, she constantly rolls her eyes, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. God, I hate people who roll their eyes constantly. It's so annoying in conversations. Like, true story. She personally respects the development of skill and doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship and dreams of raising families, flamleasels, like Silver and Tubage. Hates slugs and samesies, and prefers to consume giant wolf. Who doesn't? She's thin, skinny, and weak, and her large iris, narrow aquamarine eyes are bulging. She has a very deep voice, and her hair is clean shaven. She has a round chin, and she looks like Caillou. Her ears have large hanging lobes, and her lips are thin. Her eyelashes are short, and her hair is chocolate, and her skin is copper. She's humorless, anxious, and stubborn, not lustful, poor kinesthetic sense, high social sense, and is married somehow. And her husband is already here. And you know what? For funsies, you get to be married to Weeb Trap. He strongly prefers discussions and ideas of abstract concepts over handling specific practical issues. And congratulations, you are now being promoted from pump operator, you keep, to librarian. They're going to be one of our fiction writers or something. Assuming I can find the library. Where did I put? There is the library. Yoink. Boop. Now I'm just going to wait for the ad stand before I continue reading. You got laid via one message to the chat, but like your wife rarely feels lustful, so good luck with that. But you did get married. Pop into chat, say one thing. Well, I'm married. Also, you don't need to, like, censor words. It's fine. We're a big kid stream here. You can say naughty words like butt and not get yelled at. You might get glared at, but... You know, with a name like Swimming Carcass, me too, considering how much water is flowing around this fort and the number of, like, random drowning deaths we've had. Yeah, I'm also shocked that, like, you have not died yet. Like, genuinely kind of shocked. You know, okay, so Lies of P, video game about Pinocchio, right? Whenever I see the name of it, if I'm just, like, not paying attention or reading closely, my shitty eyesight always reads it as Life of P. Which, you know, probably because of the movie Life of Pi. But anyway, I would just like to remind everybody that there is a poster in Lies of P that is in the game files, but was removed from the game, that says all puppets are bastards. And all of the puppets that you fight in the first, like, area of that game are cops. And the first major boss is a cop. So I'm not saying that that game has radical politics, but I'm not into Souls-likes at all, or Souls games. But I'm suddenly, like, way more curious about that game and definitely going to watch some lore videos. Anyway, strongly prefers discussions and ideas of abstract concepts over handling specific practical issues. He has a great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger. So I do have to continue this slightly. If all puppets are bastards, then what is a CPAP? Anyway, has great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger, is a perfectionist, lives an orderly life, organized and neat, is grateful when others help him out and tries to return favors, could be considered rude, doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and doesn't handle stress well. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and it does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself, and he has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others, and he likes to take it easy, often acts with compassion. He dreams of mastering a skill, and personally is somewhat put off by trade and commerce, and finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort. Well, you're a scholar anyway. Likes chalk, brass, and rhodolite, and giant octopus leather, jute fabric, and leggings, and goblets, and goats for their eating habits, and the sound of the drums of style, and the sight of the queen of poets, and when possible prefers to consume pig, muck roots, and maize beer, and absolutely hates jumping spiders. He is thin and weak, and his very long beard is neatly combed. His sideburns are clean shaven. His very long mustache is neatly combed. His hair is clean shaven. He has a very round chin. His ears are extremely tall. His lips are very thin, and his emerald eyes have slightly large irises. It's straight facts. What, all puppets are bastards? Oh, totally. But that is considered radical politics, which is also probably why it got removed from the game. Has the bastard puppets? Lies of P. It's, you look at it and you're like, they made a Bloodborne. It's a that. Lies, not wives. Lies, lies, lies! This. Lies of P. It's a Bloodborne, but with Pinocchio and puppets that are apparently bastards. It's a Bloodborne, is what it is. Speaking of what it is and what it isn't, scrolling back up, who else wants a dwarf? Rock Jitsu. All right. Rock Jitsu. Did I spell that right? That was from memory. Is often inflamed by hatred and easily develops hatred towards things, finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, that doesn't work, and actively avoids exciting or stressful situations, does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations, and works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. He is slow to anger and likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. He is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture and doesn't try to get things done perfectly. Does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive sentiments and tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others. He can handle stress and often acts with compassion. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Dreams of raising a family and personally respects the law and sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish, and doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship. He likes pyrolusite, bronze, and onyx, and the color heliotrope and quivers and blue peafells for their coloration. You're a doctor. I'm probably going to add you to the hospital in a second. Also, Moses Ace Diamonds is a great name. He has a thin frame with some fat on it, and a long beard braided. His sideburns are clean shaven. His very long mustache is arranged in double braids. His long hair is neatly combed, and his round chin is protruding. His large iris slate gray eyes are wide set. His ears are somewhat tall, and his raw umber skin is slightly rankled. If I go over to here's and we scroll to here, I can add you to the hospital. You can be we'll just make you just a doctor. Question is where do be Rock Jitsu? Man, that would be a terrible idea, making the handless dwarf a doctor. That would be an awful idea, but kind of hysterical. Hold on. Rock Jitsu, I'm going to add some exclamation points to here so you're easier to spot. Even though you don't really like Souls-likes, it's got a good look to it. It really does have a good look to it, Presme. But I've also heard that it's brutally difficult and very much one of those types of games, which makes me go meh. All right, well, we've acquired new dwarfs, meaning I'm gonna get back to building bedrooms, amongst other things. It also makes me wonder if they've pulled that lever yet. Ah, they have. Perfect. So, I'm now just going to double check to make sure there isn't lava going where it's not supposed to, which is good. And here go the lava. If you attack and then quickly press block, you have to wait for the attack animation to be finished before the block happens. Yeah, I don't know. I have no thoughts on those types of games because I do not play them because... Like, there are certain types of games that I really enjoy, and I know that I really enjoy, but I just kind of generally try to not play them because I know that because of how terrible my eyes are, I will be painfully bad at it and not be able to get good enough at it to finish it, right? And this goes for a lot of different types of games. This goes for like bullet hells. This goes for a lot of games that advertise themselves as roguelikes, a lot of run-based games. Very much fall under that for me, where it's like, I would love to play that game. Like, that game looks awesome, but I know I don't have the physical capabilities to, and I've just kind of accepted that. But every now and again, I'll bash my head against it. Like, I've been playing, I played like, I don't know, half an hour of this yesterday because I finally caved and bought it after watching Race of X video on it. It's very, very, very good. It's literally just run-based it's just Infinite Miami. That's all it is. It's Hotline Miami, but it's Infinite. With a really good, like, kind of theme to it. I really, really, really like that. But, like, I don't usually clear the first floor. Are those rocks melting? They'll melt once they sit in the lava for a little bit. Yeah, some of them are starting to melt. It takes them a little bit. They have to sit in the lava for quite some time, and they're being pushed by the lava right now, so they're not actually sitting. They might get stuck in this corner and then start melting. See? Yeah, a bunch just melted. That's all. This is one that melted. Also, Infinite Miami sounds like an SCP thing. What's worse than Miami? Infinite Miami. Actually, what's worse than Miami? Not much, real. Infinite Florida, yeah. Speaking of Florida, did you guys hear about Florida man gets rescued from a hamster wheel again? Ah, we found a dead peasant because of the river. We should probably get those dealt with. Yeah, so there's a dude from Florida who's been trying to take his hamster wheel across the Pacific Ocean. Anyway, this is not his first time. This is definitely like his manyth attempteth. It's like it's fifth. Yeah, land. Okay, initially he was trying in the Pacific. I can't remember where he was trying to go initially. He was on the other side of the ocean initially. But this time he's like, this is his first attempt to get to Great Britain. And he lasted for 4 days. There was one time he... Yeah, walk across the Pacific. Hold on. This. Anyway, he says that he's a peace activist. And says that he's just trying to prove that you can complete your dreams if you keep trying. What's funny is he's like actually proving the opposite. Because he's failed every single time. Guy would die of heat stroke in the Pacific. Yeah. Anyway, he's built like several of them now. And keeps attempting it. So, lava is about to start dumping down into here. So this will hopefully liberate the ratmen of their natural habitat. And will allow us to inhabit the caverns properly. As any good dwarf should. Also, Liberated Ratmen is my new punk band, by the way. It's a very ineffective death wish, is what I will say. Also, because there is a lava pool over here, I'm just gonna... You know what? Actually, we're just gonna dig over to here. Make this look a little nicer. I just want to see where this lava pool is, because I know it's over here. I want to see how big it is and where it is exactly. Yes, the Bonester is still, in fact, alive, Bone. Death by Ham. Ooh. How about Oceanic Death Ball? Definitely like a death metal band. Maybe Terminal Death Ball, because that also kind of works. Ratman Aquatic? No, the water's just not deep enough for them to drown. So they're just having a bath. I wonder if they're getting swimming skills. You know, no apps are allowed to send me push notifications on my phone, but every now and again, I think the Patreon app just, like, protests and sends me, like, 50. An artifact was seen being stolen by whom? Bastet! I love how... Wait, hold on. Yeah, I love how it's always my cops that end up stealing my artifacts. That's funny. Police corruption is a real bitch. It's very funny. Whenever it happens. It's like, well, that's fitting. Kind of deal. Uh-oh. It's gonna send a lot of crap flying. The better question is, why is the minecart not where it's supposed to be? Oh, it is. Okay, never mind then. Let's just get all of this crap removed. Short task. Got a bunch of calls of disorderly conduct. We haven't interrogated Bastet just yet. Fortunately, you're easy to interrogate because you're right here. Wait, hold on. The moon! The truth!
Shenanigans continue.
The written portion consists of a 134-page manual entitled The Moon, The Truth. The writing has a very serious tone to it. This seems like dwarven conspiracy theories. Now that's mean to poor Bastet. Hail the HMS Hamster. I'm in on that, Servant of Varmok. I'm in for that. But the moon, the truth. That's good. I like that. Where's my captain? Cappy Dwarf. There you is. The Fenced Beans of Oil is maybe still one of the best titles I've seen. Puphead. Clobbered Net. The Fenced Beans of Oil. Although currently we are interrogating the dwarf that just got beaten for committing crimes. The Fenced Beans of Oil. Mm-hmm. Beware his deadly stench. All right, well that's gonna be a loop going on for a while. Also some teeth on the floor in the tavern. I'm sure that's fine. And a dead dwarf. Oh no. Maybe get rid of that. Anyway, let's get back to what we were doing. I'll go to the lava. Lava go with goodeth. Sorry, Ratman. Talk about, like, frogs in boiling water. As a rare breach ratio of normal dwarf 10 to 1. You know you can completely disable them in difficulty settings, right? It's like the first option in custom difficulty settings. Just turn them off if you don't want them. But it also depends on the world. I mean, it varies wildly from world to world. Maybe you've just got a world that happens to be infested with were creatures. I mean, that sucks, but... Also, 326 total Partner Plus points, meaning we only need 24 more to be guaranteed to get Partner Plus October 30th. That's because I don't see it coming. They're just having a little swim. Rafael, thank you very much for chucking out a gift. A Wharf Fest. Wharf West. War of West. There you go. War of West. It's like War of the West and War of the East. Guy Gitsby's. But yeah, no, it'll be nice because starting on the 1st of October, I will get 70% of all Tier 1 subscriptions, meaning all of you guys subscribed at Tier 1 will officially be giving 20% less money to Amazon, which is kind of cool. A lot of Twitch partners are going to be getting that, though. It's not too difficult to get it. Like, I've been asking around to see, like, how many people I know are going to be getting it, and it's a decently high number. How to cover the entire... You flooded a large cave several times and the floor was completely covered with mud. Moss grows under the dirt but not on it. You try to remove the dirt. Turn on ASCII mode and very quickly you'll realize that it's a graphical thing. In a lot of places, there is moss growing, but it shows the dirt tile instead of the moss. So if there's moss growing under the dirt, it's growing moss. There is moss there. I would say don't worry about visually showing stuff because Dwarf Fortress doesn't always visually show the thing at the top that you want it to. It's just kind of how the game works. So I would just not worry about it too much. Tolis, hello. It's good to see you. That's just going to fill up with lava. Potentially. You are a crappy miner. Skilled? Sure. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally is repelled by the idea of honesty. Not sure I like you all that much. Hello, Minstrel. It's good to see you, mate. Well, we've almost caught up with yesterday's player count cap, which was 1,040. Good few hours before yesterday's player count cap. It'd be nice if Dwarf Fortress starts averaging like 1,500 players again, instead of like 1,000. And then like 800 during the weekdays. I guess we just need a couple nice quality of life patches and people will come back a bit. Artifact was seen being stolen. By whomst? Some human swordsman. We will convict you. I think I just convicted the correct person. Which is my fancy shoe. I may just tell them to kill him. has quarters in my fort, so maybe I shouldn't. Still trying to interrogate that one dwarf, which doesn't seem to be going so hot. Do I not have a captain of the guard right now? Or a dungeon master? I do. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take these guys off of training. See if the rest of them go help, because they're supposed to. Cover wounded, report crime. Interrogate. Hopefully they get to it. All right, let's go down to here. Do this, this, and this. Clother's been found dead. Well, good. Excellent. Two more bedrooms. Not the best use of space, but guess I could make this a little bit. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to do this way. Make a large bedroom back here and make this one for the outpost liaison. Although that down there is supposed to be for the outpost liaison. So maybe I'll just make a big bedroom there. Let's do this. It's too small. Let's do this. Make some nicer bedrooms. This down here. I can get this unforbidden. And I can build right here. Then I can build on top of this roof. Slutstone? That's not what that says. Act like an adult and be treated like one in this chat. Kind of acting like a child. Will make me scold you. I'll just put some bookcases in here. Just gonna throw it in here because they look nice. You too, Laya. And let's do that and that. Discovered a unusual volcanic wall studded with gems. I guess we found that. So you right here can get filled in with whatever. So now we know where this is. Also an easy lava pumping area. Could make a very big lava reservoir here if I needed to. I mean, I am currently pouring lava everywhere, so I don't really need it. It is slowly doing its thing already. I have to keep track of it. That is the plan, but that takes I'm doing it properly, which is going to take a lot of preparation. I was originally planning on starting a new fort today, but then chat kind of made it clear that they wanted me to go too deep. So I was like, well, okay, I can do a couple 13-hour streams back to back and get that done. It's just going to take a little bit. Like, there's a VOD that I've been waiting to put up on YouTube for a couple of days because it's a very, very, very long VOD. And the reason it hasn't gone up yet is because it's an 11-hour VOD, and every time I try to put it up, YouTube is just like, this video is taking longer to process than normal. And it's like, ah, cool. Well, can you please process this 11 hours of footage for a third time? I will try a third time. And I will keep trying until it works properly. But turns out, YouTube doesn't like processing very, 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 very long VODs all the time. In fact, often I would say it doesn't like processing them. You will know. That's all I'll say. Will there be an explicit spoiler warning? No, because I don't do that. But you will know. You'll be able to figure it out. It's not too hard to figure that sort of stuff out. It's pretty clear when that stuff is happening. So you know how we were talking about kitten shells earlier? I read that as kitten shell. Not kitten skull. Anyway. Cap on video length? Yeah, it's like 40 hours. And only for non-partners, I think. I mean, I know they restricted them on non-YouTube partners a little while ago, but no, I can absolutely still put up to 12-hour videos. Although YouTube is asking me to verify that it's me again, which means I need to type in my password, which is fun. I don't know why YouTube does this to me so frequently now. It's like, verify that this is you. Yes, it is definitely me. Nobody else on my channel. That's why I change my password every 3 weeks. I change my passwords frequently enough that I've locked my parents out of things and I've given them accounts for without even thinking about it. Yeah, from recently harvested tortoise shells. You guys want to see the YouTube algorithm kind of going nuts for no reason? This is a short. It was getting like 9 to 10 views an hour, and then boom! I don't know why. Also not really going nuts, but... Yay! Popping off! Woo! Alright, let's unpause the game. Also, I will say that YouTube has been... Like, it's really funny seeing people going, man, it's sad to see YouTube declining. As somebody who's been uploading videos to YouTube as long as I've been making content, YouTube has been declining since, like, 2009. Basically. Like, people have been like, it's like an annual thing. Oh no, YouTube's dead. Anyway, I just realized that my Farmers Guild is called the Company of Cats. That's a thing. Also, do I not have a Farmers Guild? I thought I did. Not that I named it, of course. Maybe I just had one and then didn't complete it. Definitely possible. So that's those two. It's Craftsdwarfs, yep. The Ranger Guild, that's Hospital. Okay, so I do in fact have a guild hall for the Company of Cats. They need it to get up to 30,000 value, I assume then. A Grand Guild Hall, yes. Okay, so I need to increase the value of this to 30,000, which isn't that much. Of a shift. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to deconstruct these walls. and build gem windows. A cat cafe? That's just a tavern with a bunch of cats pastured in it. That's all it is. I'm gonna try and collect as many different types of cats as possible. Well, that's a bad sound. I'm assuming it's caverns, otherwise... Oh. How did they get in? Right, well, we've got voracious cave crawlers. Oh, I see how they got in. I missed a ramp. Oh, fuck. So, you remember how I said that I'm trying to do this intelligently? What I mean by that is... They were spotted by a dog. I can just lock this door and prep for the fight. To make you shudder? Yeah, no, that's fair. So we've got rodent men on voracious cave crawlers with tunnel tube blow darts. We've got rodent men and rodent women on elk birds. And war jabberers. What are those creatures? Oh, so these are third level cavern creatures. These are trained creatures. So if you've never seen a jabberer before, imagine like a velociraptor that also is like bred with a turkey. She has a low sense of self-esteem and tends to share her own experiences. It's a large monster that lurks in the caverns deep under the earth. It uses its wide beak to reach down and pluck up unsuspecting intruders. They're quite dangerous, but cave crawlers, or voracious cave crawlers, this is just a wild one, I think, are huge cave monsters with hundreds of feet moving along the bottom of its long body in place of a head. It has an enormous, toothy maw. So that's those are our voracious cave crawlers and cavern critters. So, like I said, I'm gonna bring the whole military down. This is an artifact door. It sucks to be Bomb Rex, poor dog, who's now dead. Rest in peace. He died too young. So they are assaulting the door, or attempting to. I definitely need to pen a dog, like, right here so that we can keep an eye on what's going on around here. But this doesn't look to be too bad. Think of it as a terror bird? Pretty much, yeah. But we are going to let them in. So there's going to be a volley of arrows. And my soldiers are going to attack gleefully. And hopefully effectively. I'm also sending in my Marks Dwarves, so here they go. All right, so not too many. Bolts already flying. I've got a ghostly human that has risen, which, let's see if that fits in this screen. Now, I just resized my screen slightly. Sorry about that. Let's see if I can fix that. There we go. Ghosts. Ghost. Where is the ghost screen? I know that there's a... Okay, it's still grayed out. The ghost screen, like, doesn't work for me all the time. So Casper, up here at the front, strikes the goblin bowman in the head with a steel shield through the iron helm. The force pulls the neck, tearing apart the fat and bruising the spine's nervous tissue. My tissue is very nervous as well, I'll have you know. Most recently, kicked a goblin bowman in the right hand with his right foot, and the injured part collapses. The dwarves are pushing through. We have not yet lost any dwarves. In fact, my dwarves are pushing through quite effectively. There's bits and pieces of war jabberer on the ground down here. I'm going to select one of these rodent men and see what's going on with them. The most recent thing that happened to them is Dungeon Master kicked the Rodent Man's spearman in the left lower arm with his left foot, bruising the bone. The Force pulls the left elbow, tearing apart the muscle and bruising the bone, and tearing apart the muscle and bruising the bone. I have a part in this, he says the Ratman. This might require an answer. You have a DF question. Do dwarves like having stone doors, chests, and cabinets more than wooden variants? They like value. The higher value the item, the happier they are. They don't care about material particularly. Dwarves continue to shove through the wall of jabberers. Some of the jabberers are starting to run away in fear. Aerith is in a martial trance, one of our dwarves. It appears that Maggot is in multiple pieces. By that I mean his arm is gone. His whole left arm is gone and his right foot is gone. Anyway, he's dead now, so that's very sad. Were you fighting with Maggot? Yes. So it appears that the War Jabberer basically grabbed him with his jaw, bit him in the lower body, and started to look sick. I would too if I had to eat a dwarf. Latched on firmly, and then the War Jabberer broke the grip of the Bow Dwarf's teeth because the Bow Dwarf bit him, and then the Bow Dwarf bites the Jabberer a couple of times, and then the Bow Dwarf bites the Jabberer in the head, but the Bow Dwarf, or the Jabberer, kills him by ripping his limbs off. The dwarves continue to push through the last few of the Jabberers, and the fight appears to be coming to a close with only one casualty on our side. Rest in peace, Maggot. I'm also going to send the soldiers out this way, just to check for any stragglers. And there's a ghost down here. Hi, Obak. Send all the dwarves back up for training. Ral, the Bow Dwarf, has been found dead, so we have lost a handful of dwarves. Jabberers are pretty tough, admittedly. All right, so let's go through here and take a look at all the ghosts that we have and memorialize them. So I've got 2 of them right now, which is largely like the source of the upset dwarves I have around. Is all of these ghosts that we have just hanging around. It's going to feed his namesake. Oh, there you go. Become one with the maggots. Feel the pulse of the maggots. Back up to the... guild hall down here. And I put one of these. There you go. That'll work. Got no thrones. Let's give some iron thrones. Maybe 15. No, because Slipknot might sue me. Because fans of Slipknot are maggots. As somebody who stitched a Slipknot patch onto his vest last night, yeah, Slipknot fans might... Slipknot might have a word. But the goal is to simply get this... Oh, it already is grand. Well, that's good. Simply putting these 2 tables in was enough. All right. Finally, interrogated that dwarf. We still need to interrogate Bastet. Also gonna need to get these dwarves out of the river sooner rather than later. We're making decent progress. Probably just pull the lever. Get this whole thing flooded down. Is there any strategy for improving or disproving visitors? What define improving? That is a non-question. I don't know what you mean by improving. Are going to need to elaborate a little bit. I think I'm just going to forbid all this stuff now. I think I've gotten all the bodies out of here, which is the main priority. Approving or disproving? And don't ever tell me to read that again, XD. But I still don't understand the question. What do you mean by approving or disproving? Do you mean you want to turn them off? See none of them? Don't allow them. Very simple. Or are you asking which ones do I approve or disprove? You're going to need to elaborate on the question. Kind of a lot. But yeah, Spud, so I'm legally blind. My eyes are trash. I usually have to read things 2 to 5 times to actually read them correctly. So I'm aware that my eyes are trash. Telling me in a joking manner to reread a thing is just mean. So if you are just mean to me, I will be mean in response. Which is a thing that turns some people off of my streams, but I don't actually care that much. There you are. This is the one who stole stuff, who's still here from the looks of things. Subject repleted that the Goblin Pilgrim Tholteg, the Honorable Salve, corrupted the subject in order to have an agent in Starfield. So where are you then? Are you still here? Lure the Goblin. Yep, you are in fact still here. Hopefully we can get you arrested. This is a legendary trapper, hey? Is currently getting beaten by my military. And drops a bunch of teeth and a spear and a shield. Excellent, he's unarmed. Joy sacks. Mm-hmm. Got tons of visitors asking for why should you approve them or disprove them? Do you want to approve them or not approve them? I guess to like re-answer your question, it is generally just vibes. Do you want to approve them? Then approve them. Do you not want to approve them? Then don't approve them. Dwarf Fortress isn't a game about strategy, really. Like it is a strategy game. Dwarf Fortress is a game about telling stories strategically. So tell a story you want to tell. I usually don't allow humans into my fort because making human-sized clothing is kind of tedious. They exist in your fortress, and that's about it. Right? Like there's a lot of questions about Dwarf Fortress that are genuinely difficult to answer because I don't always actually have an answer for you, especially when they're really general like that. Just trying to entertain each other? Yeah, and then you have to specifically approve bedrooms for them too. But if you want to completely ignore that feature, Go to all of your zones, like your temples, and click this button. This button right here. And then you'll get no visitors. You'll get citizens and long-term residents only. All visitors welcome, citizens, long-term residents only, or citizens only. So if you set that button, then you won't get any visitors for that particular zone. This is a very popular god, so I get a lot of visitors for this particular god. My tavern's quite popular, so I get a lot of visitors for my tavern. You can do the same thing in your tavern. Turn that off. No logical reasoning? Well, there you go. Sometimes you just feel like you want to have some visitors. And trust me, I can understand that. Well, I really need to get all of these shields out of here. How goes the burning? Do they stay forever until you tell them to leave? Yes. If you approve them, they will stay until you tell them to leave. If you don't approve them, they will stay until they get bored and wish to leave. And if you approve them, they will stay for a year. It's approximately a year, but sometimes a little bit longer. It depends on how happy they are. And if they like living there, then after a year, they will eventually ask for permanent residency, which just allows them to live in your fortress forever and become a normal citizen. And then you can give them normal jobs and whatnot. Now the question is, do I want to seal this off? Kind of. I'm just going to start placing slabs like everywhere. Oh, and I've got an artifact being worked on. We should check on you. Why are you hauling pigtail cloth if that's not an item you're hauling for the artifact? Oh, because it is. Never mind. What do you need? Ah! Right. 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 Cool. How long have you been making this artifact, Saxul? Awesome. Is he making a tent? He's making a very old bug. Ghost has been put to rest. Well. If he finishes it, he finishes it. If he doesn't, he doesn't. I'm not going to worry about it too much either way. It's all pigtail cloth. I'm also not going to read the full description because I don't feel like... I actually had an artifact that I'm pretty sure was longer than Plain Pact. Monster hunters like run off into the caverns and fight with random creatures and usually just die. They're good because they drop their gear when they die and then you get free gear, which can be pretty good sometimes. I think mercenaries are more useful because they can be assigned to your military. So I personally like having mercenaries more than monster hunters, but yeah, I would say that they're not the most useful. Someone I know is streaming EverQuest for some reason, and I'm very confused. Like, original EverQuest. Like, holy shit, people still play EverQuest. Druid Feigler, thank you very much for the 5th month. Welcome back. Yeah, mercenaries are the ones for the purpose of soldiering because they're basically like already partially trained soldiers, and you can just immediately chuck them into the military. We're about to trade again. I kind of have a hard time caring about these artifacts, so I'll just let him keep doing his thing. Although I will turn off automatic weaving to slow it down. No automatic weaving. So stop weaving. Keep having random people sneak around your fort looking for something. They're trying to steal your artifacts. It's quite literally what they're trying to do. Right, how do I want to deal with this? Let's just go this way. So what I would do is set up like a patrol of some sort so that they get spotted when they try to steal your artifacts. I think having dudes steal your artifacts is quite a bit of fun. But you don't really... You want to be aware of it when it's happening, is what I would advise. All right, trying to get this cut back ever so slightly. And the sidewall of your car tile, and you're gonna take care of that. I don't know what that means because I know very little about cars, but hopefully it's an easy fix and doesn't cost you much. Where's my migrants? We're supposed to get traders at this time of years. Sentry pig, sentry animal. It doesn't matter the animal. Although if the animal is trained in hunting, they get an extra 30 view tiles. So they get to see. They see further than animals that aren't trained in hunting. What is with this lag? Ah. Well, I just sort of spoiled myself on what the lag is. Makes sense, though. It was a very legitimate suspicion. I don't know. Do you guys know what just showed up and why the game is lagging? Did you guys see that screen? We're about to get attacked. Here, I'll just show you again because I kind of spoiled myself accidentally. See those top three? By a Windows update? No, I make sure to update when I'm not streaming. War bears, yep. But we should get a teleport to and pause when it's discovered. Should. I've got elite Mark Dwarves? Oh, that's cool. I feel like I should just swap all of my bow dwarves over to Mark Dwarves, though, because they do seem to be way more effective than bow dwarves, but we'll see. Damn. Dwarves are doing pretty well. You need a farmer's workshop and a bucket to milk animals. You know what? We'll just take this off. Satisfied after teaching tanning. It's good to see that my dwarves are actually doing their gerbs and teaching people things. In the places that they are supposed to do that. I will say that sudden lag spike is generally a pretty good sign that there are elves on your map or something is about to attack you. Because the game has to figure out where all them critters is. Hundreds of them? Yeah, I think I'm gonna stick to my strategy of simply nerfing the cavern creatures into oblivion whenever I end up on a map that makes a lot of them show up, because I'm just not a fan of how quickly they spawn. Frankly, I think it's a bit silly. Just a bit, you know. I'm making space for my outpost liaison. Anybody who's wondering what's up? You don't always need to literally kill the lag with fire. Sometimes, though, yeah. All right, Countess of Mountain Myths. Section of cavern is collapsed, excuse me. Well, guess I did that poorly. There we go. The game's supposed to teleport too, but I suppose not. All right, so that is a non-trivial number of elves. Let's see how many it is, because the game doesn't actually tell you. So it is just 85 plus 19 horses plus 19 bears. So I'm going to just lock the dwarves inside, or tell the dwarves to go the fucking doors, and see if we can use a big drop on them. Because who doesn't want to get a big drop on them? You know what I'm saying? I feel like getting a big drop on them would be quite amusing. Because everybody likes to get the drop on somebody, you know what I'm saying? It will probably destroy my trading depot, but, I mean, in order to complete this, we must crush some things. Chat, I am going to really quickly use the toilet. So give me like, I don't know, 90 seconds tops. It is not possible to, there's that, wait, hold on, what? I don't know. Too lazy to try in regards to the rodent people. But let's pay attention to this. I could do, I mean, I could do the science. Exterminate rodent man. Rodent. This is dumb science. Yeah, you're right. I can't exterminate rodent men. Somebody at DF Hack should, you need to add quotation marks. No, you don't. Not for any of the other creatures, you don't. Alright, let's get the drop on them if we can. Shoutouts to the puking goblin. Say, are you stuck there, Dwarf? Seem kind of stuck. Hope you're gonna become kind of flat. Baroness Consort of Clan Trade has been found dead. Not a member of my fort, just some visitor. This human scholar Situ, who's currently in the process of attempting to leave. Can I just, like, talk about how old this human is for a second? What is the human lifespan? They can live up to 120? I did not know that. Huh. Also, did you know some dwarves like humans for their stature? I just learned that. That is an old man. You should run away. Now, I could throw my Mark's dwarves up here. Just to deter them a little bit. Struck an elf in the upper leg, bruising the bone, using a bronze bolt. He says, "This is a fight. I laugh in the face of death." Continues firing bolts down. See what else he's hit. Manticore hit a grizzly warbear in the upper body, tearing the muscle and bruising the false ribs. So a good number of them are in here. We are going to get the drop on them in a moment. So if you've never seen the big drop, Tackrell, you have a good night. Thanks for hanging out today. If you've never seen the big drop, now is a good time to look up and pay attention. Take note. And if this doesn't end the elven assault, we'll have to do it manually. Well, I mean, actually, no, then we just use the second shot. And I'm going to hold on to this so we can see it. I need somebody to pull the lever. Ral, what are you doing? Oh, I know what's happening. I got some migrants, didn't I? Oops. A few of them, even. Quite a few of them. Guys, turn. You really shouldn't be going this way. Well, at the very least, the lever's getting pulled. Who's pulling the lever, Kronk? I'm gonna end up killing a bunch of my own dwarves with this, but that's part of the fun. Maybe I should cancel the lever and just send in the military, because I'm actually not sure why. Oh, they're probably going for this, aren't they? I think I will wait until the drop has happened. Which is kind of brutal. We're losing quite a few dwarves, but that's fine. It's nothing we can't survive. Going to bring the military down here. Check the lever. Where is the lever puller? Sombre. Okay, so the original lever puller canceled the job. So it's going to take a while. I am just going to cancel the lever pull. It's taking too long. Instead, I'm just going to simply send in the squids. This is going to be a lot of quite the bloodbath. Bit of a test of our military, if you will. But the military is coming down, hopefully soon. The civilians are already fighting the elves off at the gates. There's much blood. We've lost about, I don't know, 15 dwarves. None of them named, which is all right. I'm not actually sure why all of the dwarves started running in here. I need to figure this out. Probably due to the fact that this was here, but I need to figure that out. I can't train them if they're hostile regardless. Oh, that's not a good time for that to show up. The military is moving forward, however. And I'm going to add you guys to the crossbows patrol. Sending the bow dwarves up to the place they need to be. This is a bit of a mess. But I don't think the siege is going to last much longer. We're already chasing them back. We haven't lost any military dwarves of value, so that's good. Just civilians. Yeah, the elves are already leaving. The problem is, are they on the same side as the traders? I'm not actually sure. Yeah, they're already leaving. Whoopsies, wrong button. Yeah. Also, for the people who keep asking me about, like, the handful of upset dwarves in this fort, the reason for that is pretty simple, actually. I'm not going out of my way to be super protective about sieges. I am too good at this game, right? And that sounds really rude when I say that, but it's kind of true. I can very easily build forts that are permanently, like, impenetrable and all the dwarves are always happy. And I find that to be one thing. Not even remotely interesting or fun. So I kind of go out of my way to build forts sometimes that are full of problems and strife because I find it more interesting. It's more fun to play. It gives you more problems to manage. So I'm kind of okay with this. This gives me something to deal with. Problem to fix, if you will. You're basically just like, I mean, I play Dwarf Fortress more like a god game, so yeah. All right, so we're going to go back down to here and put more tombs in. Yeah, let's do that. Pretty close. And also, we got no merchants. That's a shame. Stupid elves trait scared our merchants away. So instead, I'm going to go to ammo. And I'm going to go to everything that is wood. Under ammo. Dump, 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 dump. Dump, 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 dump. Anything that doesn't have the meltdown icon is wood. So anything that can't be melted down will be thrown away. Although it is very unfortunate that we lost so many of the children. How many of them do I have left? Oh, plenty. It highly depends on your CPU, Wade Master. It depends on what you consider to be manageable and the population you want to run, right? So, and it also depends wildly on fort to fort. Like, different forts run at different speeds. I can't tell you numbers because I don't have them. I'm sure those numbers exist, but it depends on the CPU that you're running. And also what you consider to be, like, moderately acceptable FPS. Like, I've had people tell me that, like, 30 FPS is unplayable, which I don't agree with. I think that 30 FPS is perfectly playable for Dwarf Fort. Don't even remotely agree with that sentiment, actually. Sure, I'll bring in a Monster Hunter, why not? Yeah, but my frame rate is 20 to 45 on, like, a very high-end CPU, right? I have a brand new Ryzen 7. So, like, I literally, it's from the most recent line, and I bought it, like, not even 2 months ago. If you add quotation marks, they seem to be only creatures requiring them. Because, like, that's the old school requirements, right? For, like, old DF hack commands. That's got to be, like, an oversight on DF hack's side. We had some DF hack people in here earlier. They should, like, take a look at that. All right, well, this is going to be a bunch of hauling for a little bit. Fortunately, they don't have far to go. They literally just have to go down to here. I should make this stockpile bigger. Make this process faster. It's mostly just a matter of I need to get the bodies out of the entryway. That's the primary priority here. We also appear to be getting attacked by eagles. Yeah, no, your speed is based on the speed of your CPU and what you're willing to tolerate. Like, I like Sethados, who made Arch Crystal. He's totally fine with playing the game at 4 FPS. And he considers that to be acceptable and fine. Because he plays Dwarf Fortress like an idle game. Just lets it run overnight, right? So it depends on what you're willing to tolerate. Yes and no. I mean, DF hack can fix problems that you've caused. Commands like exterminate, right? And stuff like that. Like if you have 400 like fishmen in your basement, which we had in this fort earlier, yeah, it'll drive your frame rate down and you can use that to exterminate them. But there are methods of just not running into those problems in the first place, which is generally what should be the goal. Generally what should be the goal is just don't run into those problems in the first place. I really need to do this. Needed to do this for a minute. Do not walk here, you numbskulls. Anyway. Yeah, because they're trying to path and they're thinking. It's kind of it's the main reason why some areas in adventure mode can get so laggy. For those of you who've never played adventure mode, in cities in adventure mode, you'll have like a frame every 5 minutes, maybe. In the busy cities, which have like 10,000 entities in them, right? And I was talking to Tarn about that. I was asking if he'd like thought about any. This is in an older interview of if he'd worked on any like ways of improving that, or if he had any plans for like premium. And you know what he literally said was, he's like, currently the working plan is to turn their brains off so they can't think, because the thinking is the cause of the lag in most cases, which I think is very funny. Turns out, chat, thinking lags the world. How dare they have the right to think? I don't know, I love that. I just think it's very funny. Get it? Think? Ha! Anyway. Literal brain lag. Yes. It's all of that mind fog. Brain.exe has stopped working. Yeah, because it's been manually disabled by the developer. Which is fantastic. I don't know. I don't know how many of you guys listened to the talk I put up on the YouTube channel with Putnam, though. But that one patch note about removed issue where some creatures would crash the game because they were migrating. And they don't even know what creatures were crashing the game. They just know that it was some of them. Which is interesting. We appear to be getting attacked by wild boars, ravens, and one of my cougars is fighting with them. So this is what happens if you have, because we were talking about guests earlier from the caverns. If you have guests and they stay for a while and they're happy, they will eventually ask to stay permanently like this. So Moldath Diapir wants to become a permanent resident. So welcome, Moldath Diapir. You are now a permanent resident, meaning I can find Moldath Diapir. Moldath. Where's Moldath? This one. I think it's this one. Yeah, Moldath Diapir, who's the Baron Consort of Bell's Jumped, who's currently helping us haul stuff. But you're a Baron Consort. You should just go home. Your wife, Ezem, who you are probably hiding from, lives pretty far away, and you have many apprentices in the fortress, several of which are already dead. So that's great. How's MMO Junkie doing, actually? MMO Junkie was one of the most stressed out dwarves in the fort. Doesn't seem that bad these days. Also, I was going to check how... my most recent addition to the librarians is. You keep. Discussing negative quantities. As a negative quantity myself, I love that this is being discussed. Seems to enjoy it. Content after discussing bandages. Content after discussing negative quantities. Glum after getting into an argument, probably about negative quantities. After discussing social behavior, learning about... okay, so this dwarf is a happy scholar. And exhilarated after having intellectual discussions with acquaintances. Just hoping your scribe writes something. Scribes don't write things, they copy things. So, if I find Tellin, I can't actually tell you how much you've copied. But I can tell you that there are 9 books in the library, including copies, which means a lot of them have been stolen. Also, how much sheet do I have in the fort currently? I have 13 sheet. Okay, let's make 13 quires so that you can do more writing. I could start up a paper industry, but currently I just don't feel like it, to be honest with you. I think also, yeah, okay, so we do have some copies, which were possibly done by you. Currently, you are socializing in the tavern. You saw an elf tell the story of the formation of the Born Cruelties in the midsummer of 78 at the Silvery Tummy, and it is interesting. I mean, you're a writer hanging out in the tavern. That sounds about right, frankly. This dwarf is pissed. Doesn't feel anything while crying on a priest. Word. Meditates on fate. Me too. Some dwarves are placing items in tombs. Doesn't say what you're placing in a tomb yet. You haven't picked it up. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. This one is a traitor. Chat, would you like a dwarf? Raise your hand in chat if you would like a dwarf. I will name a couple dwarves until I get bored. They're probably going to be scarred for life within minutes of walking into the fort. Gathering inspiration. Damn right. Today was the first day you wrote in 4 days. Well, there you go. Patolus. Holus Patolus. He is very rarely moved by curiosity and almost never feels discouraged. He is not easily hit or develop negative feelings. He tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to spread his natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. He tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. And he has a little interest in joking around and likes to keep his things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. And he is often nervous and sometimes tearful and tends to avoid crowds. He tends to reveal personal information and he occasionally overindulges. And he is troubled by this since he values self-control. He thinks he is fairly important in schemes of things. And he's trusting and takes offered help and gets without feeling particularly grateful. And tends to ask others for help with difficult discussions. Welcome to the fort. Right behind you is this dwarf who worships someone named Gimur. You hope you die well. I mean, I could put you in the military. Hiker Jag, hello, how thing? Does anybody want a dwarf? Say, pick me, please, because it makes my life a lot easier. You may or may not end up in the, oh god, I have to stab people for a living club. Hiker Jag. How did I? Okay, I had my hand in the wrong place in the keyboard. Hiker Jag. Hiker Jag. She has a strong sense of duty. She can handle stress, and she is a friendly individual and has been told to go equip a whip. She is uncomfortable around those who appear unusual or live differently from herself and often feels discouraged, is curious and eager to learn, and she is very humble. She likes a little excitement now and again, and she is pleased by her own appearance and talents, and she's moved by art and natural beauty, and she is troubled by this, and she dislikes the natural world. She tends to avoid any physical confrontations, works to square his natural tendency with her respect to martial prowess, and she has a tendency to she works to square his natural tendency with her respect to martial prowess, and she is not particularly interested in what others think of her. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of mastering a skill. She personally sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions. She has a negative view of those who exercise power over others, and she values peace over war, and values cunning. And so she thus immediately strips her clothes so she can go grab her uniform. This is a peasant who dreams of mastering a crafter work and is now going to be Crystal Golem 420. She feels best when everybody gets along without any strife or contention. She enjoys being in crowds, and she's very rarely happy or enthusiastic. She is conflicted by this as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She has a greedy streak, and she has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and she has little interest in joking around, and she's quick to form negative views about things. She is quite ambitious, and she tends to consider what others think of her, and she likes to brawl, and she is a friendly individual. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and she tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. She is brave in the face of imminent danger, and begins speaking in monotone when she's angered, and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and personally believes that it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining and dreams of mastering a crafter work someday. Crafting a masterwork. She worships Tubal Onul Gusil and has never killed anything. The next Dwarf is a woodcrafter who is now officially named Shoralor. And Shoralor is 51 years old, also worships that god. He has a utterly languid pace of living, calm and slow, is prone to strong feelings of jealousy and tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. I think this is the last one I'm naming in this run, unless there's a ton more. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself and prefers everyone live as harmoniously as possible, does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity and is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He has an active imagination and thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. He enjoys the company of others and laughs very loudly when he's surprised. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and dreams of creating a great work of art and values tradition. Likes gold, squirrel, and chipmunk leather. Well, there you go. Welcome to the fort. I may toss some more dwarves into the military, though. So, raising a family, development of his... Respects the development of his skill. Are you brave? Yeah, you'll do. Good morning, Mac Daddy. Things are all right. Getting by. If you're doing all right yourself. Mastering a skill. Discouraged with... Yep. You'll do fine. Gotta get the squad's training again. Fix your runny nose, please. I don't think I'm physically capable of doing that. Have you tried turning it on and off again? That's my current piece of advice. I'm told it works for most things. And Kodal Crafts Fortunes wishes to join Starfield as a citizen of the Sky of Realms. I'm going to wait until the ads are done. Currently in ads. Advertisements. Ads. Rumble. Since we're in ads, it's time for me to advertise to people who are, just watching the stream, where I would like to remind you, you can buy one of the many mugs that we have for this stream, such as the Computer Gremlin and the Computer Gremlin drawn by Elfie Bean in chat, or one of the other various mugs drawn by the illustrious Cooler in chat. Same with many lovely t-shirt designs, mostly dwarf themed, including a Gremlin Master t-shirt, because who doesn't want to tell everybody that you are in fact the Master Gremlin pondering orb? Unrelated to anything else. Also, if you're one of the people who watched my YouTube videos in the past few days, thank you. It's been nice to actually get views of my videos recently. They're very good videos. Well, it's been kind of difficult to get views on videos as of late, so it's nice to get some views sometimes. All right. Ads appear to be done, though. Let's get back into the game. Well, we're back up population-wise, which is good. All right, let's take a peek at what's going on down here. Slow progression. Good. Down here appears to have all been canceled, so I can go over to tasks. I can scroll down, unforbid a bunch of gerbs. A lot of forbidden coffin jobs, which is a bit of a pain. Really? Okay. Didn't realize that. Should always check that menu. I need to train up my military a little bit before we dig out another layer of this. Gonna own that 6 shirt. Don't buy my shirts if you can't afford it. It is okay. I will not go bankrupt if you don't buy my shirts. It is, of course, nice to be able to sell merch and make money that way, but like, you might be poor, but you are now subbed to the channel, so you don't need to see ads anymore, Spud. Human Swordsman has shared a rumor from abroad. I might turn this pump off now. That might have been enough. May has been enough. Yeah, we'll do that, I think. Yeah, no, you won't see ads. Because you are now subbed to the channel, so you get ad-free viewing. Doesn't matter if there's ads for your region, you will not see them. I wasn't seeing them before. Well, that's good. It means your region doesn't buy a lot of ads. Or alternatively, you have ad block that's working, which is good. Because ad block should exist. But at the same time, I now get paid regardless, which is nice. Because I like getting paid for the work that I do. Even though some portions of society don't consider it work. But you know what? That's fine. Because some people don't consider journalism work, and those people need help. Some sweet emotes? Well, it's better than sour emotes. Unless you're into that sort of thing. Sweet emotion. I love how I was like, I can't really work on this until I start expanding my military here a little bit. And here I am, just like, you know, casually working on it. Probably go back up to the surface. Hopefully you don't release some cosmic horror. Nope. Well, that's fortunate. You know, I think I can guess. A depressingly large number of people, oddly enough. At least in my experience. Also, I'm not necessarily saying the work I do is journalism, but sometimes I consider it to be journalism adjacent. Kind of enough for me, usually. Those people are poo-poo heads. There's a lot of people who think that a lot of people shouldn't exist and also, like, go around promoting, you know, things like shitty work-life balance because they think it's, like, the way we're supposed to be. So, you know. All right. Well, let's let them work on that. It's pretty easy to feel sorry for them. Pretty easy to feel sorry for people in a lot of cases, actually. All right, so we've begun that. They're doing some work there. I'm now back up here on the surface. The dwarves are still getting rid of these bodies. So I might just not rebuild this. Oh, actually, no, never mind. I didn't need to because I forgot I didn't drop it. Well, at least I don't need to rebuild that right now. But we do have a lot of stuff that needs to get thrown away. Also need this to move. I think I'm going to move the trade depot. To right here. Can move buildings? No, I just set it to be deconstructed and I'm reconstructing it elsewhere. I'm going to put it right here. Now, chat room, I have a question. Do I do this the safe way or the sketchy way? Because if I do it the safe way, it immediately got canceled. If I do it the safe way, I build it right here, and then basically build a lock so that enemies can't get in. If I do it the sketchy way, I build a lock so that my dwarves can't get in, but enemies still can. Sketchy way and then flood it with lava? I don't want to start wars with my own faction. That's a terrible idea. I don't murder traitors for no reason. I see that as exceptionally redundant gameplay. and don't fully get why a lot of people do that. The stuff that they bring isn't valuable. The value that they bring is they take your stuff away. So I will never fully understand that playstyle in Dwarf Fort. If you want free stuff, ask for tribute. Yep. This is accurate. And then there's all these people who are like, I've discovered an exploit. I can just deconstruct the thing, and then they leave, and then nothing bad happens. It's like, well, nothing bad happens until something bad happens. Hello, Ash. How are you? Just woke up. Yeah. I feel like I just woke up, even though I very much didn't. Although I think those corners are going to turn into wall pieces, so I won't do the corners up top. Oh no, I just deconstructed this dwarf's house. I think I claystone bridge. Make it a nice dark color. And I'll put a lever right there. Not sure why there's cheese wheels here, but there's giant kangaroo cheese in that stockpile for some reason. My home has increased airflow? Why? Because I dug a hole in the wall? Because if that's why, then yeah, I suppose. So this bridge gets constructed, right as the lever gets finished. Surprised I haven't moved this corkscrew just yet. There it goes. It's not deconstructed, it's distressed and vintage. I'm pretty sure it's deconstructed. Also, distressed is a term they use? That seems bad. We're gonna go down into here and say, do not walk the, no. Do not walk this way. Do not walk this way. Defo walk this way. 100% walk that way. I love all the dwarves very slowly walking this way, and they're like, now there's a bridge there? God damn it. Merchants. Well, they never really came back, so I suppose they have left. They arrived during the siege. Dwarf Fortress is kind of a god game. And god games are... Like, every now and again, I'll see negative reviews for Dwarf Fortress that just confuse the ever-living fuck out of me because they're just like, you have barely any control over your characters. It's like, yeah, because it's kind of a god game, right? Like, it's not the modern colony builder that I think a lot of people think that it is. It's kind of a god game. And in god games, that's literally what you're doing. You're babysitting an army of children that you have very little control over. And that's part of the fun of this type of game. Like, it's almost entirely the fun of this type of game. And besides, generally the dwarves are pretty responsive and good enough, and if some of them die, well, that's part of making a sausage. Like a theatrical improv play, just provide you a stage improv. I really like this was actually taken from a negative Dwarf Fortress review, which is Dwarf Fortress is fantasy Mad Libs presented like an anthill. It's fantasy Mad Lib, because like the review was trying to be negative about Dwarf Fortress, right? It was trying to say that like, oh, Dwarf Fortress like claims to be this magical story generator. Instead, it's just fantasy Mad Libs with a lot of violence. And I'm just like, that sounds great. Like, I like Mad Libs, so I'm super down for fantasy Mad Libs with a bunch of violence. Like, I'm here for it. That's fine. How is that a negative thing? Yeah, I never fully understand negative reviews for games that are just like, I don't like it. And you played like a very small portion of time. Like, I don't like to gatekeep reviews because I think that that's a shitty thing to do. But, the royal but. But at the same time, there's a lot of reviews where it's like, how is this a helpful negative review? Like, if you leave a negative review and also leave like why you didn't like it, I get it. But I don't fully understand people who review video games who are just like, it's not like this other game. It's like, well, it was never intended to be like that other game. It seems like just poor research on the buyer's part. But what do I know? What do I know? The problem is, Dwarf Fortress is sold as for exactly what it is. Dwarf Fortress, right? But the problem with Dwarf Fortress being sold as exactly what it is there's lots of other products, no products mentioned, or video games on the market that sell themselves as Dwarf Fortress that are nothing like Dwarf Fortress. It's actually a very common thing. It's the same problem that we have with a lot of RPGs, and also the same problem that we have with a lot of roguelikes. Games are sold as that, but they are nothing like that. So then when people buy a thing that is that, they then get upset that it's not what they were expecting because they were expecting something completely different. Which is, whose fault is that? Like, is that the fault of the buyer? Or is that the fault of the audience? Or is that the fault of the marketing? Or is that the fault of SEO? Because I think it's kind of a combination of all of them. How's the stream going? It's going all right. How's your day going, Sleepy? Certainly, but if you are making a video game and you say, this game is inspired by Dwarf Fortress, I am marketing it specifically to that market as a game that's like Dwarf Fortress. It actively does damage to Dwarf Fortress when your game is actually nothing like Dwarf Fortress. You know? So if you market a game as something that it's not, it just damages the thing that you are inspired by. And I think that Dwarf Fortress's main struggle right now is that it is, let's be honest, nothing like RimWorld. And RimWorld is a game that is marketed heavily on being like Dwarf Fortress. You started your 3rd year at uni? Well, hell yeah. Welcome back to the school year. So, I don't know. That's just my daily rant that I do. But it does genuinely irk me. I mean, I think it's like, so there's several terms in marketing of things that you don't do, right? Like, don't market your game as something that it's not. I feel like in games, people have forgotten that a little bit. Especially as of the last couple of years, because the only way to actually get any kind of success, like, here's an example, actually. I'm blanking on the name of the game. I will think of it in a second. Anime fighting game. Famous for looking really pretty. Made by Arc System Works. Why am I blanking on the name of this? Guilty Gear. This is an example. This is not a board game. It's a card game. There is no board in this board game. It's a card game. But you know what sells better than card games? Board games. Obviously, people who are buying it are aware of this. Like, if you scroll down and you look at it and you read about like what the rule, they've actually removed most of it, because this is an old Kickstarter. Where's the actual? Okay, there's literally no updates left. Anyway, this thing's shipped. People have it, but this is not a board game. It had a bunch of information initially, but they've deleted it because it's out now. It's not a board game. It's a card game. So people just market something as a thing so that it sells. It's got nothing to do with what the game is, what the product is. You market it so that it sells. Canadian Pagan, thank you very much for the raid. What's up, dude? No, totally. If you call it a card game, people will think it's that. And if you call it a living card game, people will still think that it's a collectible card game, right? But like, if you call a game a roguelike, people know apparently know what that is. Even though it very rarely actually is that. They think they do, right? But Tan Coward, 1996, Evo Dev Team, Sir Kel, hello. You know, if you say a game is like Dwarf Fortress, it puts a certain image in the prospective buyer's head, even if it's incorrect, right? Your severed head. That's like a lyric from a song, Severed Head. But anyway, marketing of video games is something that bothers the average. If I was like if I was a traditional games journalist writing a beat, my beat would be games marketing, because it drives me fucking bonkers. Starfield means not No Man's Sky. Space game means No Man's Sky, right? Space game means No Man's Sky or Elite Dangerous. Like, I would actually say that Starfield was poorly marketed. They did a really bad job of marketing that game. It's certainly a game for people who like Fallout, but they did a really poor job of communicating that to their audience. But Pagan, what were you guys up to today? And everybody coming in from the raid. My name's Blind. I stream way too much Dwarf Fortress, and sometimes they let me play other games. And that's me. Hope you guys are having fun with whatever Pagan was up to. Mods, could I get a shout out for Canadian Pagan? And chat room, can I get a round of beer for the Raiders? I'm complaining, which is my normal way of things. And also to anybody who's new here, you don't necessarily have to have my emotes to use the beer thingy to make the bot beer the chat. If you follow me, I have a follower emote, which is Crypt Burr, which is MS Paint Beer. And if you to just type in the word beer, many different words in many different languages work for the word beer. Goddess Dot, thank you very much for the 9th month. Welcome back. Chat, keep those beers going a little bit longer for the resub. You're playing RimWorld as a group of mad scientists creating a genetic abominations in a lab. Sounds like RimWorld. Glad you're having fun. We are a bunch of librarians and authors in this fortress, just simply trying to defend our holdings from the incoming marauders. Shall we say? Ash, thank you very much for the 5-pack of gift subs. Appreciate you. Bring us back up to 750. My goal is to be back up to 800 by the end of the week. That's my goal, my personal goal. Also, I realized that Dwarf throwing a tantrum. Or did. That's fun. There's like a doohickey above one of the Cervezas, but Cerveza does work. You just have to type it incorrectly. I'm just going to dump everything that's here. Don't care about the value. Just get rid of it. Jitterbug, thank you so much for the 10-pack of gift subs. Appreciate you. Means a lot, man. Holy shit. And that starts up a hype train. Also, we only need like 20 more paying subscribers. 21 more paying subscribers to officially be locked in for Partner Plus starting next month. So that's exciting. Thanks for being around, Wasp, to get gifted a sub. Holy crap, level 4. Starting off hot, I see. Hey, Cappy. What's up, dude? So we now have this. Hopefully we'll be able to trade slightly more consistently there. Also trying to just get rid of all this. I don't even care. Some of it's probably meltdownable. I want it gone. Also, that is a lot of rotten food and cheese. Also get rid of this so that we don't need to worry about this miasma as much. Keyword there is as much. Did you know that miasma is programmed like an animal? It has pathing. Fun fact, miasma is alive. Also, investments are open if you want to invest your tickets, chat room. Yes, miasma is in fact sentient. This is accurate. Man, I feel like these children love the miasma. They love it! I have not actually lost a fortress to true FPS death in about 9 years. So, if you think that's the worst part of the game, it doesn't really exist in the current version. I mean, hole in the ceiling instead of hope? I mean, I could put a hole in the ceiling, but then dwarves above it would get hit with miasma, so it's fine. But no, thank you. I do not want to put a hole in my ceiling. I would rather have miasma in here than, you know, agitated ravens. A little bit of miasma is not going to kill them. I'm not going to put a hole in the ceiling. You can keep repeating that I should put a hole in the ceiling. I'm not going to do it. But is it a creature as a whole? No, it just has this. It has a brain like any other AI. It paths the same way. That's how it paths down hallways and whatnot. Ventilation systems? Yeah, sure, you can use grates. I'm not going to, but you can do it. Do I recommend it? Not really. It's not needed. They'll still get miasma in the room. All right. We got a lot of stuff to throw away, so I'll just kind of let the dwarves do that for a little bit. We are not doing anything currently. What are you filling? Oh, I think I know what you might be filling. Yes. Wait, no. What are you filling then? No, it doesn't have a brain. It can't think. It just paths like an animal. I have zero intention to take over the world. Majestic fail. If you want to take over the world, you can do that in your own time, in your own forts. That's not the point of this fort, and that's not what I intend to do. I find that to be painfully boring, so I never do it. You're welcome to do that on your time, if you like. Sure, NetJam, but I'm just reading chat, so I don't see everything. Thank you very much for the hype train, though, chat room. Means a lot. It didn't read like you were answering a question, so. And also, when it comes to taking over the world, you don't need any specific number of dwarves. You just need a bunch of dwarves that happen to be commanders of squads that have very high ambushing skill and tactics. That's all that you need. It's also, like, the least interesting thing you can do in the game. It is so boring taking over the world, and it takes so long. Some more realistic target? Why can't it? Okay, so if we're actually talking about like real world taking over the world, if you invade Canada, that's like quite literally in like signing a warrant, like a warrant for your arrest with every single Western nation. So good luck with that. As a Canadian, for some reason people like us. Well, hello from Vancouver. Warlock Jason the Warlock Jason Carnes. Carnes? Carnes? It's quite the name. Capitalization would make that easier to read, but I happen to have high ambush skills. Me? I would say no, personally. You're in Ontario? My knee-jerk response is I'm sorry, but that's also the knee-jerk response I have for people who live in most of Canada. There's worse places than Ontario, though. Take that over Moose Jaw. That's for sure. Who's the spooky little guy trapped in the wall? This is a panda fiend. He's a panda fiend. There's a very large noseless panda twisted into humanoid form. Has poison vapors that seem to just make dwarves very dizzy. I could probably kill him. I could put a fortification hole in that wall and then station my archers down here and just get them to puck them full of holes. What do you think, chat? Should we do that? Bring all the Mark's dwarves down and the archers down and then tell them to take aim? He's a mascot. True. He's just, I mean, he's not going to hurt anybody as long as I don't accidentally dig through the walls. It's a relatively large caveat. Germa? Why Germa? How about Steve? If someone can come up with something better, I'll rename it. And also, there's a personal lore reason why I always name things Steve. It's because for my 12th birthday, I saw the movie Over the Hedge in theaters. And the line, "Let's call it Steve," has stuck in my brain for the rest of my life, so everything is Steve by default until it's told otherwise. I think I was 12 when that. I need to go look it up. Ironically, I've only actually seen that movie once, but I will never forget that line. Kung Fu Panda? Well, there's a proper name there then. Jack Black has entered the fortress. Actually, you know what? I don't want to do this yet. I want to let my new squads train a little longer. Presme, you have a good night. Can you gift a dwarf to Lictar? I mean, gift a dwarf to Lictar. So, like, the gifting dwarf and everything is just, like, disabled. So it's just, like, for people who want to be in the fort. So I don't really know how to do that at this point. Can I name a dwarf that? Sure. But that's kind of opening up a big rabbit hole. Basically, I have to know who it is, and it has to make me laugh, or I'm kind of just not going to do it. It's basically how I've been operating for a while now. There we go. We're finally getting through all of this rotten food. And the reason there's so much rotten food is because of the abandoned caravan. Also, welcome to the sub club, by the way, Cappy. I don't know who collided with you, but oh, it was Walsp who did it. I completely missed that too, apparently. Well, congratulations. Welcome to the sub club. Welcome back, I suppose. Yeah, it's your 3rd month technically. All right, let's pull this and then immediately pull it again afterwards. See, like, and that's the reason I say kind of no. Because I like to give everybody one dwarf. And I like to give people the opportunity to get a dwarf, right? And if I start allowing people to just name anybody, a dwarf after anything, it's just going to go on infinitely. So I kind of don't really want to do that. The only time I really want to do that is when I have the redemption turned on, because then it's just an option and you've spent the channel points. But because of how we're doing it right now, I don't really want to do that. Well, thanks, Walsp. Ah, okay, wait, is Jack Black actually your favorite musician? Because, like, he's an alright singer. He's pretty good. I really enjoyed those, like, acoustic covers Tenacious D put out recently. I say recently, like 3 years ago now or something. You're always wondering how many entities can be in the same square at a time. So there's a long, storied piece of factual lore about Dwarf Fortress. You can fit 9,999 dragons in one tile, as long as... Sorry, you can fit 1 million dragons in one tile, as long as 999,999 of them are lying down. So, infinite, as long as they're lying down. 1, if they're standing. Because Dwarf Fortress kind of, sort of, maybe actually takes place in a similar world to Paper Mario? And by that I mean, things become 2D when they lie down. Ah, yeah, Okay. Cave-in dwellers. All right. Well, the lava's still draining. Meaning I can't easily reroute it right now. But fortunately it is like, they are like right, wait, where? Yeah, like right there. Okay, so what I can do is I can do this. Put a door there. And then tell them to... a little sketchy. To my close personal friend, Smelly Butt. I think like the way that we do this like is if you cheer 100 bits or something and ask me to name a dwarf, probably more than 100, probably like 500 bits and ask me to name a dwarf after a celebrity, then I'd do it. But otherwise, we just need to wait for the redemptions to be on. But frankly, I don't know. I'll figure it out one day. They are, in fact, trying to assault me. There's quite a few of them. Q Jasmine? I mean, Q Jasmine is a very well-known celebrity in some parts. Which is the Hugh the Welsh spelling is the name of the developer of Warsim. He's a Hugh. Who's the biggest troublemaker in my fort right now? That's kind of tricky because like most of the really pissy dwarves in this fort aren't actually tantruming. Alphonse 12 Brown has been causing some, probably Kosoth. Kosoth keeps toppling shit after tantrums. I just removed from all jobs, actually. Same with you. Yeah, I don't know. Most of them are in the military, not really doing much. Didn't someone just go insane? That's Alphonse. Alphonse has made an artifact. Dwarves that have made artifacts can't actually go insane. They can get the notice stating that they are stumbling around obliviously or stricken by melancholy, but they will always snap out of it when they get hungry. So that dwarf can't actually go insane. If they haven't made an artifact, then they can go insane, which is like a very specific like little detail that I think a lot of people miss. Which is also a detail I quite like about Dwarf Fort. When I get hungry. Yeah, no, I mean, it's not always the most realistic, this here video game. All right, so what I'm going to do is we are going to hope that this gets cut and Dwarf don't die. And then once they get back through this door, I will lock it, and then we'll turn the pumps back on. This will hopefully just deal with them. Or I could do... You know what? I'm going to do this safely. I would like to not be guaranteed to kill a dwarf here, because currently we are basically guaranteed to kill a dwarf. So let's instead do it this way. Do it from one layer above. That's the safe way to do it. Oh no, an artifact was missing from its proper place. Who saw it missing? Jetpack Tuxedo saw that it was missing. Did you now, Jetpack Tuxedo? I will schedule an interview and see if you can tell us who said that it was missing. Make you a Dwarf Walsp? Well, see what I can do. A KV has been found starved to death. Oh no! Anyways. Pull this lever. Then self-report. Or like you're not involved. I mean, dwarves that steal items, but value the law, will often report the item missing. So, depends. Do you value the law? Walsp is satisfied with work and intrudes practical concerns and philosophical discussions and riddles in the world of ideas, and is not bothered by, in the slightest, by deviations from the norm or even extreme differences in lifestyle or appearance. All right, well, you need to be put into the library. He is given to flights of fancy, and to the point of distraction, has a low sense of self-esteem, must be an artist, and tends to form only fleeting and rare emotional bonds with others. He prefers to present himself modestly and is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and he tends to make a small mess with his own possessions, and he isn't particularly ambitious, and he tends to try to do things correctly each time. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he is slow to anger and occasionally overindulges and finds obligations confining, though he's conflicted by this for more than one reason, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Personally thinks that the pursuit of skills of warfare and fighting is a low pursuit and finds introspection to be a waste of time. He is a tall, thin frame, but manages to be very fat. Yeah, must be an artist. And the game is saving. I'm gonna just run an ad break right now. The game's saving. It's a good time to do it. There's nothing I can do anyway. Also, chat, I'm staring at this email in my email. If only I could tell you the thing that I was working on. I'm working on a cool project, and I can't tell you what it is. If only I could tell you what it was. A lot of that's generally sounded like you. I mean, you got a dwarf. I will say that, like, reading a description of a dwarf is kind of like getting your palm read. By the way, we are currently at the 24-hour peak of Dwarf Fortress players. 1,106, which is higher than yesterday, which is good. Actually, no. Yeah, no, higher than yesterday. Yesterday peaked at 1,040, which is versus last Tuesday. Last Tuesday, we had 850 people playing Dwarf. It's on Steam. Guess the patch brought some people back. Sweet. Bubba's neck is fighting. We did interrogate Jetpack Tuxedo and got no information after they were cagey. So, crappy interviewer. No one would ever see. If I told you what it was, I would have to kill you. Not really. All right. You rodent boys. You ready to get burned? Well, you're gonna get burned. The fire is flowing. Fire flows ever stronger. Steamed cave, horror time, pretty much. I'm actually going to go over here and we're going to bucket that in. Wow, 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 wow. And it begins. Oh, look, a force that is dark and vile has arrived. Oh, this is actually a siege, too. Also, there's Attis, the Countess of Singe bolted is right there. All right, well, let's turn this on and make sure that everybody's in here. This is actually a siege, so this is not a small group of dudes. So we are spreading horrors in the steam cave. Maybe it is a small group of dudes. All right, we will just fight them then. Actually, let's station you guys a little further back. Also, why don't you have a helmet? The hell? I think Casper might need to get retired from the military. Casper is missing a right hand. Dude, it's time to retire. I think I will move... command of this squad over to Erish. Your favorite? Yeah, I'm sorry that your girlfriend has passed away. It's a mean thing to say. Anyway, also a lot of assumptions are made with that statement. I'm going to... What am I going to do? I think I know what I'm going to do. You are going to become a librarian. Because you can read books. But first you get to run around and find clothes. These goblins are coming in quick. Coming in hot, even. Bow dwarves are getting into place slowly. Soldiers are all sitting right here. Got some thieves. Just gonna move the squads up. Dwarves charge in. This one's going, oh, that's just a scholar. I'm like, why aren't you killing him? Puphead gets in first. And by the way, Puphead, for reference, has 10 notable kills and 36 other kills. Most of that was done here, including Niglissu Intense Wicked, the Snarling Magician of Doom. That is a great title. I love that. Almost as good as the Stirred Immortality of Breaches. Anyway, is running in, and the first thing he says is, "The battle rages, I feel no terror." And just immediately starts lashing. Actually, literally hasn't done anything yet, because the fighting hasn't even started. Well, he's already disarmed, so the captain of the guard lashes the goblin crossbowman in the tongue, bruising the cheek skin. The force twists the head, tearing apart the fat, and tearing apart the spine's nervous tissue. Damn. Anyway, the dwarves then continue moving forward and collide with the other dwarves. The lasher blocks 2 bolts. A bolt and an arrow. And then attacks a goblin, but she jumps away. That is pretty badass, Aerith. Just knocking them out of the sky. This goblin here is bleeding because they got lashed by the captain of the guard, who lashed them with an iron whip, jamming the bone through the right hip's muscle and chipping the right hip's bone. And meanwhile, these two squads up here should be swapped to crossbows, just so that they walk up there and then start firing. Got many more bolts being loosed at us. My dwarves appear to be dodging quite effectively, though. And the dwarves continue to crash through. My crossbow dwarves are doing very little of value. But the main squads are fighting well. Through the enemy siege. Continuing to push the siege back. And chasing the last few stragglers. Specifically Snang, the bow dwarf, who is in a martial trance, but has been stabbed by a spearmaster in the right lower leg with a steel spear, tearing the muscle through the horse leather high boot. A motor nerve has been severed, and the spear is lodged firmly in the wound, and the dwarf has since fallen over. I don't expect that dwarf to live much longer, was able to pull themselves up and out of the trench, but is getting gutted, probably by Attis. Stabs the bow dwarf in the head, tearing the muscle and fracturing the skull. Welcome to combat, Attis. Sending the squads back to training. The crossbow dwarves back to training. Lashing the tongue? That's like getting hit in the face with a whip. Like, whoa. That's gnarly. Is what that is. All right, let's see how the lava doing. Lava doing okay. It seems like most of them rodents are gone. Lava also spreading up here. Kind of surprised that the lava never actually sets things on fire. Down here. Kind of slowly spreads. Alright, well, we'll just kind of let it do its thing. No, petrified rat. It's like stuck in stone, basically. Also, this is fixing a liability very slowly. So this is a way into my fort that Forgotten Beasts could take that I've knowingly left here. This is going to seal it off because I just need some obsidian right here. Because this goes down into the stairs that I dug initially because I found water and that's how we found his. So theoretically, a Forgotten Beast could have passed in this way. So this is like fixing a potential weak point in the fort. So this is proving very productive, this cleansing, shall we say. My militia commander is seriously injured and in hospital. Has no ability to stand. Brought to bed. Evaluated by Rock Jitsu. Has stitches on their lower spine. Ooh. Considering they survived a fight with nothing but a gauntlet and a helmet, that's pretty good. I figured they would go and, like, get more gear, but apparently not. You're dressing wounds. Good to see that Kodal's on it. There you go. You're healthy again. Back up to it. Ability to stand lost. Well, I mean, I'm sure that won't actually hurt you too much, will it? Train up, dwarf. You got your high boots, your spear, your cranberry wine, your plump helmets. Oh yeah, also something, if anybody missed it. Yes, you can assign backpacks to your military now. In this version, when they drop food, it becomes unassigned to them, so it can be put back into stockpiles instead of rotting in their bedrooms. So, if you missed that, that's probably the best portion of this patch. Todd Coward was thrown into a chasm quite some time ago. Intentionally. So no, Todd Coward is unfortunately no longer with us. Or fortunately, I don't know. One of those two, probably. Lower spine is fractured. I feel like you probably needed traction. I'm going to throw Crystal Golem into the military. Go learn to use a whip for a bit. I'm also going to swap these bow dwarves out to metal crossbows. I just prefer they use crossbows because crossbows are more dwarfy. And they're less likely to end up using wooden arrows or wooden bolts that way. Random wild boars are attacking. He needs to walk it off. How do you walk it off if you can't walk? Isn't that the whole point? Ability to stand lost? But whatever. I think that's part of the joke, though. I mean, that's not the button that I want on the pet screen. Yeah, a butcher button on the pet screen would be great. The button that I want is there used to be a jobs screen on the dwarf screen, which allowed you to, with the click of a button, assign a dwarf to any one of your assignable zones. So like assign a dwarf as a tavern keeper, librarian, scribe, or military, with the click of a button. That's the button I would like back. I don't like a button on the pet screen would also be nice, but it's not the button I miss. But hopefully, one button at a time. Honestly though, like, this announcement screen is never a feature the game has had in the past. Some people have Mandela affected themselves into thinking that it has been. This is never a screen in this format that has ever existed in Dwarfort. So this is a completely brand new screen, which took a lot of time to build because it's a completely brand new screen. So I'm just kind of hoping that, you know, we can get brand new screens in shorter periods of time now that Putnam has put all the time into learning how to build this one. And this is where the pigs were attacking. But yeah, there's plenty of buttons I could like think of off the top of my head where I'm like, yeah, that would be a nice button to have. So, but yeah, no, I'm right there with you. Also, Laya, if you can't stand it, then why are you saying it? Is the question, I suppose. All right. Probably have some of these to place, if I had to bet. I've started just putting gravestones in the temples because it seems fitting. No, I don't, believe it or not. Do I have any ghosts? Yes, Solon is in fact a ghost. I'm going to station this squad right here. And we's gonna dig a little deeper. A little deeper. I'm looking for places where there might be fire. Here come the soldiers. going to channel out a few spots, and then I'm going to tell them to just dig the whole thing out. This area up here is pretty sus. Okay, military stationed. You guys think we're going to find fun down here? I would say spoiler warning, but like I'm not sensitive to spoilers in the slightest. So if you're sensitive to spoilers, I would actually just like straight up not recommend watching this stream, just period. But like, because we are in endgame in this fort currently. Let's see what we find. Deep within this strange place, we've uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods, which is a large conical booming metal helm. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. Lama Fikmanamana. Okay, let's just assign that to the king. Doink, doink. It's fancy headset. Yeah, pretty much. The headpiece. Some lava spills out. Okay. Any bits that I'm missing here? It's probably not lava full. It's also probably this might be. But yeah, the current patch notes actually have me really excited about something, chat, which is the like little note that says we'll be seeing stuff soon, which is nice to see stuff about adventure mode. I know that there's starting to be threads popping up. It's like 1 year of Dwarf Fort and no adventure mode. What the fuck is going on? It's like, well, it's Dwarf Fort. So we're cut through these. Let's go be... let's start this at the top, actually. Let's do this chunk first. A whole year. I mean, a whole year for a Dwarf Fortress patch is not strange. Considering, like, it hasn't actually been a year. Because the first, good chunk of time wasn't spent working on adventure mode. The first good chunk of time was spent working on making this version of the game better. They didn't start until May? It was like the 1st of May was when the artists started working on adventure mode. Attis, the administrator's been found dead. Well, that's a damn shame. Like, I would really like to have adventure mode, but I'd like to have adventure mode when it's ready. And I personally feel that Fortress mode launched before it was ready. I don't know if you guys feel that way, but... Like, I really like this game, but I do think that, like, it probably would have been better for the game if they released it 6 months later. But... And also it would have been better if they'd hired Putnam before the game launched and got her to start working. Although the odd... Okay, we've got fire. The interesting thing is that... Found another treasure of the gods. A large split glowing metal skirt. I will also assign this to the king. Shortass, yeah, I think Shortass the Scholar is probably my most troublesome dwarf currently. No, it is what allowed hiring Putnam. It absolutely is. Because I really wonder how well Dwarf... I mean, this is just like a what if, right? Like, it doesn't mean anything. But I do wonder how well Dwarf Fortress would be doing right now if they had launched with SDL2 compatibility already done. I really do wonder about that. I'm looking at suspect locations. I'm gonna smooth and fortify. Interesting, that's the first time this has happened. Lorabam the Glazer has withdrew from society, meaning that Plains Pact artifact must have failed. Planter was found dead, dehydrated, that's fine. Claims a clothes shop. Please don't do a Plains Pact. Just please don't. Because the game runs like 80% better. And the first version that they released, version 50, the UI was sluggish and felt bad. That's why I think it would have been better. No, it can't be because I don't have zone limitations turned on right now. Or I don't have burrows turned on, which is what causes it. So that's why I think it would have mattered. Yeah, that's also like a worry that I have is I think that they might go, well, it's been too long and then feel the pressure a little bit and then just release it. Orfu? Because let's be honest, there is a lot of hype amongst some people for adventure mode who've never played adventure mode. Instead of early launch. Yeah, no, totally. Like, I agree with you. Like, I think it's good that they released it. I just wish that it was released in a state that was more representative of Dwarf Fortress than the state that it was released in. Like, trust me, I'm really happy it released when it did. You want to know why? It released in the best month of the year for ad revenue. And, like, it was likely the most money I will ever make in a month in my entire career of content creation, unless somehow I get a bigger launch than Dwarf Fortress. But as somebody who makes very niche content, I don't expect, like, Caves of Cud to be much more successful in that regard. So, like, there really isn't any other games that are as noteworthy as this. Like, I'll probably have other good months in the future, but that's probably the best month I'll ever have. I don't think I'll ever get that again. I don't think I'll ever have Robaz commenting on my YouTube videos ever again, you know? So, I don't know. I'm happy it launched when it did, because I needed it. I was in a bad spot when it launched. I'm glad it launched. But I just wish it launched better. Robaz Angel is bizarre. Yeah, it's fine. What? Oh, it's a collapsing tree. Okay, I was like, what just happened? Why is there... Okay, tree is collapsing. Gotcha. We're going to make this into a pit pond. I think I'm going to stack 2 on top of each other. 3. Can hopefully seal that off. Okay, so then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into here and I'm going to fortify all of the bits and pieces in here. And if there happens to be a demon in here, we'll know. The funny thing, actually, is Putnam got hired signed the paperwork to start the contract a month before launch, but didn't actually start until launch, which I think is really interesting. Artifact has begun. Another craft store was found dead. Yeah, no, I'm right there with you, Orfu. I'm just really glad that I can, you know, provide this type of content to a community that really wants it. Because there's not a lot of communities out there that want it, and there's basically no games out there where you can do what I do. I feel kind of weirdly fortunate. Devil's Dandruff, hello! We have unleashed an echo of forgotten divine retribution! It's fine. He's behind a wall. Don't panic. I'm gonna take this dwarf off of labors, because this dwarf has some pretty bad injuries. So, this is how you do this safishly. I now know that all of this area is totally safe. But let's see, what are you? It's a Kazat's Enforcer Bowman. Kazat's Enforcer is a one-eyed humanoid. It has thin wings of stretched skin. It bellows and cheers without pause. Okay. Its copper skin is waxy. It was created by the dwarven goddess Kezat, the Dangerous, and it is part with fortresses, valor, and war. Don't panic, it's fine. It's fine. There's no need to panic. We are going to dig this up from above. Check for heat. What devilry is this? Bubba's Knuck was found dead. That's for the best. That was far and away my most troublesome tantrumer. Rest in peace, ya dumb dwarf. Sorry to the chat member who named that dwarf. But, like, rest in peace, ya dwarf. F's to pay respects, maybe? Or beers? I don't know. Got a bunch of dwarves that are seriously injured. Convict. Convict. And you know what? I will leave the theft there. Well, the doctors are doing their jobs, so. A giant game of Minesweeper? Kinda, yeah. There's a mushroom in there. Yep. Run away, Irvad. You literally dropped some clothing into there. Run away, Irvad. What? What a dwarf. Irvad's just like, oh my god. Also, I'm pretty sure there's lava back here. So we'll do that from above. But this area, safe to dig out. Did I just do that for fun, or did the dwarf do that for fun? I'm also going to bring all of my crossbow dwarves down here. And then we're going to try and snipe this guy to death. Because I really would like his pointed flowing metal bow, his jagged flowing metal arrows, misty cloth quiver, jagged misty cloth high boots, etc. And I'm going to tell them to stand right here and shoot him. Because see that dwarf do that. They go, ah, when they see it. How are crossbows with the new patch? You can't select what type of arrows to equip or bolts to equip, but they equip the correct items when needed. And that's all you really need. They equip the correct items when you tell them to. The AI is still the same though, so keep that in mind. So if you were annoyed by the old AI, it's still the same AI. But it works now. So it works like it did previously, which isn't great, but at least it works. Here come the crossbow dwarves. So this is us shooting bolts through here, right? So they ideally bring enough bolts, which they did. And Flying Bolt misses, and Kazat says, I cannot stand by. This might require an answer. I am imprisoned. Please release me. Now we're just waiting for the rest of my crossbow bolt dudes. Yeah, no, they'll still charge through fortifications, absolutely. But only if they have somewhere to go, right? And that's the way they've always worked. So as long as you don't give them somewhere to go, they won't charge through the fortifications. If there's nowhere for them to go, then they will not charge through. So just don't give them anywhere to go. It's actually pretty simple. Problem is right now they can't see it. Oh, there they go. You see him. It's just missing him. He's dodging somehow. Oh, they hit him with something. Flying Bolt strikes the Enforcer in the upper leg, chipping the bone through the split Misty Cloth skirt. And then dodges away from another one, and Dwarf feels hopeless. And all of the children are being startled. I love how that's just baby Bastet's dwarf blood. Wait, what? Oh, wait, is it shooting oh, wow, okay, right, duh. Of course it can shoot back. I didn't even think about that. Okay, hold on. Dwarves, do not use this. This is bad. Go elsewhere. Go to the other ramps. There's other ways up. Orbam has created a asymmetrical cave spider silk skirt and offers it to us. The creature is seriously injured. I should just dig through. Just bring these squads down. We should just be able to kill it. We've softened it up enough already. It's shooting out, we're shooting in. It's also batting my bolts out of the air. Yep, patch went into the main branch today. So today is technically patch day. Also, I think most of my dwarves are just quite literally stuck back here. So this is suboptimal. You're going for a drink. I really need to set up a dining room down here. No, there isn't currently. Suddenly diamonds are on fire? It's dodging. This thing's pretty damn good at dodging. Flying Copper Bolt strikes the Enforcer Axeman's lower body, tearing the muscle through the split Misty Cloth thingy. So it is bleeding. It's winded, it's seriously injured. I just need a dwarf to come up here and do this, but they can't get to it because they're too scared. Soldiers are all locked in place, though. It will die eventually, likely. It is just getting puckered full of holes. I can unpause the game, and we can just see this happening in real time. Artery has been opened by the attack. That's good, because a flying bolt hit it. Should start bleeding. Main issue here is we are kinda, sorta, maybe running out of bolts to a degree. Can I maybe do this? Doesn't help that, like, all of the dwarves are scared shitless right now. Wait, hold on. Hold on a second. How many miners do I have? I have 2 miners. How did I end up with literally 2 miners? Is the attrition that bad? I guess it must be. Well, shit. Oh yeah, you're right. It did die. I was too busy looking at other things. It did in fact die. You are correct. It did in fact die. Misty Cloth Quiver. I feel like that should go to at least one of the captains. I don't know which. But you are correct. It did in fact die. I'm a little sketched out about this right here. And also, let's go up here. Set this as a pit pond in multiple spots. Just to put this diamond out once that's been cut out. But yeah, I personally feel that we desperately need a way to check if wagons can get to an area in this version of the game. I've uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods. Where it? Ah. Tall dark metal shield. Nobles. There you go. I personally feel like I'm doing a terrible job of reading chat room, so I apologize. But thank you very much to everybody who's hanging around. Uh-oh, we got a beaver. Lever to beaver. I fucked up. Very large one-eyed beaver twisted into humanoid form. It undulates rhythmically. Beware its fire. Okay, so 2 things. Turn that off. Turn that on. About to be hit by an ad break. Okay, creature's moving up. I will pause the game as soon as we get hit by the ad break so nobody misses anything. Seems that the soldiers are already fighting with it. Sentient potatoes and bleed in pain and bleeding. It's been missed a bunch of times. The Spearmaster did stab it in the lower body, bruising it, so it's been bruised. Not much. Sentient Potato and Nish the Lasher are fending it off and bleeding, and they both explode into flames. Slowpoke is stressed and is trying to leave, but is going a bad direction. Most of the dwarves are backing off. Here it comes. It's chasing, fighting, dueling with Slowpoke and Ushat. Yeah, I mean, it would burn its own food, wouldn't it? Anyway, I'm not going to do anything for the next 90 seconds because ads are about to run. Sup, Budgie? How's things, Budgie? Hope you're doing well, Budgie. You're snuggling underneath the blanket. That sounds cozy. Got to take a break from Legend of Zelda every now and again, you know? But how's things, Budgie? What you been up to, mate? Also, because curiosity is getting the better of me and we're stuck in an ad break anyway. Still at 329. 329 subscriber points. An all-day break from video games, actually? Well, there you go. So Slowpoke may die. Maybe Ushat will be a hero. Kind of planning to try and imprison this creature. It's kind of my plan because I have this door set up here for that very reason. I'm going to unforbid this and forbid this. Struggling to sleep? I getcha. All right, we're going to unpause the game and repause a couple of times. Rest in peace, Slowpoke chat. Ushat is dueling. It's a valiant attempt. Hasn't actually hit it yet. Loses her weapon and her shield and falls over. Bad timing, Time Ninja. If you could do that when I'm not caught up in a million things, that would be lovely for future reference. I realize the idea is to distract me, but just a buzzkill. Stabbing a broad wheel bearing. Diverse ideas often bear strange fruit. This bear is handsome and fat, with a tiny nose hair sticking out of toes. In a moment of pure charity, this story breaks all known threads and acceptable trees. Wagon's wheels taste like chicken. Trust me on this one, please. I'll say I am not lying while my fingers are lying perpendicularly. This smell wafted from the fortress toilet. German pizza is for Germans. All caught up. You check the redeemables immediately. Yeah, no, I get you. It's fine. Got him. Have fun living there, critter.
Have this as apology, laughing face.
Nice. Apology accepted. Wholeheartedly, friend. Yep, it is in fact out, Tyrandes. Is in fact out. So many dwarves died. All right, well, fortunately, I do know for a fact I can channel out this whole thing safely. This up here I don't trust. So I will... take out this and that, all up to there. And I will turn this off. Let's get this digging again. Relogic making a statement. There's it's like a petition basically, Telenartho, of it's like 500 plus devs. A lot of solo devs, but also some smaller studios are basically signing like a thing saying we are not going to release more games on Unity. But oddly enough, I don't actually think that Unity cares. Like genuinely, like the bad press is annoying. But I don't think that Unity cares. Like, genuinely, I do not think that Unity cares. I tried letting what out? This dude out? No, he's dead. They just don't flip sideways for some reason when they die. See? There we go. I have now put this gem out. Fire no longer burning. Whatever. Petitions. Nope. Protest is throwing yet another tantrum. Going to smooth 2 spots. We're going to take a look. This patch fixed the bolt ammo bug. By this patch, I mean the one that just came out of the beta branch. It was, I guess, fixed a couple days ago if you used the beta branch. But yes, that is one of the main features of the new patch that we're in currently. You beat 2 bosses in Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Cavern Dwellers. I don't see them, though. Oh, never mind. I do see them. There's a War Jabberer, apparently, because I missed a tile. Although it is bleeding heavily, because the Leatherworker strikes it with the pick. So this dwarf here was a dabbling miner, who isn't dead yet, miraculously. Struck the Jabberer in the left foot with an iron pick. I'm going to bring the military down here. It's not far to go for them. See if we can assist them. There is a child here punching the Jabberer, and this Jabberer is overcome by terror because it was just punched by a dwarven child. I would be as well, frankly. That seems terrifying. It is very Please tell me Kiddo got it. Damn it, Kiddo didn't get it. Who got it? Looks like Bambool got it? Yeah, Bambool got it. And the Ratmen are invading once again! It is fear! Although, fortunately, the Ratmen are, like, not super strong and are only wielding blow darts and are about the size of a dwarven child. So I'm not too worried. But I will take this opportunity to shove my dwarves through this tiny hole in the wall and fight them back. I didn't actually realize I still had this hole in the wall, so I need to fix this. The dwarves are backing up. They've killed... Please tell me one of these kids got it. Please. Damn it. It's the miners getting all the kills. It would be hysterical if it was one of the kids. Anyway, they're jumping back onto this very slow recovering and weak thing. Children are fighting with it. I finally have my dwarves coming up to station. They weren't even far away. They were like a couple steps away. They're moving up pretty quickly, moving through the fights. There is cave crawlers and rodents coming from the sides. The dwarves are moving down and through. It appears that Olon, the master spear dwarf, is up front, who, by the way, has racked up 5 notable kills and 11 others in his time in the fort. We're going to look at his combat log. He is stabbing the rodent man blowgunner in the lower body with his steel spear, and then manages to embed the spear and then remove it, and then stabs the rodent man blowgunner in the body again with the steel spear firmly and lodges it firmly in the wound. The dwarves are pretty consistently pulling off a 300 Spartans here. Budgie, thank you very much for the 8th month. Welcome back. And thanks very much for helping us finally get through the last stretch to that 350. Which means a lot. It really, really does. So I had no idea that this was still open. We need to fix this. We really need to fix that. You once had a child that killed an Etten? Yeah, that sort of stuff's always great. It's a very Dwarf Fortress thing to have happen. Man. Slowpoke and Sentient Potato, you were good dwarves. Although those died to the angel, not to the... Or to the demon, not to the rodents. Uh-oh. Got another rodent. Appears to already be dead. All right, let's get those done. All right, I'm seeing a bunch of lag. Okay, frame rate's recovering a little bit. It's like corkwood. That's not how this game works. When stuff is lying down or dead. Nope, it's definitely just cave fishman. When stuff is lying down or dead, it doesn't take up any space. Oh, okay. Like, I can never tell if, like, somebody's trying to just make a funny or if, like, you're genuinely just new to this game and have no idea. So my hunter is just, like, running out here and murdering this this rodent man. I mean, I appreciate the enthusiasm, Dwarf, but maybe we should put you in the military. Look at him. Just beating the crap out of this elk bird. Are you just punching it? Yeah, you're literally just punching it. Punching this elk bird. I mean, you're going to get yourself killed here, Dwarf. Something is evil is emerging from the newly exposed pocket. Oh, sweet. Whew. I didn't fuck it up. Okay, so... got another one. This is a monster of snow. It's sending chills down my spine. It's a very large mosquito composed of snow. It has a fat, bulging trunk, and it belches and croaks. Beware its hunger for warm blood. Meaning it is very strong. But fortunately, it's made of snow, meaning it will fall apart very easily. Is he trying to solo a cavern? I mean, he hasn't died yet, nor has he been found dead, so. Hopefully no one has a lighter. Yeah, there you go. Although, I'm pretty sure that they are immune to fire. But we'll get the Marks dwarves down here, and I'm sure that we can cut it up. We just gotta wait for the Marks dwarves to get down here. It's a bit of a walk, turns out. Can you throw salt at it? That would actually be very funny, but no, you can't. I will be shooting bolts at it. Fortunately, creatures made out of water and creatures made out of snow are extremely delicate and shouldn't be too much of a threat. Okay, so Tosid here, the elite Marks dwarf, is shooting at it. Has struck it 3 times. And it's breaking away the tissue. It's just a firing squad. And it's dead. Look at that. Just like that. One monster of snow. Afraid after experiencing trauma. Doesn't feel anything after seeing the monster of snow die. Okay, so I can now cut this out. But we gotta check this first. Might as well leave the squads down here. You're smoothing the wall. A web beast has been terrorizing your underground? Gotcha. Yeah, that's a process to deal with. Try and catch it. Like honestly, that's the most value you'll get out of something like a web beast. I feel like I'm running low on crossbows because I'm just gonna make some iron crossbows. Because I'm seeing dwarves without crossbows that have no health problems. Yeah, it's infinite silk. Oh, right. Yeah, I can't tell them to assign a specific quiver. Oh, that kind of sucks. Oh. If they are the commander? I mean, it would have to be... No. I guess so, probably. If I wanted to put the time in to find it by scrolling, I suppose. But I still don't know if they would necessarily prioritize it over inventory. I kind of doubt it. Also, the king wants me to make 2 shields, apparently. I lied about the king. Iron shield. Before we totally are working in search function for display cases and that. Yeah, no, I mean, I think I understand what you're trying to say. But, yeah. Until we have search functions, which realistically, we're not going to have search functions for a really long time. No, that's fair. I was just like, what? I mean, I have a habit of word vomiting things into chat rooms, so I am right there with you. No, I mean, there's like a billion different windows we could use search functions for, but the issue is the game isn't even remotely designed to have them. And because of that, they need to build them from scratch, from the ground up, to be able to have them. Which means it'll take a very long time for us to get that. But we'll get that. A few decades? Less than a few decades. But I will say the Dwarf Fortress community is very, very known for their ability to exaggerate. Because the development is slow, but it's not that slow. Just rewrite the whole game in Perl? I thought they were supposed to rewrite the whole game in Java. Or Python. Never. I don't know. Rust is a video game, silly, not a programming language. It's a programming language. Don't well actually mean. Although, since we're like apparently remaking Dwarf Fortress in Rust, we might as well remake Dwarf Fortress in Minecraft now. Sosh Jam was found dead? Oh! Oh! So this dwarf got blasted into obsidian, apparently. I was like, why was there a little obsidian tile right there? And I dug through it and just like, well, that's where you went. I already memorialized their ghost a long time ago, so that's awkward. At least you don't feel anything after seeing Sauce Jam's dead body. Looks like he drowned. Nope, that was definitely inside of a block of obsidian because I just told them to dig through it. Also, we're stuck in a loading screen, so I'm going to run an ad. You have a lot of sympathy for devs for games. Yeah, me too. Yeah, I know how mean video game communities can be. And because I know how mean video game communities can be, I don't envy anybody who has to do that for a living. Manage that. Like, I lose a little bit of sanity in a couple of minutes just looking at the Steam forums for Dwarf Fortress. Imagine that being your full-time job. Like, even like today, there are, you know, some nice people saying nice things about Dwarf Fortress, but you don't have to scroll too far to just see people saying, when are you adding this? When's this? What's this? Like, when is this out? Where is this feature? It's like, well, they basically said that, like, other translations for the games are probably never going to happen, and people are just like, please add French, please add German. It's like, I get that you're excited, but, like, it's probably never going to happen, so how do you communicate that? Without, like, destroying somebody's hopes and dreams. Hard job. But devs can be delusional? Devs are human, yes. Devs are indeed human. Ads are over. Perfect timing. So the reason I'm doing this, and I'm giving myself a bunch of, like, space around the gems. The reason I'm doing this is so that I have more space to let lava disperse, so I don't end up like losing dwarves to lava because like I accidentally like missed a spot and now suddenly there's just like lava flowing in. So this just kind of makes things a little bit safer for my dwarves. Keyword there is a little bit because like we're still aiming to dig into hell, right? So and I've got a dwarf who's risen and is haunting the fortress. So let's go over here, memorialize it. All right, let's get back to it. All right, Nipple, yourself. That's kind of funny, actually. Someone should help Lost Fool out so that they don't need to worry about ads, though. Good to hear, Nipple. It's normal things, normal days, normal dwarfs. Also, for people who care, apparently Dragon Force is doing a European tour. You dominantly use voice to text for text materials, so you've got one device logged into voice chat and the other one volume. Interesting. You're gonna have an ice cream? You should do that. So one ghost has been put to rest. Unsuspend that. Could also totally just dig underneath those, but eh. Start digging up. Although there's most certainly lava right there. You have to find the spire. I love how we've actually... Okay, this is kind of cool. This must be a disconnected chunk of cavern for this lava sea. Because I'm currently pumping lava out of here, right? And I'm pumping this lava out of here and up into here, right? So because I'm pumping it back into the caverns, we're draining it from down here. Which by that logic means that is the bottom of it. It's not flowing in from anywhere. Otherwise it would be filling up. Let's see if I can. Take a peek. If it's not flowing in from anywhere, that's going to make this a lot easier, actually. It's actually a pretty safe way to digging up like this. I don't know why you're wandering out into the caverns to clean the floor. You know, it's like people who sweep dirt floors. It's like, why are you sweeping a dirt floor? Dwarf's walking out into the caverns to clean the cavern floor. Also need to give them a little bit of time to, you know, drain this up a little bit. You know, I feel kind of bad whenever people make Simpsons references in my chat because I've never actually seen a full episode of The Simpsons in my life. The entirety of my exposure to The Simpsons has been from the Simpsons arcade game. Like, I easily have more time in that than anything. Oh, a three-eyed toucan! Forgotten Beast, Nagokang Samarstruck has come. An enormous three-eyed toucan. It has a broad shell and it is slavering. Its yellow-green feathers are long and sparse. Beware its deadly blood. All right, well, it's on the upper layer. Which means maybe it can get to us. I seem like I would be a huge Simpsons guy. Nope. No, not at all. And there's a reason for that. I never had TV. Like, I've literally never lived in a house with cable television. And it is fighting with cavefish people that we can't see that are currently stealthed. And, wait, what? Said the Forgotten Beast releases the crypto of the Forgotten Beast. Oh, I see. Okay. It's fighting with cavefish people, so it's probably gonna die. Likely. Although it did knock a cavefish person unconscious. It's fighting with more now. Bleeding heavily. Shaken after a major injury. Seems to have killed 2 more at least. How many kills does it have? 1. Okay. Well. Rip. Rip, rip, rip. Yeah, it is more raking, for sure. It's like trying to make things... It's like maintaining a gravel road. Sweeping dirt floor. Alright, well, I give up on this. This ain't working. Well, now we have a block there. So hopefully the rodent folk won't attack us as often. Not much. Casual elephant and yourself? I have a dumb idea, but we'll see. Why? Because I don't like speeding up and slowing down time. And also, what's the point of, like, speeding up the frame rate when the frame rate's already capped at 45, basically, because of game, like, just natural lag? I never really understood the point. It's because I don't play the game exactly the same way as you do. Doesn't mean you need to be like, why don't you do what I do? I don't do what you do because I'm not you. And the majority of my goals when streaming is to make the game as, like, understandable by an audience as possible. So, like, I currently can't make the frame rate go above 50. I would just play at 100 FPS if I could. But it's... But that's not a real answer to your question. Okay, so you're asking me why don't I speed up and slow down the frame rate using hotkeys? Because I don't want to. Like, quite literally, like, I don't see the reason to. Sounds like heresy. Eye roll. I'm not being defensive. I'm just being me. If you think I'm being defensive, we're not going to get along very well, because this is just how I talk. This is, yeah, it's legit just how I talk. Like this, I'm just talking right now. So if you think I'm being defensive, you need to reprogram your brain. People get, like, weird about the way I talk sometimes. They're just like, why are you being so aggro? I'm like, I'm just talking.
I sip from my mug of darkness, contemplating the last 9 months.
Word. Goth Brooks, thanks for the 9th month. Welcome back. Sometimes I do get aggro with people, but that's also because, like, you know, I stream, like, 10 to 12 hours when I stream, right? So you try and do a job for 10 or 12 hours and not get mildly irritated in that period of time. I'm not irritated right now, but sometimes I do actually get aggro with people because it's like, bitch, I'm doing my job here. Nihilo, thank you very much for the 10th month. Welcome back. You can't even do a job for 3 hours without getting mildly irritated. Yep, and then, like, chat then picks up on it when I'm even remotely salty, and then they poke, because it's like, that's what Twitch chats do, right? It's like, oh, streamer's salty. Okay, let's post salty emotes and laugh. And it's like, sure, awesome.
Oh,
and then, like, 20 minutes later, streamer is, like, shouting at somebody, and then chat's like, why are you so mad, streamer? It's like, fuck me, I wonder why. Anyway. Notice me. All right, so it is, in fact, filling over here, I assume. But this is a really thin spot right here. So what I think I'm going to do is I have a bunch of water right here. Right? It's a bunch of water right here. Also some lava up here. But there's a bunch of water right here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to dig a little trench. Dig a little trench. Be a little dwarf. Get down with that. We're going to dig right across here. And channel in right across here. Okay, so this is going to take a little bit of doing. I'm going to go over to here. Look that out. And thank you much for yet another Hype Train chat room. You're very kind. It's like looking after Chim. Children streamer, why are you mad? Because you called me stupid. I mean, what? People do seem to think that I'm very aggro, and it's something that I've been trying to deal with, and I feel like I've been getting better at it. Changing the tone of my voice and the way I talk at times. And Ruby, thank you very much for the 10th month. Welcome back. And Zubifu, thanks for the 5th month with Prime. Appreciate you. How dare I in Deedles? Speaking of, let's go here. There these. Still looking for the actual spire again. I found it in some spots. This is it. It's like, you know those kits where it's like, there's a dinosaur in the middle of this rock, and then you like take brushes and like try and find the dinosaur bone in the rock? That's what this is like. It's like I'm chiseling away this rock to find the lava and the gems. So that's an impossible question to answer because Dwarf Fortress isn't a game that has like internal tracking, right? There are several fortresses that have run like 500 plus years that are well documented. There's one person who claims to have run a fortress for over 1,000 years, but there's no screenshots of it. So I don't know. Good question. I ran one for 470. I mean, it might be a contender, but I frankly don't care. Yeah, same, Spud. Ah, well, generally, like, when it comes to mechanics like that, the answer is usually because I don't wanna, or I don't care. So, it's just like the same reason. It's like, why don't you use macros? It's like, because I don't want to. I've used them in the past, and I don't like them. Devil Dawn, thanks for the $2.50. The old-fashioned because reasons? Yeah, absolutely. I'm pretty guilty of... Well, because reasons. I don't know how my therapist tolerates me sometimes. Gives me this great advice, and then I give like a 1,700-word essay as to why I can't do that thing. Your therapist tolerates? I hope so. Otherwise, she wouldn't be my therapist anymore. You hope they make macros work with mouse? I think that that's one of those hard-coded things where I don't think it's ever going to happen. But I don't disagree. It'd be nice. I'd be surprised if it happens, basically. Not by me, though. Because fortunately, Canada has free healthcare. But I don't want to get into my mental health healthcare stuff too deeply because it's a deep pit, shall we say. So I get the rest of these dug out. Doesn't happen. Basically, in Canada, in order to get free healthcare, you need to be like considered suicidal and an immediate health risk to yourself, or they won't give it to you. Otherwise, you have to pay for it. Which, well, let's just say I qualified for that. Let's go around this way. Boink. And do that. You've dug down to here, and this is going to start canceling immediately. Come back when you're dead and we'll help. Pretty much, yeah. No, it's not optimal. I think it should be much more accessible than it is. I should have done that at a lower percentage over here. Oh well, I'll get it done eventually. And chat room, thank you very much for the little hype train. 4 gifts, 4 subs, and $2.50 in bits. Appreciate you guys. You feel things are getting better, just far too slowly? Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, I mean, that's like the case for a lot of issues that a lot of people have, is it's like, you never know that they're known issues until it's far too late, right? Or until, like, you've already learned how to cope with them, so then you need to relive, or relearn how to live. Relive how to learn? Relearn how to live. No, America doesn't ask who cares. America goes, how big's your credit card? Because if it's very big, they care a lot. And I feel bad for nurses who work in the US who do care a lot and just want to help people, but literally can't because they're, like, held back by bullshit. With them in fun and unhealthy ways. Well, I mean, mental health problems is, like, one of the first things that leads to drug and substance abuse, so yeah. Working a job, you work a job and live your life in your mind in your mid-30s, gotcha, and you've had some trouble with all of your life. Some bad issues that you know you've adapted and lived that you didn't know what else to do. When my older sister got diagnosed with bipolar disorder at 32, the psychiatrist that was seeing her literally said, "You are the most put together, stable, successful, extremely bipolar person I've ever met." Which is very indicative of my whole family, actually. Your mom was a nurse in the UK and it still happens. You want to help, but there's the funding is not allocated to provide everything you need for all the people that need it. No, absolutely. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, I get it. That sucks. It sucks. But hey, at the very least, the one benefit is that the stuff exists now. You know, 100 years ago, a lot of that stuff just straight up didn't exist. He basically said the same thing. Well, I mean, I think like with bipolar disorder, there's one of two things, right? You either never get diagnosed. Well, one of three things. You either never get diagnosed and you just live with it your whole life and occasionally just have weird outbursts. You get hospitalized, almost die, and get diagnosed. Or like you end up getting like back alleyed into a diagnosis because you're so good at coping with it, nobody can tell, including the people trying to diagnose you. Weaver was seen taken by a Fey mood. We're going to follow you. I love being able to customize the alerts without having to close the game. It's so... like, holy shit. Hey, you go out to a balcony. I like that. Now homophobia is a unpopular subculture that happens to be very loud. Yeah. Well, I mean, you always could, Jetpack, but you can do it from here. I made a video about this because of how good it is. But no, you've always been able to. You just had to go into the game files and modify a text file. Now you can do it without restarting the game. Which is the reason I literally would never do it. I'd always modify one or two things and then just ignore it for all eternity. Which is hysterical, because that is not in any of the patch notes. Like, they should have put it in today's patch notes, but they didn't. It's literally nowhere in the patch notes, I don't think. Let me double check. Yeah, literally, it's not in the patch notes. Like, to me, that is like one of the most important changes. There's definitely a few notifications you want to tune a bit. Yep. Apes of Marking. No, thank you. Welcome back, Stone. Good to see you today. Hope you did the snoozing goods. Completely unrelated to Dwarf Fortress, by the way, chat. But I made a jar of hot sauce. It's a 500 milliliter jar. It's also a spaghetti sauce jar. I hope nobody gets a little bit overly enthusiastic thinking that's spaghetti sauce. How's the taste? Not super hot. At least not what I would describe as super hot. Maybe about as hot as like, it's like a hot Tabasco, but very, very, very flavorful. Very tasty. It's made with heirloom hot peppers that I grew myself. Literally everything in the hot sauce was grown by me, with the exception of the carrot that's in it. Everything else was grown by me, so. Also, I don't know why there's random holes in the floor, so I'm just gonna fill these. Oh, I know why there's random holes in the floor. It's because I removed the walls beneath it. That makes sense. Oh wow, that's a lot of water. Film it? No, because I don't have friends that would do that. And 2, no, because I'm not a bad person. People who film stuff like that are generally bad people. Back up to a third of where you started. I mean, getting your winnings back slowly. So what I'm doing here is I'm going to drain water from here down into here. That's what I'm doing. So the water is going to drain from up into here. It's going to crash down into here, and it's going to seal off this area. So I can actually pump this whole layer dry. And then from there, we could dump some more water in and make floor. Or alternatively, I could build floor here, make this area a lot easier to clear. Wait, actually, I feel really dumb. It is actually just sealed off. I don't need to do that. But I'm going to finish it anyway because I feel like it'd be a fun project. As this portion of the magma sea is filling from nothing, nothing is filling it, so. Any way I can do this safer? Let's, go straight here. Let's go to there. This is such a roundabout thingy. I'll look at this later and be like, what the fuck was I doing, man? Actually, you know what? I could probably just do it from here. Let's just try it from here first. Safe is a relevant term, but can be safe. All right, let's start channeling out things that we know to be danger spots. Going to send these dwarves back to train and bring the captain of the guard down. You're either building a door, you're building a door, okay. If you have to ask the question, is it really worth asking the question? I don't know, I'm getting all philosophical. If you're gonna ask it, don't ask to ask permission. Because I still don't know what the question is. It could be a question I would never answer in a million years. But if you're asking to ask the question, then I don't know. I don't know. That's up to you. All right, so there we go. That's sealed off now. A little bit of progress has been made. Water starts flowing out. Hello, Nature Dwarf. How are you? It's good to see you. I think they can still drown in water that is very shallow, but it only really happens if they lie down, though. It's good to hear. Good to hear that you're doing well, mate. Let's not go through that. Let's just start going around the edge. It's definitely a spot that needs to be channeled. This needs to be channeled. This needs to be channeled. This probably needs to be channeled. Made a sleek cave spider silk mitten. Once again, I don't care too much about. Not really. It's a Twitch chat. Talk about whatever you want, within reason. I don't understand the question, I guess, is what I will respond to that with. What is the question you wish you would have asked sooner in your streaming career? I have fucking no idea. When you're learning Twitch for 3 days, you're still learning etiquette. It's like any other social media. Don't be a jackass. There really is no etiquette outside of that. Aside from don't promote your own shit, which is just most social media. All right, cutting through the gems. All right, so I can hack through this pretty safely once the lava's down and into the thing. But when you're talking to me personally as a, like, just as an individual, if you feel the need to ask if you can ask a question, it's probably not worth asking said question. Deep within this strange place, we've uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods. There's a rectangular, multicolored metal shield, which I'm also going to assign to the king. I've probably assigned more than enough to the king already, but... Slabs and shields. 1 slab, 2 shields. Rock, slab. Iron, shield. Leave the slabs at 10, shields at 2. Hey, Tubby Tuna. How's things? You're usually not awake at... You're not usually awake at this time? That's fair. I try and stream pretty long hours so I can catch most time zones, but can't catch everything. Is gonna cave. Actually, no, I'm not gonna caving this in. We'll just leave it. A Cyclops has arrived. A humanoid with a single eye set in its forehead. It's named Tullius. Check. Can I get a round of Vile Force of Darkness? And has some parents. We haven't encountered any of its family. It's 22 kills. I'm going to send the main squad in to kill it. And watch it as it runs towards the fortress. Creature runs to the left. Towards the fort. Oh. That's not good timing. Seems like they were chasing the creature. I wonder if they ran into it on the road. Have you killed any dwarves recently? You may have killed one of my potential migrants. Wow, that was... I literally looked over at chat and looked back and it was dead. Spearmaster stabs the Cyclops in the head with a steel spear, tearing the muscle and tearing the brain. You get it? Did you get it? Nope. Did you get it? Yes, you did. Congratulations. Headshot. It's like an eye shot. Migrants. A baby chicken. All right. Well, chat room. If you would like a dwarf, say me. This is a siege engineer. Devildawn, thank you very much for gifting 3 months of subscription to Wiz the God. Cheesy duck. He is completely unmoved by art or natural beauty, and the natural beauty of nature. He's conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He is quite a bold flatterer. Extremely friendly, but just a little insufferable. He can be very unhappy, or he can be very happy and optimistic, not unhappy, and desires little for himself in the way of possessions, doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind, and can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. He tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to describe his natural tendency with his respective martial prowess, and he has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. He is slow to anger and occasionally overindulges, is trusting, and finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. And thank you very much, Devildawn. He personally is somewhat disgusted by romance and respects power and dreams of raising family, and likes bismuth bronze and yellow glossier, and peach-faced lovebird. Has 2 pets, a pet chick,
I love your tavern talks with
and a blue
updates and news for DF.
peacock.
Keep doing what you are doing, man.
I don't know where that sound effect came. Oh, I know where it came from. Tubby, thanks for the $20. I was like, where is that text-to-speech coming from? I don't see a notification. I have to look at a window I don't normally look at. Thanks for the $20. In the direct tip, Tubby. And me too. Thanks for watching. So that's our first one. Chat, say, I don't know. Dwarf, if you would like this Dwarf. Not, I did, you're right, I did say, Still in Tus. The second, at least, maybe third. He finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding and could be considered rude. He is assertive and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. Generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy. And he likes to take it easy. And he is often nervous and he tries to keep his things orderly. He's quite comfortable when others help him. He's quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. And he has a greedy streak and generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future. He has a sense of duty and he is trusting. And he tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. Nailed it, Raging Cave. Dreams of mastering a skill and values romance. Welcome to the military, my guy. He is lanky and has a very long beard. He's patient, values romance, but frail. Any mores? There's another one. I've got another dwarf. Chat, type in the word duck if you would like to be this shearer. Osmodium. Osmodium is a nervous wreck. I'm sorry. Lives a slow-going and leisurely pace. She is sometimes cruel. Takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. Often is lustful and has an active sense of humor. Does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and she generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future. Finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and tends to be passive in discussions. Pleased by her own appearance and talents, and she tends to make a small mess with her own possessions. And she is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and conflicted by this because I'm stuck in an ad. Grumble. In a minute. So I got to read this quickly. She is conflicted by this as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract, and she tends to think before acting, and she doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. She begins to talk very monotone when she's bored, and always scratches her head when she's trying to remember something. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally is somewhat put off by trade and commerce and finds blind honesty foolish. She likes fine pewter, yellow glossier, and green glass in the color mauve. The 8-sided prisms and warhammers, and chickens for their scratching, and herrings for their massive schools. And when possible, prefers to consume cavefish, squid, and bumblebee mead. Must be conflicted about the cavefish men in the basement. Is lanky and has ill-defined muscles. Welcome to the fort. That's it for naming dwarfs right now. Just a couple. Let's see what else we get. Mechanic. In terms of mastering a skill. She finds blind's honesty foolish. That's not what that means. We've been over this many times. At least twice. Some cook. Masterwork. Good luck. All right, sweet. So I unforbid an entire siege worth of elven gear. Wow. Look at all these dwarves. Storing stuff in stockpiles. Also, speaking of, the time for me to start making new clothes. I think maybe. Maybe in a couple months. Still is running inside, completely naked. Not super happy about this, but we'll be equipped with nice gear pretty soon. Everybody hates the hazing ritual of having to run into the fortress and be naked. But then you get all the happy thoughts about being able to put on multiple exceptional items. The boulder fall got cleaned up? Oh, yeah. We're pretty consistent about cleaning it up, believe it or not. Someone in my YouTube comments section was saying that I need an Easter egg in Dwarf Fortress, to which I say, not until DOS Tactic, Captain Duck, and Krug Smash all get Easter eggs in Dwarf Fortress. All right, so we are continuing to slowly dig out this underground space. I don't trust this. Actually, no, that's safe. That's safe. There's a square there. Let's do you, these, this. Has to be at least 3x3 for there to be an Angie demon in it, so as long as it's smaller than 3x3, we're pretty safe. Mm-hmm. And just name the pedestal blind, and there you go. It's a me Easter egg. I don't know. I think like in recent times, people have gotten oddly obsessed with wanting to see their creators in the video games that they cover. And I'm not gonna say that like I'm gonna suddenly have like a problematic era or something and get myself canceled, because I don't really expect that to happen because I'm not that kind of person. But I just want to say it worked out so well for Call of Duty. I don't think developers who are smart should do that, regardless of how important the creator is to the success of their video game. Because it's just not smart. Why do your squads always look for wrestlers and not mace dwarves after you've assigned them equipment? That's a good question. Because I thought that it looks for dwarves that have the highest skill assigned based on the gear that they're assigned to. So I guess it depends on what equipment you've assigned. Have you assigned the maces? Because, yeah, it should be looking for mace dwarves. But it's unlikely you have any mace dwarves in your fort, so I don't know. I generally don't look for dwarves that are weapon-specific skilled. Okay, I don't need to do all three of those. I just need to do one. Let's just go around and selectively choose a few spots. Great, I just set some diamonds on fire. Which means I gotta bring the buckets in. I smell chili. Now I want chili. Have a famous bloke in a thing. Famous bloke is then revealed to be a monster. That being said, I do believe that Snoop Dogg should have a cameo in every single video game ever made. For no particular reason other than I think it's funny. Speaking of Snoop Dogg, I was at the liquor store over the weekend to restock my humble beer supply. And whilst in the liquor store, I learned a gloriously terrible thing. Snoop Dogg has a very crappy looking wine with his face on it. It's only $18. I might buy a bottle of Snoop Dogg wine. For no particular reason other than I could buy a bottle of Snoop Dogg wine. Mm-hmm. Yep. That's absolutely what I saw. Uh-oh. Well, I just turned Zan into a ball of fire. That was unfortunate. Zan was found dead. Zam it! I think it's the only appropriate thing to say there. Well, there goes a lot of water. You know, if I could actually get that channel up pretty quick, this could speed things up quite a bit, because I could get some water to flow down onto that gem, which would be nice. I guess that answers what's behind that. Ah, look at this. Raw adamantine. Praise the miners of the adamantine so raw. Honestly, just bottling that stuff makes it 20 crimes. Okay, so this is now the only one I don't trust anymore. Actually, that's not true. Don't trust this. I don't trust this right here. I don't trust this. But this one already has a place to do that. Alright, well that gem's out. Never mind. Good. Smoke is almost as bad as miasma for dwarves' mental health, so. I feel like I scared off Lost Fool, which makes me kind of sad. Oh well. Godspeed, friend. Once again, on this day's episode of Blind says weird thing out of context. Yeah, I don't know what that means, Jetpack. But oh well. It is what it is. Don't trust this square. Take a peek in there. This is safe. It's a colloquialism in the southern U.S. Well, I've never heard that before. Don't know what it means. I better get going. Ah! And some more diamonds are on fire. Alright, let's do that. I better mosey on out. Does anybody actually say I better mosey on out? Like, I feel that's just a made-up term that nobody actually says. Mike, your grandparents say mosey sometimes? Well, there you go. Congratulations, King, you're a grandparent. Or a grandparent at heart. Old soul, as some say. I'd be terrified to be your child. Gang. That would be terrifying. Not to say that you'd be a bad parent necessarily. It's just terrifying concept. So hopefully we get buckets of water into there pretty quick. Get those green diamonds extinguished. So how wide is this? And this whole thing should be safe. This whole thing should be safe. Famous last dwarf. Young people mostly do it ironically. Ah. It used to be a thing people actually said. That's the case for, like, Mokul. Okay, how in the world is a fire snake in lava? That doesn't make any goddamn sense. You're a fire snake. How are you encased in lava? Or not in lava, you're in water. Like, how are you encased in water? An echo of forgotten divine retribution. Well, all right then. Time to bring the Mark stores back down. Nars Fighter Crossbowman. He's fired a blistered metal bolt at one of my dwarves who in the engraver and stuck in his guts. Let's see, is there anything in here? No. So this one is fine. You can dig through that. But I am going to send my 2 ranged squads down here. Question is, what are you wearing? More sheer? Small humanoid composed of ash. It has a pair of squat antennae and a rattling exhale. It purrs. It is created by the dwarven goddess Nar and is in part with balance and death. God of balance. Dwarf is like, ah! And they run away. Here cometh the crossbow wielder. You know, it's funny. Manticore Alpha is as angry as a dwarf can be, but isn't stressed. I find that very interesting. It's like he was forced to endure the decay of a child in 172, and because of that, he never feels discouraged, or he becomes completely helpless in stressful situations after being forced to endure the decay of a child. Which, frankly, no dwarf should have to endure. And then decides to leave. Okay, well, that's fine. No, I'm just being extremely cautious. So Nasty was trapped because I was being extremely cautious. But this is an angel, so it has items equipped. And we've also found raw adamantine, which is down here. 2 layers down. So we're getting to the raw. We might actually get to adamantine today. Well. Can I just, like, okay, so what happens if I've only ever told them to station. Let's see what happens if I tell them to attack it. Okay, so they run off because they're like, I don't know how to get in there. That makes sense. Yeah, it's an angel that has been there since before time. It was placed there by a god to defend the pillars of death from the great dwarven hordes and other creatures. "24 years before time." Yep, after making a deal with a dwarven god. Also, nothing really to do with anything, chat, but I have 44,996 YouTube subscribers right now. So if you're not subscribed to my main channel on YouTube, I only need 4 more to have a satisfying number. And everybody likes satisfying numbers. I'm just saying. Flashbang warning. Okay? Almost satisfying number. Watch it go down. Bamboo the Scholar's been found dead. Huh. There we go. We got Dwarf shooting it. The flying iron bolt strikes the Nars fighter crossbowman in the head, but the attack is deflected by the crossbowman's large blistered metal cap. Another one strikes him, breaking away half of the tissue through the asymmetrical translucent cloth. Thanks, Red September. Also, we hit the number. Thanks for the satisfying number, chat. Appreciate it. You did your part in that? Thank you, Tobes. All right, well, we are shooting it. We actually ripped its asymmetrical translucent cloth shirt to shreds by a flying copper bolt, struck it in the lower body, which also made it lose hold of its crossbow, and it dies. Was that you who got it? So this dwarf has 2 kills. I like this dwarf. This dwarf picks its kills well. It killed a flame fiend, which was like sitting over here on a ledge. And so it killed a flame fiend, which is another demon, and also killed an angel. God's Bane. It's killed the creation of gods, and only the creation of gods. The Divine Slayer. Yeah, I like that. Actually, no, I'm going to go with that. Divine Slayer. I feel like maybe Cog should move to the commander's position or something after that. Are supposed to be training. Did I accidentally remove the stairs or something? Yes, I did. Well, that's awkward. I'm like, why are dwarves that are supposed to be here not here, and dwarves that are not supposed to be here? Turns out it's because I removed the stairs. And unless you literally jump, you're incapable of getting back up. Oops. That's a bit of a whoopsie on my part. Let's fix this. It's going to take a minute, but we'll fix this. And also, I haven't said this enough, chat, but thank you very much, everybody, for sticking around today. We've actually had quite a bit of a bigger crowd than normal. I assume that that's because of the patch day. We did get a pretty big raid, for once. It was a very rare thing, so it was very nice of our friend here to do that. Canadian Pagan. But, on that note, a force that is both vile and dark has arrived, allegedly. Seems to be a pretty small siege. Double check and... Yep, these are in fact goblins. They have goblin names. Double check where they're from. Legendary curses, yep. Goblin civ that we've been at war with. I think I'm just going to take these two squads and just tell them to go here. And we'll just raffle stomp our way through them. I was going to say, assuming I actually have squaddies that are up here. Yeah, those poor enslaved goblins. We've uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods. Something evil is emerging from this newsly exposed. What devilry is this? We check for heat. Shit, I fucked up. We're getting battered from both sides. All right. What? Oh, did I actually do what I think I did? Chat room, I'm actually that dumb. So I thought it was all connected to this stair. So, managed to kill Aerith. This dwarf is hanging out with a koala devil. Both of them very surprised, by the way. Fortunately, it's only one evil thing that's like coming out of here. And certainly is fun. Let's unpause the game and repause the game. Koala devil releases the grip of... Okay, so the koala devil grabs the lasher. It's caught in sand and the dwarf is dead. How about the koala devil? No. Nope, koala devil is fine. So the dwarf died to the splat. We lost 4 dwarves in that cave-in. Fortunately, I do have Kogan the Spearmaster. I think I should turn this on. Where are you going? All right, so the Koala Devil is coming for us. The Spearmaster is stunned. The Koala Devil is a very large koala twisted into humanoid form. It has lidless eyes and it undulates rhythmically. Its eyes glow fuchsia and its orange hair is patchy. Beware its deadly dust. This dwarf is doing nothing. You, on the other hand, has said, can it all end so quickly? This doesn't stare me, and stabs the Koala Devil in the lower body with her steel spear, tearing the muscle. She is now stunned, but the creature is still bleeding. She is still stunned, getting knocked back, but fine. She stabs the Koala Devil in the upper body, breaking the floating ribs. Continues to duel with the creature, has lost its shield, and is getting thrown back at a wall. This is real bad. Falls down into a hole, seriously injured. Koala Devil lands next to her, also seriously injured. She is unarmed. Does still have her shield underneath her. Unlikely to live, if I were to bet. Also, there's a dwarf burning in lava, so rest in peace. Snatchers have been spotted, probably by soldiers on the surface. Meanwhile, the soldiers on the surface are moving up towards the goblin snatcher Scourge, as well as dwarven snatching Scourge. I'm going to use Jack Black to jump down here. We do also still have a couple spear dwarves stuck down here. The creature is seriously injured. I'm going to tell my Marks dwarves to get down here. There's grass down here? Excuse me? The creature... Oh, never mind. It died. The dwarf is still alive. We now have to go on to rescue mission, rescue dwarf. I'm going to shut this off. The dwarves appear to be fighting through. That dwarf down there needs a nickname if they don't die. Master Lashers are fighting with the goblins. Combat is moving at a pretty decent clip, too. Master Lasher lashes the bow dwarf with an iron whip, chipping the bone and the right shoulder. Hiker Jag has fallen as part of the siege, unfortunately. Rest in peace, Hiker Jag. That was enough to trigger the sad music, well. And this dwarf is trying to report a crime. I mean, of all of the things you could be doing at this exact moment, you're reporting crimes against Urvad. Well, I mean, fair. But, like, we're kind of busy right now, guy. What are the dwarves killing today? Enslaved goblins. Or enslaved dwarves who are goblin in culture. Also, I accidentally caused a cave-in in the basement, which killed like 4 dwarves and released a demon. But fortunately, that problem's almost sorted. Anyway, the goblin siege is gone right now, so let's jump back down here and see. No! Rest in peace, Kogan. Kogan and Dishmab. Such a shame. What an absolute shame. Yeah, I caved in this layer by mistake. I wasn't intending to do that. But I did lose 2 Spearmasters. Also this one that died trying to get out. That grass? Yep. Don't ask me why it's there all of a sudden. Because I have no idea. I'm gonna give those 2 squads a break. Why is there grass all of a sudden? I don't know, I caved in the ceiling, so weird things happened, I guess. Send this squad back down here. Human engineer has been found dead. Well, we get the opportunity to trade soon. So hopefully the elves don't invade us again right when it's trading time and we can trade. Surface crops. That's not how that works. Just because you have grass growing doesn't mean you can grow surface crops. They need to also see the sun. Also, this is a flashing metal maul. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is coated with Sinful Nightmares Koala Frozen Devil Extract. Well, that can be given to a dwarf, I think. I also need to train my military up. So what I think I'm going to do, the plan right now, is to clear this layer, okay? And then put, like, another 20 dwarves into the military. Why are dwarves still being found dead? What the fuck's happening? There's no invaders on the map. Don't mind the random demons. They're not actually here, okay? It's totally fine. Two more dwarves have been missing for a week. Must have lost a bunch in this collapse. You invest 10 beers. That's a lot of beers. Someone's good at finding them. Yeah, it certainly seems that way. Human caravan has arrived, and their wagons have bypassed my inaccessible site. But, mate, it's... I have two. Trading depots or something. It's right there. How is that inaccessible? I mean, I suppose it must be, but... Tree blocking it? I mean, it might have actually just been that one tree right there. At least we have the humans as a test round. This might not be the wisest way to dig this, but... Cavern dwellers. And of course, they have a way in. I'm going to nerf all of this. Fortunately, I do still have a squad here. You guys, I'm gonna book it up here. It appears that they are getting up there pretty quick. I don't actually know how they just stabbed them, but they're bleeding already. Fighting with the creatures, and they're dying rather quickly. Dwarves are running up the walls. And it appears that Adil here, or Ast, not Adil, is doing some work fighting against the rodent people, knocking them to pieces. Keep them stationed here for a little bit. Plan was to seal this off, but I guess that never happened. And Azzy Dias, thank you very much for the 8th month. Welcome back. It's good to see you. Appreciate you, friend. Kellen Artho is brawling under the influence. Oh, that's not good. Crimes, 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 crimes against Tellen Artho for brawling under the influence. One of my clothers. Some dude who's dead. Several times over. Yeah, he was one of my, came to stay for the purpose of study. All right, let's jump up to here. Quest broker at Depot. Let's sell a lot of clothing. And by a lot of clothing, I actually mean a lot of wooden armor that the elves keep bringing us for some fucking reason or another. This is a lot of stuff, chat. Hello, Infinity Simplex. How's things? Oopsies. I think I will just bring all of these upper body coverings. And then everything else will bring for the traders when the dwarves show up. There's so much. Turns out we've fought back a whole lot of them. 329 items. There we go. Crashes on launch while Windows version works seamlessly through Proton. Yeah, I mean that is also the reality of trying to patch games like this to Linux, right? It's just going to be an endless battle with versions and new versions and new versions. Shoutouts to Ast. Put up a valiant effort against the rats. So my squad is supposedly stationed here. I don't see them anywhere. I don't know if they all left or what. I'm actually going to lock this floor hatch, kiddo. Otherwise, you're going to go die. It's going to take them a little while to get down here, but we'll see what we can do. I completely agree with you. I think that the whole patching to Linux and promising Linux is a horrible idea. But I'm also not in charge of what's a good idea and what's a bad idea, so I just choose not to voice my opinion when it comes to that. Because while some things work really well on Linux, those 55 people who want to play Dwarf Fortress on a Mac are sitting there being super goddamn pissed that Dwarf Fortress doesn't run on a Mac natively. Because the nice thing about Linux users is they're pretty crafty generally. They generally can just make a thing work. It's like if it doesn't work, well, they'll make it work. They'll figure it out. They'll if there's a will, there's a way. They will eventually make it work. Mac users will just complain until it works. They'll just complain about their expensive product and not running the game. Which, yeah, I don't know. I don't envy developers. So many things don't work on Mac? Oh, absolutely. Which is exceptionally silly when it's like, well, you can make it work. Runs in wineskin. But, whatever. Okay, where actually is my military and why is the frame rate so low? It's probably this. Nope, nope. No, that's not it, actually. I guess I get to figure it out. No, it definitely was it. That 100% was it. Cramp, thank you very much for the 32nd month. Welcome back, dude. There we go. We've got Pophead, the glorious captain of the guard, legendary spear dwarf, and whip wielder, dueling with the rodent fiends, trying to plague our fortress with their thoughtless schemes. There you go. Beans of oil has the high ground. So to me, PPC means the psychedelic porn crumpets. So I'm just going to assume that that's a Mac thing as well. The rodent man blowgunner has fallen. Just for clarity, like that's what that word means. That's what those selections of letters mean to me. Found dead, drowned. Great. The psychedelic porn crumpets are an Australian psych rock band that are pretty great. I guarantee you the reason their frame rate's so low is trading. I will trade for what I can, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this. Let's see, does that bring the frame rate back up? I care more about frame rate right now than I do about trading. Yep, brings us back up to 30. Let's clean up this basement, because that's the bigger concern. Review of the crumpets. False advertising. Not enough porn in my crumpets. Really need ass to get buried. All right, well, how far down have we gone? Fortunately, because I just caved in a layer on this, most of this I can just dig through. Because I know that there's nothing dangerous underneath it, really. At least nothing that's going to immediately kill me. I can just slowly dig around it. The DF music is indeed quite good. I agree with this statement. And also, in regards to that 350 command that I saw pop up, we are, working towards getting the higher pay split on Twitch. by having paying subscribers. So in order to do that, in order to acquire that, you need 350 sub points worth of paying subscribers over the last 3 months. We have gotten that the last 2, and so far we have 330 for September. We need 350. So when I get 20 more paying subscribers, or 20 more resubs of paying subscribers, we've made it. This morning we were at like 310. So I think it was this morning. Was it this morning? No, this morning we were at 322. Yesterday we were at 310. Although, for clarity's sake, gift subs do not count towards that goal. They do, however, very much help my paychecks. So thank you very much for the 10 gift subs there. But like from Future Rules and Cramp. But just keep in mind, those do not count towards the better sub split. But once the better sub split kicks in, I will get paid a higher amount per subscription, which is kind of fantastic. Meaning as of October 1st, I will get 50% of the money instead of, or I will get 70% of the money instead of 50. I always feel like I need to like re-clarify that every time, but sometimes I forget. It's kind of a difficult thing to explain every single time, but thanks all the same, Future Rules. But yeah, as of next month, because nothing's going to change, really, I don't think. I don't think everybody's going to unsub to me in the next couple days. But once next month hits, whenever somebody gifts a sub for Tier 1, instead of me getting 50% of that money, I get 70% of that money, which is going to be really nice, to put it simply. So there are some blue diamonds burning in there. Hey, boy, thank you very much for the 8th month. Welcome back. That's what I mean when I say paying sub. And Fida, thanks for the $3. Appreciate you. Nope, not water source. I need pit pond. I just need to dump a bucket of water on it after all the lava's out of there.
This is Sparta!
I'm suddenly thinking about this because I just heard Zack Snyder's Sparta, This is Sparta's line. Has anybody seen that trailer for Rebel Moon? Which, from what I can tell, is Zack Snyder's Dune Star Wars fan fiction. I'm actually just going to cut into this right here. Forgotten Beast, Garatho Edifatari Serrano has come. A gigantic eyeless cricket. It has a short horn and it appears to be emaciated. Its chestnut exoskeleton is rough and cracked. Beware its noxious secretions. And, I can see its noxious secretions, and that's about it. It's in the middle cavern layer. I don't think that can get to me. Skeptical Cat, thank you very much for that Tier 1 subscriber. For that Tier 1 subscription. I can speak today. Those are the ones that count towards the Partner Plus stuff. Gosh, I do have no idea. Why is there, like... Why in the world is there so much grass? I think that can't get to me. I mean, we'll find out in a minute if it can. And then we'll deal with it. But currently, I don't think it can get to me. So, nothing famous about them words. They have to actually be your last words for them to be famous, I would assume, too. What are you running away from? Are we... Wait. Hold on a second. Are we desecrating the good name of the wonderful console called the Wii U? Is it bad that I unironically actually really liked that console? Like, I had a Wii U, and I quite liked it. It was a nice little device. I mean, it was super weird and, like, not a normal console. But I really liked it. I thought it was quite nice. Dear rodent people, if you could kindly fuck off and go away, my life would be real nice. So, you know what? I'm gonna lock the dwarves back upstairs. Get upstairs, you dwarves. I will bring the military down. Looks like you're getting turned into pieces. I also don't know how you got all the way up there. Like, genuinely, I'm not actually sure how that dwarf got all the way up there. The Wii U was the last console I owned that I genuinely liked. Like, I've had a couple consoles over the years. I'm not generally a console person, but I did really like them. Thanks for the 12 subs, chat, and the $3 in bits. Big thank you. Okay, so just to quell my own frustrations, chat, we're gonna cheat. Exterminate rodent man and exterminate Gabber. Actually, I think I need to put these into... Oh, it's right. Nope. And then exterminate... elk. Like, they're not hard to kill. They're just destroying my frame rate right now. Terminate. Voracious cave brawler. I hope I spelled that right. All right, so now I can turn this off. Put them back to training. And unforbid this. Well, they are now, Devildawn. They certainly are now. That's the case for current era consoles. That certainly wasn't the case for a lot of previous eras of consoles. Was kind of the death of the Star Fox franchise. Honest to God, King, Star Fox was the death of the Star Fox franchise. I enjoyed those rail shooters. They were a lot of fun. But That franchise was never going to live as long as Nintendo didn't give a flying fuck about it. Turns out, Nintendo doesn't really give a flying fuck about it. I don't actually know why that didn't get put out. Or is it falling? Maybe, oh, maybe it's actually like evaporating. Wow. Okay. Z80s? Yeah, that was a long, long time ago. In a world far, far away at this point. Like, it might as well not even exist anymore. I mean, Nintendo is currently just... okay, so here's the thing that I'm waiting for, King. Nintendo just... The human traders are leaving. Nintendo just put out F-Zero 99, right? Which to me means they're never going to actually make another F-Zero game. Star Fox 99. It's going to happen. Just wait for Star Fox Battle Royale. It's coming. I tell you. It's just a matter of time. Although, you know, there is fortunately other people out there trying to make Star Fox games right now. At the very least, you get that. You love your old Master System? Well, there you go. There's certainly good things to be said about Whisker Squadron, supposedly. And, what was the other one? Trying to think of the other one. What was the name of the other one? I own the other one. I know who published it, so I can look it up that way. Oh yeah, that's it. Exodiac. This thing. This is probably the best Star Fox successor, but, you know. It's a Star Fox successor in gameplay, not really a Star Fox successor in character. Stuck in ads. All right, we'll just let them dig. I'm just going to seal this off in a minute. I'm basically just waiting for all of the dwarves to be out of here. I'm going to lock this. And then I'm going to put a block here. And a block here. For reasons? Yeah, well. Can't help you there. Building stairs down. There's adamantine right there. So we are currently one layer above the lava sea. Just one layer above. I guess the one benefit about doing that accidental cave-in thing is now I know exactly where everything is. There's a giantess named Gagan. Zanhastalam, a gigantic creature resembling a human, almost unparalleled in size. Walls, so I can tell the dwarves to do this, 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 and this, and then this. And we are going to go find where this giant is and see if they're holding anything. Nope. And they have no family. No health problems. 45 kills, though. Nothing of note. Most creatures of such stature don't ever get to kill many things of note. It is pretty far away, though. My military should have plenty of time to regroup. Chat, can I get a Vile Force of Darkness? We are hitting 4 p.m. It's been a long stream today, and a pretty good stream so far. And it turns out Rimtar has become a mangled corpse. Tried to fight the demon, or not the demon, the giant with a book. And all that happened was the giant got to improve its wrestling. Did the Baroness of Clan Trade actually manage to get any hits in on it? Excellent. Was able to smack it multiple times with Mountain Home within reason. Excellent. Really got to take the book to that giant. Not super effective, though, unfortunately. And then Lore, who's currently floating in midair, lashes the giantess with an upper whip, jamming the bone through the left shoulder and chipping the skull in the shoulder's bone. It's going to die real fast, I think. It's already bleeding. Dwarf is terrified while in conflict. Has managed to lash it multiple more times, including kicking it. Is fighting backwards. The creature's overexerted and bleeding, meaning it's probably going to go prone pretty soon. It's in slight pain and can't stand, so it's lying down. The dwarf here is screaming at it, most likely, in some dwarven words, and is lashing it in the upper arm repeatedly. And the creature falls. Giants are so scary in the very, very, very early game, but so quickly become so trivial. About to say, I think I have a dwarf on fire, but no, I don't actually. Never mind, I do. Rest in peace, Rimtar. Unless you're able to... Nope, you weren't able to get into the water. All right, well, that changes things. That means that not everything, in fact, is very obvious as to where it is. Imagine a giant force of villainous. What, like a giant that's actually a threat? Kind of have a hard time imagining a giant that's actually a threat. Trying to make sure we don't get a cave in again. So this is going to be filled in with 2 doors, one at each end. So in case we get another demon I can't fight, I can lock it in here. I would really like to see 10 armed giants coming at once. I feel like that would be a lot of fun, actually. And then also that giant happens to be the pope of some dwarven religion that half your dwarves worship. I think that would be incredible. That would be a moment to remember for all of dwarven kind. So they're bowing down going, "Master, you've arrived!" And thunk! because that is probably my favorite bug, actually, in Dwarf Fortress right now. It's a bug that some of you may know about, but it's the fact that Mega Beasts can become members of, like, faction-based religions. So, like, a giant could join the dwarven religion of rivers and metals and, I don't know, mining or mountains or whatever. So they could join that religion and actually become an important, respected religious figure within that religion. They're totally not supposed to be able to do that. It's 100% a bug. But it's an unintended consequence of, like, features that were added. And when Tarn found out that it was a bug, he goes, well, that's awesome. It's like, sweet. So that should stay. No, absolutely. Literally, like, that they are 100% in support of Giant Pope, because who wouldn't support the Giant Pope? I too 100% support the Giant Pope, because Giant Pope is hysterical. I may just be able to do this. Like, it's kind of risky, but I'm gonna do it. Also, I need to check something. Guess what, chat? It's raining. So happy. It's been raining. It's been so uncharacteristically hot and so dry for so long. Now suddenly it's raining. It's like, thank whatever higher power that doesn't exist that you decide to thank at this exact moment. It's so nice. If the rain holds, it's been on and off the past few days. I don't know where you're from specifically, but, like, yeah, it's been pretty close to that recently. Like, it's been a lot like, whoop. Wasp just got caved in on, but okay. Shore Allure got knocked out. Small cave in, nothing major. But yeah, it's you're in Vancouver? Okay. Yeah, no, it's been pretty intermittent. Yeah, but hey, it's nice to just have rain again though. Doesn't matter if it's intermittent. Rain is rain. It's nice to have rain. Uh-oh. Well. Can I priority numero uno save you? Maybe? Are you drowning? No, you are not drowning. This dwarf is somehow not drowning. Because they keep managing to pull themselves out and get themselves stuck again. I'm hoping we can save this dwarf. I'm going to cancel this, hoping they swap. Yes, okay. Come on, 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 come on. Is that dwarf's swimming skill? That's a good question. I always forget where it hides. Novice swimmer. Okay. There you go. Now it's just a matter of you pathing out. Because you can't drown now. Uh-oh. Fell deeper. Now you're drowning. Well. Not much I can do for that. I tried to save you, Dwarf. Well, well, well. Ain't that unfortunate? You know, a lot of dwarves have drowned. Very few of them have had, like, names. So I don't feel too bad because I'm not killing chat constantly. Just sometimes. What? Oh, I see what I'm doing. I just fucked up. Just killed Kubak. Because I started them going from underneath instead of above. They have to stay above. Shit. I'm also going to remove a lot of these miners from doing all of these miners from doing other tasks because I just want the mining to get done. The mining is the #1 task that needs to be done. I might as well also just start putting coffins over here because, like, let's be honest, this is where we need them. Might as well just get to it and be efficient, right? It's even more depressing because you were just in Seattle this weekend. Oh yeah, and like I'm sure Seattle's weather's identical to here. It's really nice to see Dwarf Fortress above 1,000 players for most of a Tuesday. It's been a while since I've seen that. I do kind of stare at player counts maybe more often than I should, but probably stresses me out, for being honest here. You always play off Steam? Yeah, I wonder what the total player count is if you include like classic players and people who play offline on Steam and people with privated profiles. I do actually wonder. Probably quite a bit higher, I would imagine. Bet it's a lot. I would, if I had to bet, oof, that was a pretty bad hit. If I had to bet, I would say it's probably around 20% higher. But I used to always like theorize and wonder about what the player base of classic DF was. And it's really kind of impossible to tell. Because I know there's still some people who still play like 23A. Rest in peace to that dwarf. Well, I mean, like, I can go play an obscure game on Steam and tell you for fact I'm the only person playing it. Like, every single time I've streamed The First Men, I'm the only person in the world playing that game. Every single time I've streamed it. But yeah, I wonder that too. Like, there's a racing game that I play sometimes called Roll Cage, which had its source code released, I don't know, maybe a decade ago now, by the original development team. There's a community of people in a Discord server. It used to be a Steam group, but now it's a Discord server that play multiplayer on Hamachi once a week. And there's always like a dozen of them that show up. It's one of my favorite things about like old games and like classic games is it's just like you get to make friends over something that is like so fucking obscure that like nobody really has any right to even remember it. But yet there's still people who show up and play. And it's like different people every week too. Like it's a big enough group. Like there's like 800 people in that Discord server and it's like big enough that like Like there's the regulars that are there basically every week, but it's still pretty consistent that there's different people almost every week. All right, we are going to clear these. That can get cleared. That can get cleared. It's a matter of us digging down again. Not multiplayer, obviously. For a while there was a bot that lived in my Discord where you could play Zork. So I want to test something. Let's go to announcements. I don't think that this will actually fix this, but I'm really curious if it does. Praise the miners. I like that one. I like that you can turn on notifications for vomit. This makes me want to, like, because of the ease of being able to turn these on and off, I want to, like, do, like, a meme run where everything has a notification. I'm going to turn this off. Big canceled warm. And also, did that even accept it? Big canceled. Oh, I see. It's not there now because I removed it. Okay, so let's see if I can just dig through this. Or if it'll still cancel it. Okay, so no, it does still cancel it. I guess that's just a sorting feature. I was wondering if that would disable it. So now I get to find it again. Brilliant. I should set a research breakthrough actually as a pop-up, because that would be interesting to see. Just have to find it. There it is. Wish I could just like disable it temporarily. That would be cool. But oh well. You watch it try last fall. You got another. Oh, what, Zork? I feel like Zork should be shown to kids in schools, but I guess I have like a pretty radical idea of how important video games as an art form and medium is to popular culture. Realistically, they should be telling kids about like fucking Fortnite and how warning kids about how dangerous Roblox is. That's really what they should be doing. So this is adamantine right here. No, Zork the Text Adventure, one of the very first, air quotes, video games ever made. And I think one of the first commercially successful video games, too. That wasn't like a console. One of the most important PC games ever made, basically. It's where the line, "It's dark in here, you're likely to be eaten by a grue," comes from. More like row away blocks. Row away, please. Go away, blocks. God, I wish. I do like that dwarves are slightly better at not falling into the magma sea in this version than they used to be. And I do mean that as very much a slightly. You know, some people were asking me to dig too deeply in this fort. I don't think they realized that it would take an extra 5 streams. It's such a slow process in this version, it's not even funny. They made a Zork with graphics? I didn't even know that. I know that they made a bunch of them. I didn't realize any of them actually had graphics. I've only ever played Zork 1, so. What's up, Vogel? Good to see you, too. We're hitting that time of year. Like, I talk about this quite frequently, actually. Summer is the slow season for my stream because I have an audience that is mostly adults, which is a blessing, but it's also a curse. It's a blessing because I have an audience of adults that are generally pretty mature. It's a curse because they all go on vacation in the summer and have families. And man, it would be real nice if, like, I just had this perpetual audience of children like a lot of streamers have. But then you'd have to deal with a perpetual audience of children. So I guess I should just be happy that I have an audience of adults that I can tolerate. Yeah, I know, right? How dare you go on vacation and then, like, not watch Twitch 4 months, 5, 6 months a year because the weather's nice. No, I don't. Someone over there. There's a reason I don't stream Fortnite. I used to know somebody years ago who started streaming and actually got into streaming Roblox. He was, like, having a really hard time getting any kind of audience together and then, like, just decided on a whim one day, I'm gonna stream Roblox. Just, like, because a friend of his was, like, pestering him to try it, and he did. And very quickly, his audience became so insufferable, he quit streaming within, like, 3 or 4 weeks, even though he had, like, 1,800 concurrent viewers, which is, like, incredible. Wait, really? They added another animated Twitch global? Chat, Pop Nemo is now a new global animated emote. That's adorable. What age did I get into DF? Well, I was born in 94, and I first started trying to play Dwarf Fortress in 09. So however old I was in 94. Or however old I was in 99. I actually can't remember. Welcome back, G-Fin. It looks like it's just saying wow to me. Wow. 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 You've been really busy, but love the interview between me and Putnam. Well, there's several of them now. So you can listen to several of them. There's a backlog even. But thank you. I'm glad. I do think it is some of the most important content that I make. Being that and like the talks I do with Bay 12 in general. It's a lot of the most important content that I make. boy. Stanky corpse down there. Let's hope I don't hit any creepy monsters while doing this. My dog. Is that a dog? To me, it looks like a weird bear. I don't know. It's a bean animal. It's not a real animal. It's fine. We've uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods. Another hammer. A dark metal. Or hammer. Fortunately, it doesn't look like the hammer can actually catch fire. That's a benefit to basically everybody. I like how it's the water's evaporating before it can touch the lava. There's a lot of temperature stuff going on in there. Look at that. Just a psst. So for a second there, I thought that that was just like a lava thing flying at me, but no, I was like, oh god, the lava's gained sentience. Looks like we were able to put the diamonds out temporarily, so that's good. We managed to get some obsidian there. Hopefully the steam can just keep putting the diamonds out. Hopefully. So I can probably, keyword here is probably. I can probably just start auto-mining this layer of adamantine without too much issue. Also, ads are running right as the game saves. That's perfect. But it's trading season, so we have to trade. But, and also just kind of a random statement. To anybody who is like watching the stream, if you haven't been around in a while, don't worry if you can't be around for a while. I've been doing this for quite literally 10 years as of November 17th, 14th. 10 years as of November 14th. So I ain't going anywhere. And trust me, the vast majority of it was significantly worse times than this. Financially, statistically, level of success, ability for long-term success. People keep asking, have they fixed the stairs issue yet? There literally is nothing wrong with stairs. Stairs work as intended quite well for currently. Been doing this since I was 22? Sounds about right, yeah. Actually, technically 19, no. Did they fix the stairs issue yet? Is a question I keep getting, and I have no idea what issue people are talking about. Can you build a single layer staircase? No, but you don't need to. There's no reason to have to do that. You can build a ramp. So if you need a single layer staircase, you use a ramp. I guess my loud, mean version to that isn't an issue. Weaponsmith was found dead? Oh no. Tantrum? Probably. You just killed Lorbam? Yes, you did. I'm going to expel you to craft whatevers. I may actually just do that pretty soon, is just start expelling people who commit crimes. Yeah, you can also do that. But that's one of those issues that is like some people are just like, I will never play this game until this is fixed. It's like, I don't think it's ever going to be fixed. But, okay. And if it is, it's certainly not a high priority. No one was saying archers were never going to be fixed. Tarn has been saying he needs to fix archers for years. No one has said that. But when people talk about stairs, Tarn's like, I don't get it, because there isn't an issue, right? So, sure, people were saying that, but people saying that doesn't mean anything. Like, I get it. Fix the archers, please. But I don't understand the issue with stairs. There's no reason to build a single layer of staircase, unless you're building over top of a staircase that already exists, in which case it's 2 extra clicks to delete the second piece of staircase. When was the last time you watched? Because there was, the game was ported to STL2 like 4 months ago, which gave like a 100% frame rate increase. Like, having thousands of dwarves or hundreds of dwarves will still impact your frame rate, right? But this fort like is running 40, 50 frames pretty consistently with over 200 dwarves, unless there's like a weird invasion of some sort. But generally this fort runs pretty good. But I guess it kind of depends on what your definition of like good frame rate is. My definition of good frame rate is anything above 20. Because I'm realistic. Some people expect it to be locked at 60, which I don't think this game ever will be. 15 months because Life and Berry Babies IRL. That's a completely legitimate reason to not play video games for a while. But yeah, no, I guess it depends on whatever your idea of that is. There is multi-threading in Dwarf Fort now. Where's the button for it? I've had it on for so long, I can't remember where it is now. There it is. There is some multi-threading. Line of sight code is multi-threaded. There's been a lot of performance increases. The UI is actually like feels good to use now. They multi-threaded one very small portion of the game, and it's not a huge frame rate increase. It never will be a huge frame rate increase either. But nobody listens to me when I say that, and nobody listens to the devs when they say that, so they just keep screaming about multi-threading. But no, the game does run a lot better than it did like 6 months ago. All threads? You mean 2. Not all. 2. Big difference there. All right, well, I'm going to go down here. I'm going to dig out a large chunk of this. I'm going to do that by digging down here. I just want to drain this lava out. No, the actual huge performance increase wasn't multi-threading. The huge performance increase was porting the game from SDL to SDL2. That was the big performance increase, which like literally gave me a 100% frame rate increase. And then a bunch of like smaller tweaks, like how dwarves identify what is in, like there was a patch that came out in like I think it was February that Putnam did, because they hired a new programmer. They hired Putnam, who made a bunch of mods for Dwarf Fort. She had an addition which was basically just redoing how the game processes or how dwarves recognize what is inside of a cage, and that increased the frame rate by like 30% back then, and that was, you know, back in February, and that wasn't even related to this, so. No, pathfinding is the opposite, LogIRs. If you listened to what she said, pathfinding is one of the smallest. It is a performance issue at times, but it is one of the least problematic ones. The biggest performance issues are line of sight, line of sight, and just time and numbers of things thinking. Not pathfinding. It's never been pathfinding. We thought it was pathfinding for a very long time, just as a community. Putnam never said it was that. Sorry if I sound like I'm repeating myself, but I need to drill that home because it is like one of the most consistent community myths at this point. Oh, bull. And it's like partially my fault. Like I'm definitely like guilty of that too. Blaming it on pathfinding. This burger's pathfinding to my stomach. I could use a burger. Burgers sound good right now. You did, but ADHD do be like that sometimes. Fair enough, Lugires. I think it was about line of sight and Dwarfs pondering if they like or dislike. Yeah, they had to run through like the whole list. I mean, it's a pretty common Dwarf Fortress issue. Like that, if they have to run through the whole list of the entire population, it runs like shit. Which is why World Gen used to take so long, because they used to have to run through every single book ever written to write a new book. So Putnam figured that out through reverse engineering, and then Tarn changed that so that they didn't have to go through every single book ever written to write a new book. And the frame rate increased like World Gen went from taking, you know, hours for a 400-year-old world to now taking like 8 minutes for a 400-year-old world. Stuff like that. Like it's generally just like organizational issues and having to load way too many things. No, because you want to know how to make a 100% frame rate perfect fort? You won't like it. Every single room must be built like this. There's a snapshot on Reddit. Maybe I should do this for like a clickbait video. There is a snapshot on Reddit of somebody who had 4,000 dwarves in a fort running at 40 FPS with an entire fort built like that. Like, yeah, they were using DF hack to spawn in the dwarves. But that is the most optimal way to build a fort for frame rate. I'm never doing that, outside of like maybe making a clickbait video. It's maybe you won't like it, but this is what peak performance looks like, Dwarf Fortress Edition. Weird DF. The thing is, I don't know any others. I just know that one. Yeah, you want dwarves kept far away from each other. You want like 3 taverns, which is actually a thing I should build. I keep saying I should build this, but I just haven't done it yet, so I'm gonna do it now. Make this. This is gonna be a tavern here. Wow, 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 wow. Yeah, but then you're not playing Dwarf Fort. Then you're playing adventure mode in Fortress mode, which is no fun. Waiting for traders. Gotten there yet, though. So this is going to hopefully allow this to dry up. And by dry up, I mean cool off. But yeah, I would say all of the patches since launch of Premium Dwarf Fortress, I think a lot of people who haven't played Dwarf Fortress for very long, or if this is the first version of Dwarf Fortress that they've played, don't fully realize how much the game has improved in such a short period of time. Because I do see a lot of people complaining about like various different issues, which are legitimate issues in a lot of cases. But at the same time, it's kind of painful to see that in a world where Dwarf Fortress currently runs better than it's ever run. Just period. Like, this is the best state that Dwarf Fortress has ever been in, technically, in my opinion. And it irks me to see some people saying, well, key bindings aren't the same, so won't play. It's like, man, you're missing out on such good changes, though. Short period of time. You have to be that? Like, are you really going to be that way? I'm talking about from version 50.01 to version 50.10. Okay? That's what I'm talking about. That's the short period of time. That's 8 months. That is not a long period of time in any game's development. That is a really short period of time. All right? I'm not talking about 2002 until 2022. Okay? Not talking about that period of time. I'm talking about in the last 8 months. I mean, someone has to be. Like ours. Well, it's not gems. What else do you need? Yes, yeah. Cloth and leather. Panda Fiend leather. Burning wood. I never know what burning wood means. I need to go look it up in the wiki again. Probably ain't charcoal. I don't think they can use charcoal. Made a fort like that. Pretty ugly. Moves pretty well. Pathing is really weird. Yeah, I believe it. I talked about frame rate, not making a good fort. Okay, so they need more crystal. They need crystal glass or clear glass. So I need to get traders. But we've had none. Double check. Well, no dwarves this season. Osath, I'm going to expel you. to one of these locations. I'm just going to start sending away dwarves that are like haggard, that aren't in my military. So the ones that are in my military are like child starting fist fight, throwing a tantrum. Who are your parents? Amethyst and Wiz the God. Well, that I can't do because they're named. So you have to stay. Laura the Dungeon Master, you can stay. Manticore, you can stay. You can stay. You, I will send to Gold Rings. $24-hour peak was 12K. I mean, honestly, in my opinion, Counter-Strike 1.6 is just Counter-Strike. It's just a different version of Counter-Strike, and it's one of those games where people will play different versions as long as the game exists, or as long as people remember it exists. But people playing Counter-Strike are just an extension of everybody who's just playing Counter-Strike. Or people playing 1.6, rather, are just an extension of people playing Counter-Strike. Also, I don't have rock crystal, so I can't make crystal glass unless I get traders. That dwarf either dies or I get crystal glass. We'll see, though. I don't know what a KZ map is. I feel like I should know what that is, but I don't. My brain wants to say kill zone, but I don't think that that's correct. Yeah, but Doom is one of the most important games ever made. So that should surprise nobody. I just read a book about Doom. Just read Doom Guy, Life in First Person, John Romero's memoir. Which I highly recommend, by the way, if you like video game books. It's a very, very, very interesting book. I mean, this fort had 220 doors for a little bit. Not entirely relevant to the conversation, but... Oh yeah, I mean, it's Doom. They're gonna keep remaking it and remastering it until, you know, until the world ends, basically. It's like Resident Evil 4. Wait, are you calling Doom a cult classic? It's not a cult classic. It's the reason first-person shooters exists as a genre. You are massively underusing the term cult classic. Also, Skyrim is just trash, okay? That's just a bad game. Telling Arthur the scribe was found dead. What? Wasn't the mayor who has an axe. Don't... Okay, hold on. I need to know. Succumb to infection, killed by crystal golem. Wow. Crystal golem. Another dwarf in the fort. But I can interrogate Crystal Golem. Although I don't think he could even admit that, because I don't think he would know. But he might admit to some other crime. There's Wasp. There you are. Doom was way before Duke Nukem. Duke Nukem, you could shoot up. Doom, you couldn't shoot up. That's like the major, like, easy distinguishing factor there. You've accidentally gelded all of your cats. I don't see the problem here. That involved printer paper to look? What? How does that work? As in you started making one or you tried playing one? That's not a problem. You always have too many cats and dwarves bring more cats. So you will have more cats. There is no issue with gelding all of your cats. And if anything, I would say that that's wise. Unless they are like your only food source or something. Yeah, made by the same people who made Doom. Yeah. id Software made Wolfenstein 3D. Okay, so there's a difference between a game that invented a genre and a game that popularized a genre. First-person shooters wouldn't really exist in the format they are without Doom and Quake, right? I don't feel like I should need to explain this. But, like, without Doom and Quake, we wouldn't have first-person shooters as they currently are. It's just kind of a fact. We wouldn't. Doom, Quake, Wolfenstein, all id Software. Then they made Rage, and it was all downhill from there. Not quite. Actually, no, they made Doom 3. Well, no, they made Quake 4. I think they made a fourth Quake, right? That weird single-player Quake. Rage and... It didn't make Brink. That was splash damage. Yeah, that was splash damage. What do you want about? They didn't make Brink. It was published by Bethesda. After, I'm looking at the Wikipedia page. It was published by Bethesda in 2011, which was after Bethesda bought id. But, no, that was splash damage. Who worked on various id Software games, such as, id Software IPs, such as Return to Castle Wolfenstein and Enemy Territory, and Quake Wars, which I actually played. So they did a lot of stuff in the id Tech engine. But no, it wasn't made by id Software. Sorry, my brain is too much of I am a video game encyclopedia to not just, well, actually people whenever they say things like that about video games. It's just so hard for me to not do it. That's because Rage was made by id Software. The Rage 2 wasn't. Rage 2 was made by by Avalanche Studios, but Rage was, in fact, it was their id Tech 4 prototype game. I never played either of the Rage games. I just heard nothing good about them. So I never played them. You know what? Actually, let's make some wooden tables. Ooh, let's do like Bloodthorn tables. Bloodthorn thrones. I'm making them out of wood so that they're faster to carry down here. We're all just geeking out now? Yeah, pretty much. This is one of my favorite random geeking out things. Grand Theft Auto came out of the same studio that made Lemmings. It's possibly my favorite random video game factoid. So we wouldn't have Lemmings. We wouldn't have Grand Theft Auto without Lemmings. So if you like Grand Theft Auto, thank Lemmings. Microsoft leak with the FTC? Wait, what? So this is just going to be for paired meals. That's it. And this is going to be for plant drinks. Super 3D Noah's Ark working on an open source engine. Genuine question. Why? Of all things. Super Noah's Ark 3D. I feel like I should know why, but I don't, so I'm going to ask. Why? Why in the world are you doing that? I'm going to set this as a dining hall. It's going to be connected to the tavern so it operates correctly. But obviously it's going to need food and a few other things to operate correctly. But we are getting there. It's going to be so that the dwarves who are working down here can get food easier. So it's connected to the Silvery Tummy now, which is my tavern. Actually, you know what? No, I'm not going to connect it to the Silvery Tummy. I'm just going to make it into a dining hall. The reason I'm not going to do that is I don't want guests down here. And I guess that's pretty much it for that. Although I should make a small stockpile of cups. And let's make make 40 iron goblets, and let's go to limonite ore. smelt 50 of that because I got more than 50. Get to see projects that don't get made? Generally. I feel like corporations like that should have to be more transparent about the stuff that they're working on. Even the stuff, also including obviously the stuff that doesn't get made. Which was survival based in this day. To this day, you still can't figure out the name? Huh. I purchased I played quite a bit of a game called Outpost in an era where I didn't really have easy access to the internet. And it wasn't until giving up, maybe putting 100 hours into that game as a kid, and then later looking it up out of curiosity, that I learned that game is so poorly built and unfinished that it is unbeatable and impossible to complete. It was kind of sad, because I really quite liked it, actually. Elfie, thank you much for the raid. How was your stream today? Appreciate you. Fire? Elfie? How's you two? Cabu Doodles? Hello, you two. It was Sierra's published, I think it was Sierra, Outpost. I don't know about this Outpost 2. Peachy Keen? Peachy Keen, what's that mean? Please explain in, like, blind as an idiot terms. Dwarfs and some doodles. Gotcha. Well, that part sounds good. Peachy Keen is good. Okay. I've never heard that term before, but that's not unusual for me, so. It is pouring rain outside, and it's kind of lovely, to be honest. All right, so you know what I could do? Maybe a bad idea. But sometimes I'm just very tempted to do the bad idea, even though I'm well aware that it is probably a bad idea. So I'm going to dig up to this. I'm going to go down into this. I'm going to erase most of this. We're going to fortify this. I'm going to let this water flow into here. Now, the reason I'm doing this is because I want this to stop burning, and I want a lot of this to just go away. And I don't think this is infinitely flawed. Nope, no, it is not. Of course, not to be confused with, although Outpost, the video game, is about to become impossible to search for. In fact, it may already be. Because there is a... Never mind. There's like 200,000 games called Outpost. So even I can't find the one I'm thinking of. There's a pretty hyped up survival game that's called Outpost. That's coming out soon-ish. Preliminary, an old-timey phrase. Oh yeah, that makes sense. All right, let's see if the reg here drowns immediately. I don't think so, but maybe. All right, there we go. So there is this direct line. So all this water should be able to flow down into here. About which part? Jackie moves. There's too many video games called Outpost, I think is what we're learning here. Naming video games was a mistake and we never should have done it. Did I just lose 10 more dwarves or am I going crazy? I'm going to just use this because I'm worried. Fix Civil War. No Civil War found. Well, that's good. So hopefully we should get traders next year. Hopefully. I really could use some migrants. I mean, in a world where VVVVVV exists, can you really say that video games aren't like avant-garde art? I mean, we do have a video game exists called VVVVVV. So, in that world, can you really, in good faith, say that they're not already doing that? Untitled Goose Game is called Untitled Goose Game. It's not actually untitled. Very big difference. Common misconception, really. He kickstarted VVVVVV? Cool. I didn't even know it was a Kickstarter. The more you know. I just know it's VVVVVV because for a while there I had a friend who played a lot of VVVVVV and always talked about the number of V's in VVVVVV and would always correct people who got it wrong. So I am thus conditioned to unfortunately remember the correct number of V's in VVVVVV. VVVVVV. 6. Water's flowing pretty disappointingly slow. I just want to put this diamond out. This is the main thing I really want to have happen here. There we go. We've put it out. Successful. All right, well, now I guess I just got this water flowing out of here, and there ain't much I can do about it. Aside from maybe try to block it with something. I didn't really think this part through much. Am I draining the lava right now? Not technically. I'm kind of trying to do like 8 things at once, and none of them are really working. I'm technically trying to mine this out. It's technically what I'm doing. Am I making a volcano? No, I'm trying to find hell. Which, frankly, from what I can tell, is pretty overrated. Hell. No, not making it. Making it very much perfectly rated. I lost hell. Yeah, no, I mean, I know that Mom told me to clean up my room, but frankly, I just can't find it no matter how hard I look. I checked behind the milk? No. I did look in the fridge, though. True story, I couldn't find my bus pass relatively recently. And after 3 days of looking for it, I found it in the fridge. Like, man, I didn't think I was that stoned that day, but I guess I was. You wanted to trade that? Well, I'll just sell the artifact. So, dwarves used to just, like, stand underneath floors that were being dug out like this and then just die. But now they cancel them at last second, and I know this, but it stresses me the hell out watching them do it regardless. It's like, do not care, still stresses me out. You've left your phone in the fridge before and you don't even smoke? Well, I mean, sure you've got other things that would make you do such a silly thing. All right, speaking of silly things, chat. I'm going to do a silly thing. This is a really dumb choice. Ah, remember how I said this was a dumb decision? Well, dumb decision complete. And now there's a fighter of Ijat. Pikeman. I'm going to tell the dwarves to go up and run away. However, Burr is already bleeding. And so is it. This thing, aside from heavily bleeding, is a scaly capybara in humanoid form. It is, nearby vegetation seem to shrink away from it. Its black scales are small and overlapping. It was made by the human goddess Ijat and is part with blight and death. And immediately got cracked in the head by a copper pick. I like to think that the dwarf was just like mining through the ground and just like hit it as part of it. Dwarf is heavy bleeding. Creature is also heavily bleeding. Moving towards dwarf. It is dying to creature. Creature killed the dwarf. And I'm going to tell my two main squads to run down here as the other dwarves are just leaving. How dare you interrupt my slumber, says the fighter probably. Or is it like undulating rhythmically? It's mostly flavor text in Fortress mode. I don't know if it might do something in adventure mode. It basically is just like the description of the god that it is aligned with. Where are you going? Get over here, you douche magnet. Got him. All right, so I'm just going to station my military right there. This can be opened, and I can turn this off. But this is wearing large, intricate, rusted metal stuff. So it's a taller creature. Here comes the soldiers. And I'm going to tell them all to kill this thing and unlock this door. Okay. Puphead, one of my best, walks towards the creature, and the creature struck him, but the shot was blocked. Puphead says, I am the captain of the guard, and this is a fight. I laugh in the face of death. Proceeds to lash the fighter of Ijat, the pikeman, with it in the upper left leg with his iron whip, chipping the bone through the large multicolored cloth skirt. More creatures get in on it, and Captain of the Guard lashes the pikeman in the neck with his iron whip, bruising the muscle. The fighter of Ijat misses the Captain of the Guard and misses again. And then the Captain of the Guard lashes the fighter with his iron whip, chipping the bone. They continue to fight with the creature, and the creature falls. I mean, I knew what I was getting into, and I did the thing, and you know what? We won. It's fine. All the dwarves are fine. Let's get back to doing silly things, shall we? I love how, like, almost immediately it's just like, well, this is just our life now. Oh, hey, I was actually able to build that wall. That's kind of impressive. That is not something there is any intention to fix. Those were nerfed. Danger rooms were nerfed so that people would stop using them. So why would they fix something that was nerfed intentionally? I don't understand. I'm so confused by this whole question now. It's not even funny. You used the wrong term. Ah. Because asking if they fixed it is like implying that you want them back. So wait, do you want them back or no? Because I'm much confused. Okay. Well, okay. Anyway, whatever, man. In that case, whatever then. They were cheap because of how training worked at the time, but has been completely changed. Training has since been largely changed. What I could actually do here. Feel kind of dumb about that one. Can you actually beat death? I don't know. I found that game so painfully boring, I uninstalled it and refunded it. I'm not actually joking. I played it for, like, 90 minutes and was like, these aren't for me. I really like that game in theory. I love the ballsiness of the people who make it. I like the piss take that it is. But yeah, no, I didn't bother. I didn't play it for very long. Did I watch Castlevania? What? I have a question. What does this have to do with Vampire Survivors? Aside from that, it looks like it's, you know, copyright infringement at first glance. But yes, I watched the not great animated Netflix series Castlevania because my girlfriend at the time was obsessed with anything that was animated. So sure, I watched it. It was fine. Got kind of boring. Second season was awful. First season was all right. Video games are better. The first season was okay. And, like, pretty good. Like, I enjoyed the first season. But they should have left it at that. Like, those first 4 episodes was okay. But, everything past those first 4 episodes just got awful. Like, it was mind-numbingly boring, uninteresting, poorly written, slow. Yeah, it wasn't good. Cavern dwellers that I can't see. Excellent. Best kind of cavern dwellers. There is specific types of stone that is magma safe. Vast majority of them are not. I generally use glass because it's magma safe. You'd have to, I think if you go to the stone menu, it does show you which ones are magma safe. If I can show you stone use. Yeah. So if you scroll down this menu, the ones with little check marks on the lava are lava safe. The ones that have the X's are not. Yeah, green glass is extraordinarily useful. Unless I have an abundance of iron, then I just use iron. No, it's usually not lava safe, in fact. The dwarf's been missing for a week. Find him eventually. Hopefully. What's up, ghoul husband? All right. I'm going to go and name a billion or give a billion dwarves picks once again that aren't in the military. Because we need to mine. Dang nabbit, we need to do it quicker. And this is way too slow. I don't like anime. Would be me. It's that simple. I've watched my fair share of anime, but I don't like anime. I don't really have one. Making a pump set through Stiltstone and Mubstone, avoiding that mistakenly is great. Yeah, no, absolutely. There you go. You saved yourself a lot of time. No, very much stare at the, like, compatibility menus. Yeah, and also if one single pump is not made out of lava-safe materials, it will fuck the whole thing up. So keep that in mind. Like, Gabbro is safe, Obsidian is safe. Also, not to be strange, what do you mean by natural stone? All stone is natural. There is no unnatural stone. I'm so perplexed. No stone is built by dwarves? What? No walls get destroyed by magma, right? Doesn't matter the material. It can be made of wood and it won't be destroyed by magma. It can be made of ice and it won't be destroyed by magma. Quite literally, like that stuff doesn't get destroyed by magma. It's Dwarf Fortress. Some things like just have to bend logic so that it works as a video game. Otherwise, it wouldn't work as a video game. Turns out to be a video game, sometimes you have to bend the laws of physics a little bit. Sorry, was that a legendary hammer dwarf? How are you a legendary hammer dwarf in this fort? But you haven't been put in the military yet. Huh. I wonder how that happened. Also, to elaborate a little bit on my statement, I've seen a large amount of anime in my life. I don't like anime because I do not like anime fandom. It is the only fandom, aside from the Homestuck fandom, in my life that I've encountered that is worse than video games. Video games has a pretty shitty fandom in a lot of cases. So, because of how annoyed I get by people who obsess over anime, I do my damnedest to just simply not acknowledge its existence. At the best of times. So that's why I say I do not like anime. It's because anime fandom specifically just makes me lose hope for humanity. I'll have you know I'm not fabric. How is that possible, Elfie Bean? That's fair enough. But the general community is such a turnoff for the whole product that it ruins it. At least for me. That's TikTok for you? Fair enough. I'd rather have to look at TikTok for 4 hours every day for the rest of my life than have to, like, be around an anime convention again. You're too old to care. That's fair. I just want there to be some clarity there. Siltstone crown encrusted with rough sapphire family heirloom. Not worth that much, I gather, hence the emote. I'll pause until the ads are done. Don't you have to pay to go to convention? Depends on the convention. I never want to be around anybody in the anime fandom again, and I try to avoid harboring them in this chat for that very reason. I guess I want to say it this way. Keep the anime talk to a minimum. I'm not going to actually police it, but like, if we could discuss literally anything else, I would be happy. Because I hate it. That's all. I mean, you can be a weeb. There's a room on my Discord called Weeb Trash. I have it muted and never look at it. If you want to be a weeb, go there. I will hide from you. Have I gone to many local shows? I mean, one of my moderators literally has anime ladies all over his fucking car, okay? So, like, I can't exactly talk. Like, there definitely are weebs here. I just, I try to avoid their existence. Contains an image of a dragon killing an elf. That is rad. Just gotta throw that out there. Phineas, hello. Have I gone to any local shows recently? You should test your command. It's just your username. Not super recently, not for a couple months or a couple weeks. But the next show I'm going to is on Saturday. It's Wolf Mother.
Hello. I'm the doctor.
A little quiet, but it works. All right. A forest that is dark and vile has arrived and is shooting arrows at something already. What? What? Hold on. How long? Wait. Am I? Is what I think happening? Yep. We're being attacked by stealthed elves, and at the exact same time, we are also being attacked by goblins who are at war with each other and fighting right now, in real time, currently, right in front of us. Except we can't see the elves because they're all stealthed. We can, however, see the goblins dying. So that's pretty cool. Oh, there we go. Found him. Who will win? Probably the elves, if I had to guess. Just keeps going off. Hold on, I need to ask you this. That's fantastic. Holy shit. Hold on. I just need to know, how many of them is there? Okay, not that many. Like 50 of them? Okay. But they may still be entering the map. I think the elves won. Oh my god, wait, is there a zombie in there? Why are they attacking me with an elvish scholar? Or is this just some random dude who's visiting? I think this is... Yeah, this is some random dude who's visiting. Who picked up a copper shield and is currently just getting cut to pieces. Yeah, is getting attacked by elves. I think. No, never mind. He's just part of the army. And they dropped the book. Are they literally, like... sending scholars into battle? Certainly doesn't seem that way. Alright, well... I guess we're gonna use the Splat Plat, because I don't really feel like sending my soldiers in. So, has anybody here not seen the Splat Plat yet? Pen is mightier than the sword, especially wooden swords. Yes, no, I agree. Toy swords, very ineffective. Why is this one using, like, metal, though? Did it just pick it up from a goblin? It's kind of hysterical. Splat Plat, yeah. You've only seen the aftermath? Well. Maybe this time you get to witness the equations in action. It's the first ever crazy contraption you've seen in DF. I've built many crazy contraptions. Dwarf Fortress is actually, for those of you who don't know, the spiritual successor to Lemmings, and also the spiritual successor to Fantastic Contraption. Oh. Well, this is funny. The goblins wanted to parlay with us. I totally missed that. I wonder if that means more goblins are going to start showing up when I say no to that. Let's see. I don't think so. Well, that's unfortunate. They wanted a parlay. That's cute. Make sure that the gate's shut. Must shut gate. Stat. Pull lever. Right, nowsers. Let's see how high this t-shirt goes. Whee! Boop. Okay, pretty good. So currently my dwarves up here are running laps. Gonna run laps up here, and they will spot elves as they show up. Okay. As for the elves, they're slowly working their way over. They didn't bring any mounts this time. They've brought bears a couple of times. Oh. Wait. Oh. I see. Zafon, Baroness of Diamond Ambers, decided to show up right about now. And is now getting a lot of bolts or arrows shot at her. Because turns out there's a bunch of them still down here. Rest in peace, I suppose. She does say she would draw a bunch. She's got 6 children. Any relations here? Please no. No relations. Okay, so it's fine if you die. If you die, it just means that, well, you don't live anymore. And not that I likely will get one of your position, because I don't need more barons. I already have a duchy. I don't need another one. Does she have a chance of making it? Maybe. I don't mind too much either way. That's a dwarf bone crown? That needs to go into the volcano. She's dead. No, she had like no chance of making it. Unless she was like a legendary warrior fully equipped, she had like no chance of making it. Keep it? No, that goes into the lava pit. We're dwarves. We would be offended by such heresy. It's really pleasant in here right now. I just hear the sound of rain. That's a necromancer. Ooh. Didn't you commit a crime here once before? Allow me to interrogate you. Again. Or rather, just, I'm going to interrogate you. Or you're going to get stabbed to death by all of these elves. One of the two is going to happen. Likely, I'm just going to interrogate you. So, I love the fact that I have the option to interrogate demons. I would just like to shout that out. I legitimately have the option to interrogate demons. I'm sure that wouldn't go very well, but... What could go wrong? Yes. Did I mention it breathes fire? I mean, truth. Spits bars. Something or another. You know what I should actually do? I should just release this fire-breathing Forgotten Beast down here on them. But not this time. I will use the Splat Plat, because I did promise. Would show off the splat plat. Ah, we've discovered a horse. Erish the peasant was found. Erish, what are you doing back there? Not where you're supposed to be. That seems unwise. Ah, we've got another idiot. I mean, noble. I mean, are you at least winning? Miss, and says, so easily broken, begone fear. Oh, please tell me you just push him into a cage trap. I think that this Baroness is punching this elf to death. She punches the elf bowman in the head. She's just repeatedly punching it in the head. Like, look at this. She dodged a bunch of hits and then pushed it back, said begone fear, and then said that she's been injured badly, and then says that she's been injured badly. And then now she's just punching it. She's still punching it. She's now strangling it. She's placed her throat on her hands on its throat and is strangling it, and it's now dead. And now she's gonna try and fight the rest of them, which I'm sure won't go well. My dwarves up top appear to be firing bolts. Yep. In fact, they've hit some things, which is kind of miraculous if you think about it. Meanwhile, this necromancer is just walking out of the fort, which I'm sure is going to go just fine. All right, well, I'm going to tell you two to go and kill these two. Not you, but those two. Because there's two elves sneaking into my fort. It's not ready for the splat plat just yet. We're getting there, though. Very soon to getting there. We're still shooting bolts down. Did I interrogate you? Oh, wow, I did. No new information. Even though they complied. So it's not who I thought it was then. Damn it. Baroness is hardcore as fuck. The band's pretty good too. You should listen to Baroness. Anyway, this is the splat plat. So the splat plat is a very large piece of flooring that is only suspended by this pillar. This pillar is connected to the holy drop lever. If I pull the holy drop lever, it will collapse this entire layer down into here, okay? So I'm gonna leave that paused until there's some more of them in here. So there's more reason to, pull the lever. But first, I need there to be enough elves in the area that it's worth it. And there's a naked Baroness of Diamond Ambers up there. I should just pull the fucking lever, hey? Now let's just pull the lever for the spectacle, if nothing else. Holy drop lever. Pull them. Give them the big ums pull. The college try, even. One of them got caught in a cage. Oh no, my military's running in. Don't you fucking dare. Well, still in Crystal, if you two die, you die heroes. Just know that I had nothing to do with it, chat. They're going up there of their own accord. Looks like they're backing off, and here it comes. So it's falling right now. This is what's falling. These pieces of clay. It's just dust, currently. And then it blows out and... Holy crap, we have a survivor. This elf survived. But is unconscious and seriously injured. And I'm going to send my squad up. The elves are still heading towards us. I could use a second shot, but that's too much effort. Stillanitis, the competent spear dwarf, charges in alone and begins fighting with the elves. Picking off the first few stragglers. Maybe biting off more than he can chew with that. Remember I said he may be biting off more than he can chew with that? Well, he is in a martial trance, which is a good sign. Got 3 kills so far. Martial trance means he can't get tired until he loses it. Once he gets tired, he starts getting less accurate. If he loses his accuracy, that's how you die. Here comes the Spearmaster Datan, the Stoked Tone of Irons. Coming up to assist poor Stylianitis, who hasn't been found dead just yet, which is a good sign. The dwarves are fighting through the elven horde. Stylianitis was found dead. How many dwarves do we have left in these squads? Not many. All right, so hopefully we clear this. If we don't, this will actually be quite bad. I'm also going to station my crossbows all the way up here, so hopefully they can get more shots out. Bolts flying everywhere. Puphead was found dead. The glorious Spearmaster, captain of the guard, has perished today. The elven horde is continuing to grow and coming in numbers. Still grand. The final few dwarves that are left alive, Lore and many others, pushing through the elven onslaught, appear to be keeling over. So, but we do still have many strong dwarves that are holding fast. Logum is one of them down here. Some of the crossbow dwarves appear to have vaulted the walls to assist in melee combat. Yet another ambush was discovered. Pretty far away, though. Probably actually just leaving, if I had to bet. Send the squads back to train. It was a pretty brutal fight. I don't mind when crossbow dwarves do that. They're just trying to help. It was pretty brutal. That was pretty brutal. And then there's just an elven monster slayer who's just like, yo, what the fuck? Completely unrelated. Why? I'm just going to dig through this. Priority number 1. And then we're going to see what we can do. Oh, no. Oh, it's okay. They're actually just leaving. Are they leaving? Okay, so they found a stray cat. Okay, never mind. They are just leaving. Let's just double check this. Follow you. Yeah, they are leaving. Okay. Whew. But they did kill a cat on the way out. We really need a migrant wave, like bad. I need to trade with the home faction. You need giant beavers. That's are there even beavers in Dwarf Fortress? 'Cause if there's beavers, I've never seen them. Yep, there are in fact beavers in Dwarf Fortress. So I guess theoretically giant beavers are possible. I've never seen one though. You've also never seen a beaver in DF? Apparently they exist according to the wiki. That's always like my knee-jerk response now when people ask me if like about certain animals. Like, wait, does that exist? Because I never actually know the answer, or don't always know the answer. I think is maybe the better thing to say. Beaver monster, sure, yes, but there's several different monster types that don't actually exist as animal types. All right, so I need a new captain of the guard. I'm going to give it to Abel Bacon. Does anybody remember what faction Chups was a part of? I think that was my last fort. Because Chups is apparently traveling here. That's actually really interesting. But I'm pretty sure that's a dwarf from my last fort. I wonder if they'll ever actually show up. That would be kind of cool. Right now, I mean, that's not really a possible thing. In regards to smooth the movement. Like, there's a lot of questions like that that you get about Dwarf Fortress, right? Is there any mods out there to smooth the movement? Is there any mods out there to do this thing? Is there any mods out there to make the UI this way? If it was possible, it would exist already, is always the thing that I say. Because Dwarf Fortress doesn't run in Unity, unlike games like, you know, RimWorld as an example. Meaning it's not privy to Unity's terrible business models. That being said, because it doesn't run in a modern engine, it runs on its own code largely, with some open source stuff here and there. You're kind of stuck with what you got. And if the game can't do that already, then you're kind of stuck with what you got. Dwarf Fortress can't do that. So Dwarf Fortress would need a pretty big engine overhaul. And the question that I always ask myself when I think about things like this is, what would I rather have? Better Dwarf Fortress? Or would I rather have 2 years of no development so dwarves can move smoothly? I would rather just have better Dwarf Fortress, because the dwarves not moving smoothly doesn't affect the gameplay at all. Wait, actually? Optimus? That fucking sucks if that's the truth. Like, I know Unity, or not Unity, KSP2's had some, like, trouble, but... Oh, there's a shit ton happening you don't see in Dwarf Fort. So, Dwarf Fort isn't a game about precise controls, and it's not a game about precise movement. And them jumping from tile to tile is something that you get used to very quickly upon playing. Like, I had so many people complaining to me about that over the years, and almost every single one who's done so, who's just kind of gotten over it and tried it, and just played the game, has all been... Every single person who has said that has been like, yeah, no, it's fine. Very quickly. I don't know what's going on with KSP2 as somebody who doesn't play it. But... Well, not killed, but they've certainly made a lot of projects go, huh, and pivot to a new engine. But I'm sure there's plenty of projects that are unannounced that have been killed. But no, smooth movement is something that would be nice, but it's not a priority. And I hope it never becomes a priority. It's kind of like saying, it's like, you know, all video games are better if they're 3D instead of pixel art. It's like, sure, but like it doesn't actually improve the gameplay at all. And you can put more things in a pixel art game. To avoid Unity issues, and then they changed DevP teams and back to Unity. Really? Man. Yeah, I don't know. I know people who basically play KSP for a living. So that sucks to hear. If that's actually the case. Just going to throw a couple of random dwarves into the military fray. At relatively random intervals. Because I do, in fact, need more soldiers, even though I also don't have time to wait for more dwarves necessarily. With a small number of pixels. Did you also watch that, what was it, Ars Technica video? Or whichever was on, like, the makings of Lemmings? I'm pretty sure that's, like, straight up a quote from a video I watched a couple years ago. Yeah, that is true. You do have to sell quite a lot of copies to get hit by the Unity fees. The problem is it makes people fear success, and you don't want people to fear success. Also, we're stuck in ads, so I will wait. And MB Audio wants beers. Post beers, chat. Also, gifting subs does not count towards this. I need to put this disclaimer up before I state it. Same with Prime subs, also don't count towards it. I won't say no to either of those things, however. We are at 334 Partner Plus points. 334. We need 350 by the end of the month. Which means we're getting pretty fucking close. So that's exciting. We'll probably have it by the end of the week. Maybe even by tomorrow. So if I get the 350 points, if you're a Twitch streamer, right, and you're a Twitch partner, and you're able to keep 350 paying Twitch subscribers for 3 months in a row, this was only added 3 months ago. This is a brand new thing. Then instead of getting 50% of tier 1 subscribers, 60% of tier 2, and 70% of tier 3s, you get 70% of all 3. So basically, it's like it gives me a raise. Preox, thanks for continuing that gift sub. Appreciate you. Which, believe it or not, made a lot of people mad when they announced it. And some people are still mad about it. Because, you know, some people are just angry, I guess. The problem is there's no way to filter out dwarves in my faction. You know what I'm gonna do, actually? I'm gonna go to this... Bodies, you. Yeah. Don't load dwarf corpses into the actual minecart. So I don't want some of those dwarves to end up in the body pile. Some of those dwarves deserve a proper tomb. Let's just go around and place doors. Make these into tombs. Yep, no, it basically means that suddenly your sub counts. So yes, it does help. So thank you, Preox. Let's go all the way up. Are you for real? Pausing the game and selecting the rest of these doors, and then I'm gonna go see what that is and where that is. Might just be cavern dwellers. Yeah, it is. Okay. Whew. It's also in an area I can't see. Thank you. I was worried for a second there. Probably a forgotten beast finding it. Means it's not really... You know, that's a first. I must be getting tired. I just tried to control the game from OBS. Clicking on the minimap in OBS. I don't believe I've ever done that before. First time for everything, I suppose. Smacked you with 6 months. Damn! I don't know how long you have that 6 months for, Briox, but, or how much longer you have it for. For whatever it's worth, it's gonna suddenly start giving me 70% next month. If it lasts into next month. But, that's very kind of them. Okay. Still's gonna get buried here, hopefully. We're gonna slam that shut and open it up again. You won't have your fun money card much longer. I know that feeling. Although I guess that is one like really nice benefit about or when it comes to the fact that it's September right now is if you up for 6 months, I get the money every single month individually, like it's spaced out. So starting next month, I will actually get the higher tier. So you can get it at a discount and quite literally give Amazon no money. Gotta pull that. That's gonna throw shit everywhere, probably. There we go. Yeah, some stuff, not too bad. Saw Ghost. Two of them. With $100 bills. Oh, certainly. Forgotten Beast, Dilkar Kushinror has come. A enormous blob composed of steam. It has 2 long curly tails, and it squirms and fidgets. Beware its webs. Where in the world is that at? Well, that's not going to live very long. Gonna find some cave fish people and die, probably. Maybe not whatever's nearby. I'm gonna bring the fire clay up. Deconstruct that. Actually, you know what? Let's not do it that way. Let's do it this way. I'm just gonna have to deconstruct that later anyway.
So I went into Legends mode and found the dragon that killed the elf.
Yeah.
That was engraved onto my artifact crown.
Cool.
The dragon is still alive. Most recently ate a rooster 7 years ago. Has destroyed 1 elvish site and a total of 31 kills. 6 notable elves killed. 16 total rest animals.
Seems like you need to become a cult that worships this dragon. I think that's the only logical step forward, frankly. You will catch this dragon? There you go. Make friends with the dragon. Okay, really? Okay, technically, what's the difference, Celestars, between making a friend with the dragon and becoming a cult of the dragon? I mean, like, come on. What is really the difference? I frankly, I have a hard time seeing it myself. Although I have a hard time seeing a lot of things, and that's beside the point. This is true, Celstars. the staff and the coming troubles. So I'm assuming that the staff is related to like a staff, like, you know, like a quarterstaff. But when I look at that, I read that as like my management staff. The 108-page manual entitled "The Staff and the Coming Troubles," authored by Rao Seth Latham. It concerns the use of the surveying staff. Disappointing. I wanted it to be like the collapse of society or something. Hey, look, it's someone's general. General of the rumored anvil. He can't stand. His mouth is mangled beyond recognition. What do you have to say for your mouth to be mangled beyond recognition? That's a rough life, dude. He's probably covered wars, you know? First artifact in the world is a legendary dwarf bone floodgate. Oh boy. Alright, so I'm gonna go down.
What's shaken? Sorry, been a bit since I checked in Crypt Wave.
Good to see you, mate. No, it's all good. I mean, it's been summertime. Summertime is nobody watches my stream time. Like, that's what happens that time of year. Oh, you're a ghost. Okay, that makes sense. Sometimes they aren't green. Sometimes ghosts aren't green, and it's weird. But Nutty, thanks for the 7th month. It's good to have you around. As far as what's shaking, well, I mean, still streaming, still doing the thing. You know, still playing video games on the internet. Still doing my damnedest to be mildly entertaining-ish, and hopefully, you know, streaming. I suppose. Hundreds, my butt. Hey, okay, come on. Nobody is relative. Also, I'll have you know, currently, yes, we do in fact have 177 people watching the stream. But last month we had an average of 130. Okay, so the numbers went down. Okay, looking for hidden fun stuff. I don't know what you're talking about. No idea what you could possibly be referring to. That sounds like Spoiler Town. But yes, we are looking to find troubles in Spoiler Town. And you know what? I'm looking forward to it. It should be a big old blast.
We hypin'?
No. I mean, you can. I'm not. I'm like the anti-hype. Imagine calling me hype. But thanks for the $1, Elfie. So I'm trying to get some adamantine mined up. Thanks for the 80 pennies, Sentient Patat. Around the stream in 80 pennies. Aqua, thank you very much for the 33rd month of the resub. No leaving during the hype train? I mean...
No leaving during a hype train. Kappa.
I would agree with this. You're missing possible excitement. Thanks for the $2, Devil Dawn. Appreciate you and all the support you've thrown at the stream the past week. Erish, the ghostly lasher. Did I not already make a thingy for you? Slab is in fact engraved. Did I not place it? I did, in fact, place it. Unless it got, like, canceled halfway through. So, I will instead simply make you another one. I am using DF hack. I just try not to use DF hack unless I need it. What's this in the top left corner? Launch the new version of this game. Or read the patch notes. Or watch my video on the patch notes. It's, notifications. And I do use DF hack, but grudgingly, I don't like it. So I have the vast majority of the features turned off. I basically just use it to put out fires. Just if you like Auto Butcher useful? Yeah, I don't even use Auto Butcher. I'd rather just remember to butcher creatures occasionally. It's not that hard. How in the world did you just cave in? I really want to just get ballsy here. This is an extension of the manager. You do you. Right. I'm gonna be ballsy. What could possibly go wrong? I will auto mine until the hype train ends. It's maybe a silly thing to say, but it's 40 seconds. Diggy diggy doom, this is true. Raw adamantine indeed, yes. I think I will actually just finish auto mining this. Let's turn these off. Lots of it, yep. What am I gonna make first with it? Probably not gonna have much to make much of anything. You need a lot of it to make anything useful. Probably start making spears. a ghost named Burr, which must be chilly. Throne's done already? No, I haven't even started the throne. Something evil is emerging. It's another beaver brute. No, I haven't built the throne because I haven't bothered yet because the king isn't fully satisfied yet anyway, so there's no point. As you can see, we're not the mountain home, which means you could have figured that out by looking at that, if you knew that specifically. Eurus the brewer has been found dead. Mincot's in kind of a shitty spot right here. Tola says the creature on top of it. Somehow okay, so I have a question. The creature's managed to set itself on fire. I'm not sure how that happens. She does find leisure time wasteful. She's a fire-breathing beaver. And it seems like she is beating the ever-living crap out of Tolas here. Still on fire. Has killed Tolas. And the dwarf over there. No longer on fire. Well, that's unfortunate. I was hoping you'd stay on fire. That would have been mighty nice. And then, you managed to set Mincot over here as on fire. Alright, well that's unfortunate. Speaking of beavers earlier, yes, but once again, there are creatures that exist in demon formats that do not exist in non-demon formats. So just because there's a demon variant of it does not necessarily mean that there is a non-demon variant of it. I don't know if I actually want to fight it. I'm just going to send my dwarves back to training. Floors do, in fact, block rain, yes. I'm trying to remember what you guys say about DF. Yes, no, this is true. I mean, admittedly, you're not wrong. We were, in fact, talking about beavers earlier. But the thing that came up in that exact same conversation was also that not all creatures that exist in DF have demon variants and vice versa. Always swing by if you have a question. And like 80% of the time, I can answer the question. Sometimes I can't. Not perfect, unfortunately. Far from it. Burr and Aerith. Get that. There you go. Aerith is gone. Now I just need Burr gone. Oh, I see. We're making a second one for Aerith. I don't need a second one. No, a dwarf cannot be buried alive in a snowdrift. Because snow does not accumulate. It does in Odd Realm, though. To the point where things can get over your walls using snowdrifts, which is kind of crazy. But yeah, getting frozen alive isn't really getting buried in a snowdrift. Feels like there isn't any avalanches or anything. Is anybody else weirded out by the fact that they're still making bit trip runners? Like, genuinely, I'm a little bit shocked by this sometimes. Oh, really? I saw them in 2017? Might have been 2016. It was a while ago, but I saw them once. Because into the river below, while running from the inferno. And they'll think I'm insane. But you'll all know my name. All right. I need some. Okay. How much in raw adamantine do I have? Raw. 37. Okay. Extract metal strands. 37. Wafer. 37. Gas up the crutch that kills the pain. The red thing. Kind of sad that they're not a super. I don't know. I feel like they've kind of like passed their peak of fame. But good band. 20 years of dirty needles. Anyway. I should listen to some Billy Talent again. Good band. You like bands that aren't cool to like still? That's because bands that are cool to like now are famous because of TikTok trends. Which blows. For a billion reasons. Like, I'm so annoyed by the fact that a lot of music, especially a lot of popular music right now, is a 90-second riff that doesn't have any progression, because that's how music goes viral these days, right? Like, that's how you get music promoted. Is by writing a very, very catchy hook, and that's it. And it's like, that was bad in the radio era with like radio mixes and whatnot, but it's gotten 1,000 times worse in the current era of internet promotion that we're in right now. 16 resubs away, chat. 16 resubs away. I mean, I still listen to Dream Theater, okay? So, I can still have my 6 to 12 minute song, my 6 to 40 minute songs, actually. I saw Dream Theater earlier this year. Phenomenal show. This fort's practically haunted with the number of ghosts we have. I was humming along with the Count of Tuscany the other day. That song's, what, 25 minutes? Pretty great song. I wish I liked Polyphia. I've tried to get into Polyphia a few times, but it's never worked. Like, in theory, I should love Polyphia, but I really don't. Song is long when it runs over 3 minutes. Should introduce her to some Beethoven. You know, just for shits and giggles. I like Electric Callboy. I don't think they're even remotely good. But then again, I used to listen to Electric Callboy before that was cool. I listened to them back in their extremely problematic, easily cancelable days. Before that was a concern. Like, Electric Callboy got weirdly wholesome in the last 2 albums, but go back and listen to, like, their very first album. And, although at this point, good luck even finding it. You'd have to find some scrappy, YouTube upload, because they wiped a lot of that stuff off the internet. Although I will say that The Scene is probably their best song ever, even though it's very far from their most popular. Which is just like a 3-minute, like, nu metal diss track. It's really, really, really fun if you like nu metal. While also being an absolute banger of a nu metal track. Back in the Biz? Back in the Biz is pretty good, yeah. But the fact that they wrote a song for Is Anyone Up still hurts my brain a little bit. Which is a very, very, very specific time in the internet. Like, people went to prison because of that website. So, uh-oh, that needs to stop. You need to walk away, Dwarf. There you go. Scary place to carry your kid around here, Dwarf. It was a fun show. Yeah, I saw that they were in Canada for the first time in their entire history, which was interesting. Ah. I found a Soldier of Deformity. Speaking of nu metal songs, that sounds like a nu metal song. Feathered humanoid. It has wings and it tenses up throughout its entire body whenever somebody tells a falsehood in its presence. Its black feathers are long and sparse, and it was created by the dwarven goddess Aztog Bloated Drool, and it is part with death, deformity, disease, and truth. Time to bring the crossbows down. Yeah, I like the deities that are in part with lying. It's like they hate lying. It's like, oh, that's interesting. It's a fun god kind of thing. To bring the crossbows down to execute it. Baroness Consort G-Fin, you're here, right? Has discovered reasons why the lever is effective. Please tell me that G-Fin's in the chat right now. Ponder's lever, chat. Ponder's lever. If G-Fin isn't here, I'm going to send them a DM on Discord. You are here. Okay, sweet. Finally, you finally figured it out. After so, like, literally, like, Ponder's lever. Continues to ponder. Oh, that's very funny. That is hysterical. 2 forts, yeah. 2 forts of pondering levers, and you finally figured it out. And what's funny is you've discovered why levers are effective. Been thinking about it for 2 forts. 2 forts. Finally figured it out. Oh my god, that's hysterical. Here come the crossbow dwarves. Manticore Alpha is leading the charge. Content remembering being near a waterfall. So because this thing, fortunately, doesn't have any abilities, we don't really need to worry about shooting at it. But they did hit it, but it was deflected. This is pretty good training, too. Partly how we're getting these legendary Marks dwarves. Oh, I agree, Manic. Feel anything while in conflict? Well, whereas I need you guys to line up. All right, fine then. Don't line up. Instead, I will create a new patrol route, which is here to here. That'll force you to see it. Maybe she couldn't reach through all of that lava. It's kind of a running gag. Wait, what? I mean, it's Ponder's lever is certainly becoming a running gag, but makes me really want a Crypt Ponder emote. And I know that we already have an Orb emote, but I just want a dwarf, like, thinking or something. You know? Just a Ponder emote. Like, we do have Crypt Think, but that's the Skelly. I mean, we're not getting any new emotes anytime soon, so doesn't matter. We're not going to be getting any more emotes until, oh, well, they hit it with something. Strikes the soldier of deformity in the neck. They hit it in the leg. The iron bolt is lodged in the wound. It's now seriously injured. And a dwarf withdraws from society. Dishmab is leaving to go pick up more bolts, probably, if I had to bet. Oh, you're shooting. That's good. Missing. Oh, shit. It's dead. Got him. I love how this dude, he really is the Slayer of Divine. Killed a flame fiend and then 2 angels. That's it. He's been in many fights. Killed a flame fiend and 2 angels. Satisfied upon improving crossbow. That is very funny. Lycut's corpse. Very subtle, like, drum thump at the end of that song, which I really like. Off in the distance. I'm gonna see what's behind this. I'm gonna mine out this because it's safe, and that because it's safe. And you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna start digging down here. We're going to start digging down here. How's it going? It's going pretty good. Just trying to find hell. You know, normal things. Hero Dwarf was awesome. I'm surprised that one did as well as it did. Those videos have done pretty poorly recently. But that one got, like, I think it's close to 5,000 views now. 4,300, yeah. 80% better than most of my videos. Made me 7 whole doll hairs. And witch. Oh, sorry, no, I'm reading the wrong video. $7 still, but 5,800 views. Yes, it did actually get quite decent numbers. 7 whole doll hairs, yep. See what's behind this. Whenever I hear that go off, I get so worried. Actually, gotta be careful about this. This is where it beginneth. Dwarf's begun a mysterious construction. Checked for heat. What devilry is this? Oh. Apocalypse. We are being judged by the gods. Catastrophe of the flowery. That is terrifying sounding. An enormous gopher. Well, that's adorable. Composed of vomit. Even more adorable. This is a funny one. It is created by the human god Spotrib, the flowery tuft, and is part with depravity and lust. Yeah, no, it is an archangel. The issue here is my soldiers are all upstairs. I'm going to hope these dwarves run quickly. Tell all 4 of my squads to go stand right there. I'm also going to turn this on. And hope for the best. I was gonna say, did it already die? No, it's just climbing. Where is it going? What? Of all of the places, why did you go this way? No, it doesn't seem like it's attacking. Is it neutral? Ah, no, it's a current resident. It just lives here. Well, we have a big pet gopher. I've definitely found these big ones before, and they've definitely been hostile. But, all right, cool. Pet giant vomit gopher. Yeah. Totally. Who doesn't want a pet giant vomit friend who is related to depravity and lust? Representing depravity and lust. It's a vomit gopher. Also, chat, whenever people really need to get a room, from now going forward for the rest of my life, I'm going to refer to them as vomit gophers. Fucking vomit gophers.
Slowly closing in on that 5 years.
Speaking of our local vomit gopher, how are you? What's up, Rory? How's things, man? Mom, can we keep him? 54 months, dude. For context, we just found an archangel who is a giant gopher composed of vomit, who is a human, who was created by a human god that represents depravity and lust. So right before you resubbed, I was saying that whenever I see people that really need to get a room in public, they're just vomit gophers now. Them and their lustful depravity. Like the people I spotted trespassing on my neighbor's patio the other day. It was Monday, actually. Walked outside and I heard people talking and I looked over and there was these two people I didn't recognize that were on my neighbor's patio making out. Walk over, I'm like, you know Tony? And they're just like, who's that? And like the person who owns that apartment. They're like, oh shit, and they walked away. Also, we have a wagon wood bed. I have no fucking clue how that happened. Silob, the carpenter, has created Kiz Biz Ghoul, a wagon wood bed, and offers it to the Sky of Rims. Guys, I'm giving this to the king. A wagon wood wed. Holy shit, that's expensive. Well, that's the most valuable thing in this fort by a lot. This is a wagon wood bed. All craft dwarfship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with wagon wood and oval raw adamantine cabochons. That makes sense. It menaces with spikes of chestnut and panda fiend leather. On the item is an image of the mountainous hands in yak leather. On the item is an image of an elk man in reindeer leather. On the item is an image of squares in raw adamantine. All right, well, the king has a new bed. Currently, the king just has a willow wood bed, but we can do better. How does the king not have a dining room yet? Right, I was gonna make one up here, wasn't I? And it may go aggro in the process. Well, that's fine. I will just allow it to go into battles on its own. Totally fine here. I was gonna say, it wasn't... Oh, right, yeah, that's not the king's. Of course. Well, I mean, like I said, if it wants to join in with fights, I ain't gonna stop it. It can go off and fight things by itself, and I will gladly oblige. Nope. It is not. Jesus, that's not gonna stop giving me heart attacks anytime soon, though. Suddenly giant fucking vomit ghoster. Excuse me there, buddy. Coming through. Good lord. Adamantine throne. Not 10. Just one. What if... Are you sure you want to find it? You don't want to train it? But anyway, Rory, how have you been as of late? How's life been treating you? I trust at least moderately decent. We're over here just, still doing the same shit. That's about it. I've been gardening a lot. Not sleeping enough, as per usual. You'll be much more alive in a month. Got it. Yeah. Makes sense. Yeah, I don't know. It's exhaustion season pretty much for me. I'll go across there and across there. Other than you're not catching as many streams. Well, I mean, you caught this one. So this is a stream. It's obviously not as many, but it's a stream. I mean, even I barely watch Twitch in comparison to the amount that I used to. Yeah, I used to watch so much more Twitch. I still do watch some, but honestly, I watch more of the girl with the dogs on YouTube than Twitch these days. Which, by the way, fantastic YouTube channel. You love her. Just grooms dogs all day. Well, not all day, but a dog a day, I guess. A dog every few days. Just waiting for that adamantine throne to be made. I do still have a manager, right? Yeah, Dr. Niche should be doing it. The girl with the dogs. She's a dog groomer. And that's it, basically. She grooms dogs. And the whole shtick of it is because she, like, does it on YouTube, she can do it for free. So it's a lot of, like, rescues and, like, really far gone dogs and dogs that misbehave a lot and get mad and act like they're dying. You know, that kind of thing. So you can laugh at the silly husky who's acting like it's dying again. It's that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's literally the girl with the dogs. Very easy to find. And she also has the girl with the dogs 2, which is the exact same person, except the videos are like 30 minutes long instead of like 8. Is that a pet angel? Apparently. It's pet archangel. It's giving me mild panic attacks every time I see him run by. And it was apocalypse right damn now, that's for sure. What does King still need? A lot more chests. Tomb needs to be better. I guess I could throw a bunch more chests up here. Also, let's go to the King's Tomb, which is this one. Let's see, do I have any extra pedestals? Yes, I do. Just put some artifacts on that. No, I dug through it. I dug into it. Didn't just appear out of nowhere. Well, I mean, it came out of a rock, but like, I know exactly where it came from. Shinira was found dead. Probably died? Oh, no, definitely not. Olin the Dwarven child is throwing a tantrum. Did you do this, Olin? Olin. Who are your parents? Your mother is dead. All right. Well, that's not a good start. Your father is dead. So I can't expel you because you're a child. I can't put you in prison because you're a child. Huh. At least you didn't technically kill them. It's a lot of disorderly conduct. I'm gonna be clicking these buttons for a little bit. Coffer and a chest. A coffer is a box with a lid. A chest is a thing with a hinge. I think is actually the technical difference. Mechanically, there's no difference aside from the materials used. All right, so also in regards for the angel, it appeared like right here, basically. I can turn this off. Let the dwarves go back underground. Yeah, I'm pretty sure mechanically they're quite literally is no difference. God damn it. Did you really, son of a, somebody fucking toppled my track stop. God damn it. Okay, so I'm assuming I don't need to replace the track. Yeah, they'll just put it back there. Okay, so I just need to rebuild the track stop. That's good. Whew. Hello, Devilish. Only 10 hours and 10 minutes. And it's been raining today, so I don't have to go to the garden. We're digging deeply, greedily, etc., yada yada. This, that, and the other. I kind of wanna. Start pumping from down here. I think I know how I can do this too. I think I know how I can do this safely. This is gonna be slightly sketchy, but I'm gonna try. We'll see. We'll see. I think I can do this sort of safely. Sort of safely is like the key. That's not the tool I wanted to use. That's the tool I wanted to use. So you go this way, up one, this way, and up to there. Fly cut's been put to rest. We're going to be doing that for a while. Fire snack? There's fire snacks like everywhere. They're pretty common. So this is basically stopped pumping because this is too shallow down here. Because this layer is basically done. So essentially what I'm doing is I'm extending this down into this layer so I can pump more of it out. Because I'm pretty sure this is, well, it's not enclosed, but it would be nice to be able to like slowly remove some of the liquid in the magma sea. Or in this case, quite quickly, remove some of it. Although this is all going to get canceled as they dig it out. You're going to dig up because you can't dig down. And we're going to just put a gear here, a gear here. A gear here. So why did I dig through that? I didn't need to do that. Build a wall there. Could actually just totally build a floor right there too. Oh, I understand what I'm looking at now. Sometimes I even confuse myself with them building stuff in Dwarf where it's like, wait, what the fuck am I looking at? And then this just needs to be a channel down. Once it's all dug out. Chat room investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. But yeah, I'm not kidding when I said, like, this is going to take like 30 hours to dig too deeply and greedily, but damn it, we're going to do it in this fort. And I'm going to do it right in this fort, because I've tried too many times recently in forts and fucked it up, so. Okay. Then all I need is a gear assembly right here. Can they even get to these? No, they can't because I fucked this up. I fucked it up again. I had $1 for every time I fucked this up. I'd have a couple dollars. Hauling a granite boulder down. For that, probably.
Here's the dollar for this time.
Who said anything about defeating them? Probably Ballista. I haven't thought that far ahead. Deviled thanks for the $1. Appreciate you. But seriously though, who said anything about defeating them? What are you doing? Dwarf? Oh, I see, you're stuck. I was like, what are you doing? Naturally, you're stuck. I should have figured this out sooner. Hold on's throwing another tantrum. Short test committed 34 crimes. Fortunately, Abel Bacon still has a job. Just do this. There you go. Let's also put a door right here. Unsuspend these. And then queue up one right here. Then literally all I need to do is... Actually, no, not that. Then I just need to place one right there. We'll do a horizontal axle right here. So then it's just a matter of placing... Now let's put an axle here. Might as well do this properly. It's just a matter of placing a gear assembly right there. And that's it. And this whole thing will turn on. Because it is producing, you know, 2,000 power. Like, we got more than enough to throw an extra 2 pumps onto here. Let's drain some of this lava out of here, shall we? And then we can go in here and we can mine out all of this adamantine. So we can be working on this over here while that over there gets worked on. I do sometimes wonder about these portions of Dwarf Fortress that are just like what I would describe as slow and tedious even for this game. I do wonder how entertaining they are to watch. Pretty good chance we run into a demon, but we'll have to try our luck here. Here comes Weeb Trap with her trusty pick. Still married to Ukeep. Copper pick. It's actually quite a fancy copper pick. Dwarves are letting the water rush out. Oh no. We finally found... Chat, remember those two dwarves that went full stupid and drowned down here? Well, we just finally found their bodies. Fire snakes are no big deal. No, they are vermin. Some dwarves don't like them, but that's about it. Aside from being like kind of icky to some dwarves, they are completely harmless. We've uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods. A large, intricate searing metal low boot. And a large, intricate, searing metal low boot. All right, well, let's go up to the King's Tomb. We'll bring both of those up here. That'll sort that out for value. Need enough chests and cabinets is currently the major issue. Also, I'm aware I put one Bloodthorn in there. I think it'll be a nice aesthetic. Let's also... And then we'll do 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 3 is all I got so far. Got some more ceilings to put in here. It's a big beastie. He keeps startling me. I like how he's just like all the way up at the top and just lives up here. Queen consort's up here. I really should remove her other jobs so she just hangs around. Blissful like a bedroom in a personal palace. If you weren't, I would be very confused. Blissful about your bedroom, that is. And, I think there's a mall here that I could put here. Yeah, let's put the mall here. Those two items should satisfy the king eventually. All right, so you know what? I'm just going to hook this up to power because I don't actually think it's going to matter that much. Because now that this is blocked off, all it's going to do is just start pumping lava with terrifying efficiency. What's up, part-time Dreadlord? And also thank you to everybody who's sticking around. I mean, it's getting late. Lost it 3 times in the last 4 minutes. That's pretty brutal. It almost sounds like you should try turning your router off and on again, but... Probably okay to just dig out most of this. I say probably, we may not be. But let's hope we are. Here, I was hoping you'd be coming down here to do something useful. Instead, you're just collecting your items. It got way past your bedtime, off to sleepless, horrible thoughts. You have a good time with your sleepless, horrible thoughts. I mean, night. Dreams. I can't say they'll be sweet. Even though they may be made of these. Because who am I to disagree? Prefer to put their armor in an armor stockpile? I don't think they prefer. I think that's mostly up to the player. Uh-oh. That's a little dangerous. Slightly sketchy, but we're digging out of it pretty quick. No, I've not traveled the world nor the seven seas. But I do know everybody's looking for something. Maybe I should cancel this construction for right now. Eh, never mind. I already got one. These trousers are burned. All right, there you go. You're constructed. You're constructed. We're just waiting on this. Then we get to witness this suddenly start draining. It's a combination of people. It was originally Tarn's guitar strumming. Like, Tarn Adams is a hobbyist guitarist. So the original riff for Dwarf Fortress was written by the developer. But it's a combination of an artist named Dabu, who does a lot of video game soundtracks, somebody named Agatha, who also does video game soundtracks from Brazil, and Simon, and I cannot pronounce his last name, so I won't even try, from South Africa, who wrote a collection of Dwarf Fortress fan music in 2011 to 2013. A lot of it was then repurposed for, really? Does that really not work that way? Can they actually not just... That's mildly frustrating. All right, well, let's, I always forget that pumps don't work that way. And then feel extremely stupid whenever I do that. But I can literally just go here and deconstruct this, so... Pumps can't work on the same level. I think that it's a change that happened in this version. Or like version 50. It's very strange to me. I don't know exactly when it happened, but... Can we get the lever pulled, please? I need this to not be pumping or it's just going to fill up. You always had trouble with ranged units? Yep. Yeah, no, we also have this now, which is better sorting of notifications. But yeah, it's good to finally get a patch. It feels like it's been a couple months, probably. Right, so this is deconstructible now. It's no longer powered. It's still gonna overflow, but... Oh yeah, also announcements can be configured within the game now. I'm still confused as to why this isn't in the patch notes. It's bizarre to me, but also that's very Dwarf Fortress. Like, Tarn will sometimes just like completely change how a system works, not tell us, and then patch the game and be like, new content, have fun. And then nothing works, and we're like, what? It's happened many times. Okay, so you're building a door, sweet. Game's better now, smiley face. And you did what exactly? It's like Nintendo style, patch notes. What'd you do? Changes. Thanks. What did you do? There. That's exactly what we did. Oh, well. I'm very sorry, Cyril. I wasn't trying to do that, but, you know. Then it gets stuck in the door anyway. Oh, no. I don't even know how that happened. Well, hopefully I never need to fix or change this. Hi, chat. I feel stupid. How are you? Late. I'm tired. I was hoping it would get stuck down there, but... When this shit hits the fan? Not really. When you make a dumb mistake and then feel really dumb. It's back to pouring rain, which is nice. We also lost the door. I said it probably won't be that powerful. It'll be fine. Like, you'll have plenty of time. I just need to get this lava flat enough so that I can build a wall there and everything's fine. See, it's already going away. Magical. Forgotten Beast has showed up. It's got webs. I will see where it is in a second. Where it? Uh-oh. I think that one can... No, it can't. Can't get to me. Also, it's suddenly downpouring outside, so that's exciting. And if it can, people will start dying suddenly, so we'll find out pretty quick. Maybe the Archangel will bonk it for you? I mean, it would have to be on a layer that the Archangel could get to. Well, that's disappointing. It just, yeah, it suddenly started torrential downpouring outside. My sliding glass door is pretty close to open, so it's making nice sounds. I like it. All right, Dwarf, you got one job. Do this without catching on fire. It's a pretty tough challenge for most dwarves, I think. Uh-oh. Farmer's been missing for a week. Well, I wonder why. And I wonder why.
Bring out your dead.
Shh, spoilers. All right, so now I just gotta wait for this crap to disappear. All right, well, what I could do actually is I could dig over to this and just let this water drain in here. Maybe that'll help these. I love the fact that my king still somehow isn't satisfied. Clearly wants more items. Hopefully you can get out of here without turning into obsidian. There we go. Hey, look at that. That side's sealed up now. So now I just need these two gone so that I can, you know, turn the thing back on. Because currently I can't. Although, maybe I could just, can I power them from above? I don't actually know. I guess we'll find out. Can I power a pump from above? You doing the stack? Yeah, but can I do it with a gear mech? Like a gear assembly. Sounds fun, Ranger Rick. All right, so does this connect to that? It lets me put it there, so that's a start. No access. That is not true. Can you actually dig that without catching fire? Huh. I mean, there's still lava there, but, like, it didn't really change much. But yes, you can, apparently. Countess was in the workshop making blocks without a care in the world. Well, at least she died doing what she loved. And just like that, the rain stopped. I'm kind of under the assumption right now that this ain't gonna work. I also don't know if I can use this as a pit pond, but I'm gonna try. Just dump some water in there. Oh, you're Forgotten Beast. I thought you were talking about my floor layouts for a second there, Rick. I was like, oh, really? Is it that bad? Is it that hard to look at? I mean, okay. I didn't think it was that bad. This is kind of sus. This should be safe, though. made a fort accidentally Ouroboros. Okay, so total power needed. 25. Looks like it's connected. All right, so this should work. I should be able to power it from here. Should be. I just need a dwarf to bring some wood down there for that. But most of the dwarves are constructing stuff out of fire clay right now up on the surface. What's strange... Oh, there it is. Jump to you, I was gonna say. What's strange is I don't see a dwarf doing the job, but... Led's gonna do it. Time to make a world, and I'd reuse the world, but I had that Civil War issue, and now every other faction is enemy of your dwarves. There's no other dwarven factions in that world? Nope. Well, rip that world then. Apocalypse, we are being judged by the gods again. Got another chill, friendly demon friend. This is a great feathered raccoon. Doesn't look anything like a raccoon. Has a pair of knobby antennae, and it is very sturdy looking. Its pumpkin feathers are downy. It was created by the dwarven goddess Kazet the Dangerous, and is part with Fortress's valor and war. All right, bud, you better assist then. All right, so now I can pull the lever. So who's coming to pull the lever? Some kiddo from the other side of the map. Great. If not friend, why friendship? Is friend. In fact. Trimkoff, thanks for the penny. Appreciate you. That room Elfie just drew this. Mom, can we keep it? It's the vomit gopher. I love that the two like archangels we have are a vomit gopher and a raccoon. All right, so let's go up. You go up, and you go up, and you go up, and you go up. All right, so now we are draining this cavern there. Or not this cavern there, but this portion of the magma sea. Got vomit gopher. Yeah, a vomit-covered gopher and a feathery raccoon, yes. Also, a chemist has been found dead, apparently. Got stabbed by the Spearmaster Olan. Olan. I'm gonna have to ask you to leave the fortress. You can be killing all of the visitors, just some of them, but not all of them. I'm also going to convict you of all of your crimes before you leave. Dwarf has so many notable kills. Are you still alive and well? That's a good question. A lot of people have died. I've got bad news for you, Freeways. I actually don't know what happened to you. We've had multiple demons attack and many other scary things. I mean, we, at this point, probably have made an adamantine throne. Yep, we have, in fact, completed an adamantine throne. So let's go stick that in the throne room. There's the vomit gopher. You're probably in jail. Not currently, actually. You're quite happy. Just gonna throw a bunch of fancy gems into here. Hopefully that'll sort out the need for this a little bit. I probably have more than 7 objects already. It's just a matter of who are they assigned to. But we're certainly getting there. We're certainly getting there. And Dolmas the Dyer is, should have been called Dolmas the Burner. Oh. Spoilers. I thought it would be at least another layer down. Huh. Well, that's awkward. You have discovered an eerie cavern. The air above the dark stone floor is alive with vortices of purple light and dark. Boiling clouds, seemingly bottomless. Glowing pits mark the surface. Horrifying screams come from the darkness below. There she blows. Oh, wow. It literally was like right in the corner there. Okay. Let's order the dwarves to back the fuck up. Yeah, word. Word. Let's order the dwarves to back up. It's right there. All right. Cheesy Duck's in here. Katan's in here. Arash is here. Shorelor is here. We have a priority, and that is get out. Here they come. We have Scorching Fiends. Very large humanoid composed of flame. It has a stubby horn and a gaunt appearance. Mantis demons, which are enormous feathered mantises. It has wings and it belches and croaks. Its eyes glow golden yellow. Beware its deadly dust. A flesh ghost, I hate it. A very large blob composed of flame, has a narrow tail and it undulates rhythmically. Rest in peace, dwarves. The creatures come flying into the deep caverns that the dwarves have spent time working on for many seasons. The great flames of the underworld begin to fill up the forests down or the caverns down below, and the dwarves are making a dash for it. But fortunately, I don't know why you're going to go attend a meeting. We do have a defensive line. I don't know if the Archangel's gonna fight against them or not. Seems like he might. So the Archangel has red eyes. The Master of Snow doesn't. They are in fact fighting. So the Monster of Snow is a huge quadruped composed of snow and it squirms and fidgets. This is Tele, who's walking forwards for some dumb reason. Turn around, Tele. Run away, Tele. Don't go where you're going, Tele. You don't want to do it, Tele. Too late, Tele. Rest in peace, Tele. 'Twas lovely knowing you, Tele. So the Archangel is now on fire. And monsters are coming from all angles. I'm going to lock the door. The Archangel is alight with fire. So now I'm not entirely sure if they can get in. I don't think they can get through this side. But just to be sure, depends on where they start pathing. They may be able to get in. The Fiend of Shadow killed Cheesy Duck. Gigantic Gila monster composed of ash. It has wings and it undulates rhythmically. I'm leaning towards they can't get in based on how they're flying, but we'll see, we'll have to see. They are trying to swim in through our magma waterfall. Seal the doors. They come from the deep. Lock the walls. Trying to figure, they might be able to get in through here. Also burning all the caves. So many creatures made of fire. I wonder if they can rip this door off. I don't even know. Oh. Good luck, boys. Go get him. Get him, little rodent men. Or not. It's very much a good luck on that one. Okay, so yeah, no, they can't in fact get in through here. Meanwhile, me over here, I'm just filling up the caverns with lava. Cavern dwellers fighting them? Oh yeah, well they're trying. Unsuccessfully. You know, they are moving through the caverns up here. So sad that you don't know if you died a hero's death or a lame death. Every single dwarf who died in this fort died digging too deeply today. So you died today, which means you probably died digging too deeply. So what we can do, assuming they don't have a way to get in, is we can build basically a cone to trap them, and then fight them a couple at a time. I do have quite a they have quite a few fiery weapons, which is scary. I could also try and trap them. The fact that most of them are made of fire is sketch. 'Cause that's basically just free balls of fire. Free sentient moving balls of fire, even. Well, what in the fuck is that? Okay, never mind. That's like 4. I thought that this wings was attached to this. I was like, what the hell is that? Very weird looking demon for a second there. I'm surprised the frame rate's still so good too. He says that as it drops down to 30. Okay. This makes me real nervous. Scratching at the door. All right. Let's begin our work tomorrow. Time to say goodbye, YouTube. I've been streaming for 11 hours. I need to make some dinner. Chat room, if you're new here, say goodbye, YouTube. But don't run off because we're going to raid somebody. I also forgot to eat again today. God damn it. My doctor's going to kill me. I've lost 10 pounds. But, to all those of you lovelies who are here today, it probably won't be something on the YouTube channel tomorrow because, god damn it, I stayed up too late. I just streamed way too long. Although it is raining, so I won't have much else to do tonight. But all that being said,